Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. Today is Tuesday, September 17th at 9:09 a.m., and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board members and colleagues. With me today are our Vice Chair, Doreen Diadamo, to my left. To her left is Board Member Sean McGuire. To my right is Board Member Tam Doduck, and to her right is Board Member Laurel Firestone. Sitting here at the executive table today is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, Michael Lawfer, our Chief Counsel, Jonathan Bishop, Chief Deputy Director, and Chief Deputy Director Eric Oppenheimer. Assisting us today is Janine Townsend, the Clerk of the Board, and assisting her is Courtney Tyler. Now I'll go through our emergency evacuation procedures. Please look around and identify the two exits closest to you. In the event of a fire alarm, we're required to gather up our valuables and evacuate this room immediately. We're to evacuate to Cesar Chavez Park, which is across the street. Please obey all traffic signals and be careful when crossing the street. I also want to let you know that this meeting is being webcast and recorded, so please speak into the microphone when you come up. And last and most important item, please be sure to turn off all cell phones and other devices during this meeting. We'll actually begin this morning's board meeting with a presentation of Superior Accomplishment Award. Karen Mogus, would you like to come up and present said award?
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm Karen Mogus, Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality here at the State Board. And I am pleased to be presenting an award today. By way of some background, Division of Water Quality has by far the most interaction with the regional board than any other division here at State Board. And anyone at the state or regional boards that has been around for even a short amount of time likely can point to both positive and negative interactions between state and regional board staff and managers. And so today I'm pleased, and of course we always want to encourage the positive ones, right? So today I'm pleased and privileged to be presenting a Superior Accomplishment Award to one of my staff who's contributed to the positive and productive interactions between the state and regional board staff. Dana Cordano is an engineering geologist in DWQ's site cleanup program. And again, by way of background a little bit, the underground storage tank site cleanup program. Thank you for the correction. Keep me honest. So since the 2012 adoption of the low threat underground storage tank closure policy, we've closed many cases across the state, hundreds, leaving us with the most difficult and challenging cases remaining to be addressed. And that's going to require significant collaboration and proactive work between the state and regional boards. And Dana recently led an effort to plan and organize an underground storage tank cleanup summit between the regional boards and state board. It was a 3-day event, so anyone that has planned a kindergartner's birthday party will appreciate how difficult a 3-day event is, with 180 participants. And the highlight was a session on applying the low threat closure policy. Dana took it upon herself to create fictitious case studies that were designed to generate discussion among the staff on the most contentious issues with implementing the low threat closure policy. And being fictitious, her case studies really generated a lot of good discussion among the staff without the emotional attachment to the specific cases that people have been working on. So we got a lot of good feedback that staff were able to see others' perspectives and to work more collaboratively together moving forward. And we've seen the benefits of the summit through the collaboration and proactive work that the regional boards and state board have been doing over the recently. And Dana went above and beyond to make the summit a success, and she continues to contribute significantly to the positive interactions between the state and regional boards. And so I am very pleased to be presenting this well-deserved award to Dana. Thank you so much for your efforts and for not having your baby before today.
Well deserved, and thank you. With that, we'll move now to public forum, and this is the opportunity for the public to address the board on any item not currently pending before the board, and there are no public forum items. Next, the board will consider the minutes from the August 21st board meeting, and I will entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt the meeting minutes from the August 21st board meeting.
Controversial minutes, no one really wanting to chime in. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carries.
And I will abstain.
Thank you, Board Member Toda. With that, I will note that items 2 through 4 were on the uncontested list, but we will take item number 4 from the uncontested items list because I believe it is no longer uncontested. Correct. Okay. And with that, I would like to then move on and take up items number 2 and 3. Do I have a motion?
I will move, but I have a request with respect to item number 2.
Definitely.
It's been a while since we've gotten an update from staff on what's happening with the water quality control plan update. I know that there's been a lot of work going on with a voluntary agreement discussions and all that. I don't oppose the adoption of item 2, but it did got my attention that the proposal is to extend the contract by 3 years and adding additional money. I understand that some of that will be for implementation, so I don't think the plan is to extend the work on the development of the water quality control plan for the next 3 years, but I don't know that for sure. So my request in moving item 2 and item, was it 3? Is that we received an update, and I didn't see one in the executive director's report with respect to where things are with the water quality control plan update for the Sacramento and Delta. You know what I'm talking about.
So,
We don't have to do it today, but I just wanted to flag that.
yeah, we're not prepared to do it today. So a couple things. You're right about the contract being for implementation as well as development of the environmental document and the staff report. So no, the plan is not to continue another 3 years in the development phase. And then part 2, I would just say, is that we're in the process of setting up periodic check-ins, briefings with the board members as the pace of the voluntary agreements moves toward some decision points. We want to more frequently update the board members on the status of things and what's happening there. So I think we've got that covered.
I look forward to it. With that, I'll move for adoption.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, and items number 2 and 3 are adopted. Next, we'll move to item number 4, a consideration of a proposed resolution to adopting the 2020 non-point source grant program guidelines. I'd like to invite staff up.
Good morning, Chairperson Escobar and members of the board. My name is Jeannie Mesha, and I'm the Senior Environmental Scientist for the Non-Point Source Unit in the Division of Water Quality. So we have some slides prepared, but they don't address the comment that we received. So in the interest of time, I was just going to address the comment, and if you'd like to see the slides, I'm happy to give them. But
I think that makes sense.
so
Thank you.
we received a comment from a member of the public who wanted to see us place more weight on project proposals that address long-term concentration of greenhouse gases in the environment in terms of increasing timber inventory. And we believe that the guidelines address this we give 5 points for proposals that show climate change resiliency and that mitigate climate change, specifically through increased carbon sequestration. So we don't recommend making any changes at this time, but we'd be happy to work with the commenter to make the language more specific in the next round of guidelines.
That's appreciated. Were there any questions or thoughts or comments from fellow board members on the comment that was presented on the guidelines? Did you want to still present some information on the program generally, or?
Yes,
Okay,
sure.
that'd be good. Thank you.
So the non-point source grant program is made up of two funding sources. It's made up of the Clean Water Act Section 319 grant and also the Timber Regulation and Forest Restoration Fund. We receive the grant every year from US EPA, provided that we submit a grant application and some other conditions. But we receive about $4 million from US EPA for local assistance projects, and we have been receiving about $2 million per year from the Timber Regulation and Forest Restoration Fund. For the next fiscal year, we are expecting only $1 million from the Timber Regulation and Forest Restoration Fund. So the commenter, his comment was specifically related to the Timber Regulation and Forest Restoration Fund portion of the non-point source grant program. The goal of the grant program is to reduce non-point source pollutant loads to waters of the state, specifically impaired waters, and then also to improve water quality in waters that are impacted from timber harvest activities. Next slide. Oh, I do? Thank you. Sorry. So we have a number of eligibility criteria for proposals for the non-point source grant program. So proposals must meet the Regional Water Board program preferences. So each regional board identifies water bodies and pollutants of concern every year that they want this money to address. A funding match is required for all of the proposals unless that can be waived if the project benefits a disadvantaged community. We also waive match if the project is for a post-fire recovery purpose. We evaluate, we have a review panel that's made up of state and regional water board staff as well as US EPA, and we review the proposals. And then we have the guidelines allow for unencumbered funds from previous grant years to be used, not just, the slide says post-fire recovery projects, but we can use unencumbered funds to address any of the program preferences in the guidelines. So we will announce the solicitation for the next round later this month. Proposals will be due in December, and then we anticipate giving a list of recommended projects to the executive director in April of next year.
Great, thank you. How many projects a year are funded through the grant program usually? I know it depends on funding.
8 to 10.
8 to 10.
8 to 10 projects a year, yeah. And we receive about 18 to 20 proposals, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the scale and scope of these projects usually are?
The minimum amount that we fund is $250,000. The max is $800,000.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. And it's a 25% match requirement.
Great, I don't have any further question. I don't know if fellow board members do. All right, well, I'll entertain a motion then to,
Just want to thank staff for working through some of the concerns of the commenter, and with that, move adoption of item 4.
Thanks.
I'll second that.
all in
Both
favor?
the thanks and the motion.
And thank you, yes, to staff and for, of course, addressing the comment that came in. And so, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, and item number 4 is adopted. Thank you. With that, we'll move to item number 5. This is coming from the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board and is a consideration of a proposed resolution approving an amendment to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Diego Basin to incorporate site-specific water effect ratios into water quality objectives for toxic pollutants and total maximum daily loads for copper and zinc in Cholas Creek. And joining us this morning are staff from the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board. Thank you for making the trip up. Good morning. There's a button I think you may need to, yeah.
Is that better?
There we go.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you for reading the item name so I don't have to repeat it. My name is Melissa Corona. I am a water resource control engineer in the San Diego Water Board office. I prepared this presentation for you today to give you some context on the item and justification for its approval. We also have here with us Adriana Nunez from OCC and Cynthia Gorham, my supervisor. So this item is a priority to our regional board. It was actually chosen as one of our 4 top priorities during our 2014 triennial review. And the purpose of this is to update wet weather water quality objectives so that they accurately represent site-specific conditions of Chollas Creek. Right now, there are water quality objectives that are established for dissolved copper and dissolved zinc in Chollas Creek, but they are overly stringent. And the reason why it is important for us to establish the appropriate water quality objectives is because it's really critical for identifying the appropriate pollution control measures in this watershed and prioritizing funding accordingly. So Chollas Creek is in the southern portion of the San Diego region. It's approximately where that yellow star is. It discharges into San Diego Bay. And I want to give you a little feel for the watershed. It's a pretty small watershed. It's only about 25 square miles in area. It's highly urbanized, predominantly residential, and it has a couple of main forks, the North Fork and the South Fork, which converge about 1 mile upstream of where it discharges into San Diego Bay. And where it discharges, it's right between shipyard building facilities and a large Navy base. Besides tidal influence, the creek is generally dry during dry weather. There are occasional inputs from urban runoff from overwatering of lawns and such, but this is generally a wet weather driven system. And essentially all the metals that enter Chollas Creek come in through the stormwater conveyances, which are regulated under various waste discharge requirements. A lot of the metals come from freeways. There are several freeways that traverse this watershed. And this watershed is a priority to our regional board, in part because there are several environmental justice communities within it. Oops. So the board has seen something like this before from a technical standpoint. So back in 2015, an item was brought to the board for site-specific objectives for the LA River. And the technical approach for this came from the CTR and US EPA guidance. And that's what we have for Chollas Creek as well. However, these watersheds are very different. I mean, you can see here just the difference in the size. The LA River watershed is about 824 square miles. It has several major tributaries. It has flows during wet and dry weather. And it has a wide variety of flows, including effluent from 3 major wastewater treatment plants. So Chollas Creek is much smaller. The flows are far less diverse. It's wet weather driven. But one of the things that these two have in common is that water effect ratio studies have been conducted for both watersheds. And I'll get into what water effect ratios are in just a moment. In our basin plan, we have several designated beneficial uses for Chollas Creek. So we have recreation, and then we have ecosystem-related beneficial uses as well, warm freshwater habitat and wildlife habitat. And those are the beneficial uses that are relevant in the context of this basin plan. The metals concentrations we're talking about for the dissolved copper and dissolved zinc, they're no threat to human health. They're not at concentrations that are a threat to human health. But the goal of this item is to establish water quality objectives for those lower concentrations that can be a threat to aquatic life. And when we're looking at threats to aquatic life, we look at species that are sensitive to metals, for example, water fleas and fathead minnows. So as I said, I would describe what a water effect ratio is, and I'll explain this in the context of bioavailability. So I said something about the sensitivity of these species, but another really important factor is bioavailability, or how biologically available a dissolved metals concentration is. And so the conditions of the water body, the conditions at the site, they're going to influence the relative amounts of various forms of the dissolved metal. And some of those forms will be available for uptake by aquatic organisms, and some of them won't. And so some of those forms are bioavailable, and some of those aren't. And when we perform experiments to quantify that effect, the resulting number that we get out of it is what we call a water effect ratio. So if you look at this diagram, you can see two different samples. So we have lab water, which is going to be basically a dilute mineral solution. And it's going to have really low concentrations of hardness and alkalinity, very negligible dissolved organic carbon, suspended solids, as opposed to site water. What we have flowing through Choyas Creek is not like laboratory water. We do have higher concentrations of suspended solids, inorganic carbon, ions that contribute to alkalinity and such. And so these constituents are going to offset the degree of bioavailability of these metals. So if you look at the diagram, all those black dots represent the metal, whatever metal, let's just say zinc for this example. So we have the same concentration of zinc in the two samples, the same concentration, the same number of black dots. However, you'll see that some of them have the red ring around them. And so that represents the portion of the concentration that's actually bioavailable to aquatic life. And you can see in the site water that there's a far smaller percentage of the metal that's actually bioavailable to the aquatic organisms. If we want to talk about this in terms of numbers, say we conduct experiments and determine that the water effect ratio for the site water is 3, and the water effect ratio for the laboratory water is 1. That means in the site water that the metal only has 1/3 the bioavailability compared to the lab water. So if the lab water, if in the lab water we would start to see toxic effects after 1 microgram per liter of, say, zinc, it would take 3 micrograms per liter before we would see toxic effects in the site water. The thing is when we establish water quality objectives, we don't always have this kind of site-specific data available. So what do we do in that case? Well, the California Toxics Rule tells us to use a default value of 1, and that corresponds to laboratory dilution water. Now, we know that that's not what's flowing through Choyas Creek, that the characteristics of the flow, that the water chemistry in Choyas Creek is very different than laboratory dilution water. But in the absence of site-specific data, that is what we depend on. So even though we acknowledge that that's more than likely going to be more conservative than necessary, since we don't have anything else, that's what we go for. So when we developed these TMDLs, they went into effect in 2008, and we didn't have that information. That's what we used. So this case that I'm describing, even though it's generic, this is basically the concept for Choyas Creek. This is the case for Choyas Creek. We have used a water effect ratio of 1. So in that example I just gave you, since the actual water effect ratio is 3, if we didn't know that and we applied a 1, our water quality objective is 3 times more conservative than necessary to protect aquatic life. So like I said, that's the case for Choyas Creek. So that default, it translates to an overly stringent water quality objective, and we're here today to recalculate that to update those water quality objectives. These equations that you see on this slide, they come from the California Toxics Rule. You'll see 2 variables there. So you'll see hardness, and then you'll also see the water effect ratio. As I mentioned, when we developed the TMDLs, we didn't have the site-specific data, and so we went with 1. But the technical report for the TMDLs recognizes that this is just a placeholder, that in the future, if we do indeed have site-specific data, that we will update these numbers. In 2010, the city of San Diego conducted a water effect ratio study, And they completed that in 2014 and released a report on it in 2014. And this report, it established that the water effect ratios for copper and zinc were 6.998 and 1.711, respectively. So basically, the toxicity objective is the same. So the objective to protect aquatic life is still, we're still achieving the intended level of protection with respect to toxicity, but we're just updating the concentrations to take into account site-specific conditions. In 2016, that water effect ratio study report was reviewed. It went under, it underwent external scientific peer review. And in 2017, our board adopted the item. Then in 2018, San Diego Water Board staff put together a technical memo that had additional data analyses. And these data analyses basically told us the same story that the water effect ratio study told us. The technical memo, it looked at the conditions in the creek over a broader period of time, the constituents that affect bioavailability. So we could ask ourselves, the conditions that we saw during the water effect ratio study, were they consistent with and representative of the conditions that we see in the creek in general? And the answer was yes. I want you to understand, though, that this technical memo, it's not the basis for this item. It's not the scientific basis for this item. It's the water effect ratio study itself that provides a scientific rationale for updating the site-specific, or updating the water quality objectives so they're site-specific. The memo was just prepared in response to public comments that were received and some concerns that were raised about sample sizes and representativeness of data used in the study. However, the memo we did send the memo out for public review because it was adding data and data analyses to the record after the San Diego Water Board had adopted it. So once again, the purpose is to establish site-specific objectives for dissolved copper and dissolved zinc so that they accurately represent the site-specific conditions. Even though the maximum allowable dissolved copper and dissolved zinc concentrations would increase, we would still achieve the same level of intended level of protection for aquatic life. It's just that right now the water effect ratio of 1, which is the default that we're using, is more conservative than necessary. And why does that matter? It matters because water quality objectives that are overly stringent create unnecessary financial burden for those who are required to meet those water quality objectives. Those water quality objectives influence priorities, and this watershed certainly needs a lot of attention. It needs a lot of attention in the areas of hydromodification, invasive species, homelessness, litter, dumping. You can see in this photo how much trash accumulates at the mouth of the creek. These are all important issues. But when we have water quality objectives that are overly stringent, this can compromise the attention and the resources that are directed towards some of these other high priority issues. When our regulations are reasonable, it provides a fair opportunity to the City of San Diego and to other dischargers to protect natural resources without wasting money. The water quality objectives, as is, being overly conservative, they interfere with providing this opportunity. So we do recommend approval of this item so that the site-specific objectives achieve the intended level of protection and are more appropriate for site-specific conditions.
Thank you for the great presentation, Ms. Corona. Any questions from fellow board members before I go to public comment? Board Member McGuire.
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate the work that you've done on this thus far. Can you speak a little bit to how extensive this issue is? You know, when you look at water quality objectives, you mentioned Choyas Creek is fairly small, 25 square miles. Are there a number of water quality objectives in the basin plan that relied on the default 1 water effect ratio? And you know, is this a long-term investment? You know, I just noted it took several years to get through this one update to for a small watershed.
Yeah, it did. It took a lot longer than I expected. So yeah, the default it just applies to this and to lead, I believe, in the original TMDLs, but we don't have a water effect ratio, a site-specific water effect ratio for lead. That's Oh. So was your question more about how the CTR applies?
My question is, are there a number of other metals water quality objectives throughout the San Diego region that rely on a default water effect ratio that may be overly conservative?
So,
Yeah, this is the only one in our region. I wasn't sure if there had been any other TMDLs for other watersheds, but
all of our water quality objectives that are metals or toxics follow the CTR, and the metals, all of the metals water quality objectives that we have in our watershed would follow the default method unless a site-specific objective is done. And so the only site-specific objective that we've done is for Choice Creek.
so maybe I can give you a little bit of a statewide perspective. The CTR values for metals are adopted in all of the water boards, basin plans. The only time that a water effects ratio modifies that is when there's a site-specific objective that's done. So if you're looking at, are there a number of these that might come forward? I would say probably yes. We have lots of metals exceedances in our 303D list that show that there are areas where the metals value is exceeding the CTR value. What we found is that if you do a site-specific objective, you usually find that there are constituents in the receiving water that would modify that. Those have not been done for most of the water bodies in the state, so there is a potential for lots of them.
May I also make a comment that this study was looked at a lot of data. We collected a lot of data. Doing a water effects ratio is not an easy or inexpensive process. So it does take a lot of resources. So it's not like just anybody's going to go out and do one. Also with this particular study, we did go back and look at historic data to compare that. And in addition, we also compared one of the newer possible ways of considering looking at, we looked at what's the biotic ligand model, which is possibly a new way for analysis of metals, and as well. So we did many options, and I know that the biotic ligand model may be considered in the future for as an analysis.
Yeah, thank you. And so yeah, that's the reason I brought that up, is that just based on some of the comments that looks like they were submitted, there was some concern over the EPA interim guidance from, I believe, 1995, that may be outdated to some regard. I'm not questioning the analysis. I think you did a very thorough and rigorous analysis on Choyas Creek. I'm thinking more of the statewide implications and whether we should start looking at use of newer tools and other options to look at providing greater statewide consistency when it comes to water effects ratios and water quality objectives.
I do agree that we should consider looking at another type of approach in the future for the state when we do have time to do that, and consider something that is a rigorous approach and not just, let's go do a model and plug in some numbers. I think we need to consider collecting a significant amount of data at the site to plug into a model, and not just something that's simple, but something that is rigorous.
Thank you, board member.
We don't disagree. What that really translates to is developing a statewide policy on how to do translation of metals. There are really a couple of different approaches that we talked about today. There's the water effects ratio approach, which is an empirical model approach where you take samples and you compare, and there's the bionic ligand model, which looks at the mechanism of availability, and you look at the conditions in the water as opposed to doing comparisons of water effects ratio between lab water and site water. They both have advantages and disadvantages. The biotic ligand model seems to be a more robust approach to that, but we don't have a statewide guidance or policy on how to do those at this point.
Thank you for that discussion. Any other questions from fellow board members before I move to public comment? Great. Hearing none, I'd like to call up Drew Cleese from the City of San Diego, who will be followed by Patrick McDonough from San Diego Coastkeepers.
Good morning. My name is Drew Cleese. I'm the Deputy Director with the City of San Diego Stormwater Division. Thank you for a few minutes to speak this morning. On behalf of the City of San Diego and Mayor Kevin Faulkner, the city appreciates the regional and state water board stewardship to protect water quality throughout California and in San Diego. In San Diego, our beaches and natural environment are key assets that make our city great. The city is committed to protecting water quality and addressing sources of contamination, and we're making increased investments to keep our beaches and creeks clean and safe. We also support efforts to ensure that water quality objectives and requirements are based on local scientific data, such as today's action. We have our technical expert, Clint Boshin from Tetra Tech, here today if you have any questions. However, with our brief comments, I want to emphasize the city's commitment to protecting our water quality in Choice Creek. Choice Creek is one of our highest priority watersheds for a number of reasons. First, much of the watershed is part of disadvantaged communities. It's an older part of the city where the storm drain system and assets are aging and in need of replacement. Much of the storm drain system was built long ago and is undersized, and it's also, many of the communities are park underserved. These conditions provide great opportunities for integrated projects where every dollar we invest can provide multiple benefits to the community. We've already completed detailed comprehensive studies of the Choice Creek watershed, allowing us strategic, multi-benefit, and integrated projects. And in Choice Creek, where we spend a significant portion of our current efforts, just to give you a few examples, we've implemented 5 street sweeping pilot studies in the city of San Diego to improve efficiencies. 4 of those have been implemented just in this small watershed. We normally clean our storm drain system at least once per year. In this watershed, we clean the storm drains, targeted storm drains, where we know we've collected data that they're dirty up to 4 times a year. And of all of the green infrastructure projects we've implemented, almost half are in this 25 square mile watershed. Here's one example of an integrated project in the watershed. The Memorial Park Green Infrastructure Project is a storage and underground infiltration basin constructed underneath existing ball fields at Memorial Park. The project was over-designed to treat a large, up to 5-year storm, and includes a hydrodynamic separator that captures trash, bacteria, and metals. This is a great example of a multi-benefit project. The Choice Creek Restoration Project at Euclid and Market Street is part of our Choice Creek Enhancement Program. This project was designed with community input in one of our disadvantaged community areas, and it includes concrete removal, stream restoration that helps reduce flood risk and helps improve water quality. It also includes a public trail with educational, interpretive signs and benches. I've been there, I watch it, I see it, it's being used by the community. And personally, being the person that project managed this project, I saw the location before and after. What was formerly a dumping ground is now a community asset that's spurring revitalization in the neighboring parcels. And we're not done improving Choice Creek. With the adoption of today's item, more integrated projects are planned, and efforts will continue to increase in Choice Creek. The Auburn Creek Restoration Project is a unique opportunity at an ideal headwater location to provide treatment for a large watershed area of approximately 500 acres. There's a map in the handout that I provided. It shows the drainage area that it would treat. It's ideally located to capture this runoff, collect trash, before entering Auburn Creek, which is a branch of Choice Creek. It will treat multiple pollutants, including metals and trash, and includes an educational component and park features, which is ideally located next to one of our elementary schools. In closing, today's action, if approved, will continue to ensure and encourage the positive, integrated water quality and community improvement outcomes we all want to see in Choice Creek. I'd like to extend my thanks to the State Water Board and especially the Regional Water Board staff for the time spent today evaluating today's action and for making it a priority. The City of San Diego is supportive of the proposed action before you today and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cleese. Next, I'd like to call up Patrick McDonough from San Diego Coastkeeper.
Excuse me. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Patrick McDonough. I'm a staff attorney with San Diego Coastkeeper, and I'm also speaking today on behalf of Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation, or CERF, C-E-R-F. To begin, I want to emphasize that our groups are not opposed to the use of site-specific objectives as long as they're based on robust data sets that ensure appropriate weirs are adopted to protect the beneficial uses of these water bodies. However, that did not happen in this circumstance. We remain very concerned about the lack of adequate samples on which this weir is based, the methods used to collect such samples, the methods used to calculate the weir, the lack of a post-adoption monitoring to ensure that the weir will continue to protect those beneficial uses, and the undue reliance on outdated and inapplicable interim EPA guidance throughout this development process. Coastkeeper and CERF stand by our multiple rounds of written comments over the past 3 years on these issues. The fact remains, however, that the final weir objectives for Choice Creek are based on a total of only 4 sampling events in 2 locations taken by the regulated permittee, the City of San Diego, during a single calendar year in 2010, which is also an El Nino year. Regarding the EPA guidance, during the hearing on the LA River water effects ratio, which I'll refer to as a WEIR, if that's okay with everybody, there was much discussion around the fact that the EPA guidance was developed for an entirely different type of stream system, a more consistently flowing river, and that doesn't apply to the majority of water bodies in San Diego, Choice Creek included, which are more flashy, changeable systems. In order to ensure a robust, rigorous, and consistent way of doing these site-specific objectives across California, there needs to be a state-specific policy setting guidelines for the establishment of weirs to achieve the true intent of site-specific objectives, which is to protect water quality. Furthermore, against the recommendation of one of the peer reviewers in the study, the Regional Water Board did not choose the lowest weir number in this instance, which could at least be more protective of the toxic effects of metals in Choice Creek, something our groups have strongly advocated for. And this is important because anything less than that lowest number could prove toxic. Choice Creek is one of the most polluted water bodies in the San Diego region, and it runs through a few environmental justice communities, as has been noted. These communities have been disproportionately impacted by environmental harm and degradation for many, many years. Cal EnviroScreen data shows that these communities remain in the top 5 to 10% of all communities in the state most impacted by pollution. After a rain, as you actually saw a photo earlier, the trash booms in Choice Creek, they actually make my stomach turn, and the creek discharges massive plumes of toxic water directly into San Diego Bay. And as was also previously mentioned, the confluence of the two forks of the creek are only 1 mile from San Diego Bay, which is a saltwater body with toxicity effects that are radically different from this freshwater creek. And San Diego Bay is where members of these surrounding communities unfortunately happen to subsistence fish. The fact that the confluence of the creek is only 1 mile away from the bay is extremely troubling to our groups as well. And there is a significant amount of industrial facilities and activities taking place in that 1 mile from the confluence to the discharge in San Diego Bay. As a practical matter, adopting this site-specific objective would essentially render the Chollas Creek TMDL meaningless, as all but one previous historical water quality sample taken by the city of San Diego would fall into compliance under the new WEIR objectives. Thus, if this WEIR is approved, the permittees will no longer have an incentive to invest in all of these multi-benefit solutions that were just discussed, green infrastructure and nature-based projects, in one of San Diego's most neglected and polluted water bodies, which is located smack in the middle of environmental justice communities that need it the most. We therefore urge the State Board to reject the instant WEIR and postpone consideration thereof until the State Board has developed statewide guidance to ensure a truly defensible and robust process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion or comment from fellow board members?
I think, one, I appreciate the comments from the last presenter, and I must point out that staff did, in my opinion, I thought an excellent job in responding to that in the written responses to comment. There was one thing he mentioned, though, that I don't recall seeing, and that was the issue of monitoring. Is there any monitoring? I assume there would be.
Well, there's monitoring and all the waste discharge requirements, but this is just to establish the actual criteria for the water body.
And then when you...
Right, and this was anticipated, and even in the MS4 permit, has water quality-based effluent limits that acknowledge that in the future, if there was a site-specific WEIR, they would be updated.
So there will be monitoring to update, if necessary, these water effects ratios.
Right. There's already a lot of monitoring that takes place in the watershed under various WDRs, not only for the metals, but also looking at toxicity. And monitoring required specifically for the TMDL. Yes, that gets incorporated into the WDRs. Right. They monitor not just for metals, because, right, if there was something, we have full confidence in these site-specific water effect ratios, but if for any reason, something was anomalous or something changed in the future, and it's not to say that we haven't seen toxicity historically, and a lot of studies have been conducted that point to pesticides at the mouth of the creek, PCBs and PAHs from legacy pollutants, but we wouldn't want to be just looking at metals concentrations, and if it turns out something changed in the conditions of the creek, part of the reason why we did the memo is to look at a wider range of data, a longer time period, and say, do we see a lot of changes in the creek? Do we see a lot of anomalies when it comes to those constituents I mentioned earlier, like organic carbon and pH? Do we see a lot of fluctuations to where, or trends to where, maybe the water effect ratios would change in the future? We didn't get any indication of that. But the thing is we're not just keeping an eye on metals, we are keeping an eye on toxicity. Doesn't mean to say if we see toxicity, it necessarily is coming from metals, but then if we were to take another step and identify what's causing the toxicity, we would be able to identify if metals were indeed the problem, and of course we would update the water quality objectives at that point.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I definitely am sympathetic to a sense that, these are interim guidelines from EPA from, 95, but given the additional modeling that you did with the Byron-Ligon, model, et cetera, the data, it matches up. But it does bring up an issue on whether or not this board is wanting to take up as an issue a statewide policy to better guide the development of WERS, knowing that the EPA guidelines are based off of, more hydrologically consistent watersheds, year-round flowing rivers. We have those in California. And that again is becomes the difficulty is that, as we all know, in the northern part of the state, we have rivers and systems that lend themselves well to that model, but then certainly in the arid west and the southern portions of the state, it's a different hydrology. So I don't know if that's something we want to contemplate further now in this moment, but it's something that's been brought up, and Board Member McGuire followed up a bit in the line of thinking insofar as, what does, is there space, is there a need for us to take these up, knowing that currently it sounds like most of the WRCs throughout the state are default insofar as they're defaulted at 1 until site-specific data is developed. As we begin to do more site-specific, I know this is something that a number of folks want us to continue to do. Is there a need and a space for us to develop and direct more statewide policy and how the regions approach this? In this instance, I feel very confident that the staff work is robust, even the additional analysis to show that the appropriateness of using the current methods. But so just want to leave it at that. And in general, yeah.
Yeah, my 2 cents is, as always, when considering whether to develop a statewide policy or a method, it's always a matter of prioritization. And what else do we have on the list, and how critical is this, and what doesn't get done if we do this? And so it's something that's good to be flagged, but I don't know that I'm prepared at this time to weigh in on it.
That's fair. Yeah, I think when you look at some of our efforts, right, that are decadal. And there comes a question of, when we do begin sort of new efforts, do we make sure we're mindful that we can start a bunch of new efforts, but then they'll all be decadal, or do we have more focused sort of efforts and attention on specific things that maybe are less decadal efforts, but we never know.
So, Chair Esquivel, hitting on both of those points, I mean, you have multiple possibilities before you. One possibility would be a motion that would just simply direct staff to report back on the feasibility and what it thinks the appropriate prioritization would be for a statewide policy or implementation mechanism for site-specific objectives and WERs, or you could even include language in the resolution if you'd like to that effect. Either would have equal weight with your staff, of course.
I think that's all I was interested in hearing back from staff at this point as to the feasibility and relative priority. How useful will this be in the big scheme of things when looking at all the efforts of the resource loads on all the regional boards and the work and time that they've spent over numerous years for one small watershed to address this issue? I wonder if there is some economy of scale of looking this at a statewide policy level. But I don't have all the answers today. I know different regional boards have implemented this in different ways, directly through NPDES permits to develop site-specific objectives, and they've used different approaches. So I think there is some fact-finding and a feasibility evaluation that would be very helpful.
I agree, and if that was a motion, I'll second it.
I will move for that.
Well, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Well, the motion carries, and item's adopted. Thank you for the great
Great.
work.
And thank you, that was an excellent
Oh, sorry.
presentation.
I thought we were still talking about
Oh,
it. But,
sorry.
and I didn't
Yes,
realize
keep
you were moving on the full item. I thought it was just on the
On that part.
recommendation.
It was
think
just
we-
on the feasibility,
We can move on to the
Aspect.
feasibility aspect then.
if you wanted to make more comments.
Yeah.
Well, I really just have a comment. I think it's a really, I take very seriously amendments to essentially are water quality objectives. And so I know the regional board in San Diego and the other regional boards do as well. I think it's as you have shown, it takes many years to get that through and develop that. And so it also takes many years, if it's not protective, to change things back. And I think it's something that, ideally, I think we would have more samples. I know that it's limited in this watershed, and I think in this case it's I feel comfortable moving forward, but I do just want to flag that I think it's important for us to be cautious as we're relaxing water quality standards in basin plans, particularly in disadvantaged communities and environmental justice communities. I would hope that, well, I guess I would say I think it's really important that we continue to monitor implementation and make sure that it's not resulting in less investment and protective activities in that watershed, which I know is a priority for the city, and appreciate the wonderful projects that are planned. I really hope that this doesn't result in any of those becoming less of a priority for city investment. And I would just say I do really appreciate the seriousness that the regional board has put into this and the work that you all have put into it. I do feel comfortable passing it, but I just wanted to reiterate that this is a very significant action and something to be taken very seriously. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments. And we also thought it was a valid point to, bring up the sample size. I mean, because the guidance does tell us 3 samples minimum, given that there's not a lot of variability in that data, as long as it's pretty closely clustered. And it was. We didn't see a lot of spread on the data, and actually looked at a bigger data set. It was actually 8 points total, rather than the minimum of 3. And just a kind of a point of clarification is we're not really interpreting it as a relaxation. It's more of a recalculation that we anticipated. And it's still, the water quality objective for toxicity, which is actually the water quality objective, that hasn't changed at all. It's just the corresponding metals concentrations are being updated. So just one little point to clarify.
No, I appreciate that. It's an important legal and technical clarification, but I think even just stepping back from a, sort of a public perspective, it does result in a lower or a less conservative standard
a higher
for
maximum
metals, which
allowable
is why we're doing it, to make sure that we're, but yes, appreciate that. Thank you.
I just wanted to thank you for your presentation and also for the time that you spent with us individually. I just really feel like it was very thorough, taking a complicated subject and clearly outlining all the steps that you took, and on in particular on the science, with this being science-based. And I'm comfortable with this for a number of reasons. Mainly that it's very clear that it's science-based. You took it very seriously in making the change. And I do appreciate that once standards are adopted, it doesn't mean that it's set in time forever. And this shows an openness to continue to review the science and make changes where necessary. I appreciate the fact that you're conservative by a factor of, what was it, 3?
Well,
in the actual...
Yeah, well, in the study itself, we looked at the 2 forks and we took the more conservative of the numbers. Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay, so I appreciate that. And also just the ability to put these site-specific objectives into a space where the board and the entities can prioritize their actions and prioritize resources. So I feel like not only is it science-based, but it also allows a practical focus on implementation.
And I want to thank you for your time, for the briefings, and all the material that you had to read through for this item. I know that was pretty time-consuming.
Okay, so with that, since we had the motion for the additional language in
just a direction to staff.
Direction
as part of the
to
motion.
staff.
So
Okay, with that then, I'll move adoption of item 5.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carries, and the item is adopted. Thank you again to staff for their work. Next, we'll move on to item number 6, which is consideration of a proposed resolution to adopt the Drinking Water System Administrator Policy Handbook. I'd like to invite staff to present.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm Darren Polhemus. I'm Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water. I'll start us off, and then David Rice from our Office of Chief Counsel will go through a slide presentation. So as you know, we had a workshop on this handbook, the Administrator Handbook, our very first one, and I'll kind of repeat that a couple times. As we go into this learning process about this new authority granted to us, and we had a great workshop with great comments last time. We had a lot of good comment letters. We've diligently worked fast to try to get a large portion of those comments incorporated in. So we will go through those in concept in each one. I should also mention there was a change made to the resolution late last night. I think it went out. The change sheet is in the back of the room for those that are interested as well. On that, to modify the resolution slightly to include incorporating what we believe would be appropriate for the board to direct the staff to continue working on this. As we've said all along, that we know this is not the first edition, and we will start very quickly as we start to accumulate some lessons going forward. So with that, I'll let David go through and do the presentation.
Good morning. I'm David Rice with your Office of Chief Counsel. And I guess the first thing I'd say is I noticed it shouldn't say draft Administrator Policy Handbook anymore. It should say proposed Administrator Policy Handbook. Anyhow, so I'm going to go through just the changes that we made in response to the comments. And we received 8 written comment letters from the County of Tulare, from Self-Help Enterprises. We received a joint letter from Leadership Council, Community Water Center, Clean Water Action, and also letters from California Water Association, Water Health, California Urban Water Agencies, California Municipal Utilities Association. I probably should have just used the acronyms, but I always get those a little confused. And then one from Dedong U. And generally, the comments could be kind of grouped into several thematic categories. And so I'm going to go through those kind of thematic categories and then the responses that we included or how we addressed those in the policy handbook. So the first general thematic category was a request for increased community engagement and stakeholder involvement. So we received a number of comments to that effect. And in fact, in the joint letter from Leadership Council and the Community Water Center and Clean Water Action, they proposed the concept of a community accountability and engagement plan. And that would be developed by the administrator. And we thought that was a good idea, so we included that as a new provision. And it would be developed and implemented within 90 days of the administrator appointment. The elements would generally be a description of how the administrator would meaningfully engage with the community, how the administrator would incorporate input from the community in discharging the administrator's duties, a description of the means of communication the administrator would use, as well as a timeline for implementation. And in order to provide some level of additional oversight by the State Water Board, the policy handbook includes the ability for the State Water Board to require a consultation with a technical service provider and/or the board in development and implementation of the plan. And also, the board member may require approval of that community engagement plan. There was also several comment letters requesting that we make revisions to the emergency selection provision of the administrator. And to back up just a moment, generally there's a 30-day notice and comment period prior to the selection of any administrator. And however, in the draft, we had proposed a provision to allow for, in an emergency situation, for an administrator to be appointed without going through that process, although that process would be subsequently followed after the administrator was appointed. There were some concerns that our definition of emergency situation was a little bit too broad, and it was kind of a situation where the exception swallowed the rule. And so what we did is we significantly narrowed that definition of an emergency appointment so it would apply only in situations where following the standard approach would likely cause harm or otherwise be unreasonable. We received a number of comments asking us to clarify when and in what situations an administrator will be appointed. That's really challenging to do with specificity at this point, considering we're kind of at the beginning of this new programmatic approach. But we did address this comment in a number of ways. One, we added definitions of full scope and limited scope administrators. And again, just to back up a little bit, the enabling legislation, Health and Safety Code 116686, does allow the board to appoint administrator in kind of two situations. One is to just take over the full operations of a water system, and we define that as a full scope administrator. But the legislation also allows the board to appoint administrator for a more limited role, which would be the oversight of a construction or infrastructure project. And so we teased out those definitions in the policy handbook. We also clarified which requirements would apply to a full scope administrator and what would apply to a limited scope administrator. And we also included some language in the policy to recognize that the appointment of an administrator is a pretty significant action taken by the board and would have potentially disruptive and significant impacts to a community. And so we expressed that it's the board's intent to first look to traditional tools that would be a little bit less disruptive, such as providing technical assistance, financial assistance, prior to a full scope administrator, because a full scope administrator is really when the administrator would kind of supplant the general manager or the governing entity of the water system. The policy does acknowledge or recognizes that we do envision there may be situations where a water system in the community would come for voluntarily want like a limited scope administrator, perhaps to manage an infrastructure project. But again, that limited scope administrator is a little bit less disruptive because it wouldn't, again, take over all operations of the water system. We received some comments asking for some kind of beefing up of our conflicts of interest provisions. And so we did this in two ways. On the front end, we included a requirement that there be a conflicts disclosure to the community as part of the administrator selection process. Again, with the typical process, there's just a 30-day notice and comment period. And at that time, there would be kind of the resume of the administrator, what the proposed duties of the administrator would be sent out to the community. We would also be adding a conflicts disclosure as part of that. And also there are some additional disclosure requirements to the community and the governing entity on an ongoing basis by the administrator. So that's a little bit new. There were some requests for workforce and labor development, if possible, as part of the appointment and just kind of the administrative process. So we added language for the administrator to include local workforce and training and development, and also for the administrator to utilize local suppliers, contractors, and service providers when technically and economically feasible. And there was a couple of other miscellaneous changes. We clarified that technical assistance will remain available to a public water system with or without the appointment of an administrator, in case there are any questions about that. And also there were some concerns that the public access record requirements would somehow be in conflict with the Public Records Act. And so we clarified that, if there is a conflict, the Public Records Act does control. And there's one more changes that I didn't put on there is that we are requiring the administrator provide translation services when I think the threshold is 10% of whether it's known that 10% of the community speaks the language other than English, that translation services would be provided both at public meetings and in written materials. Okay, with that, are there any questions?
Any questions from fellow board members before we go to public comment? None. We'll go to Jonathan Young from the California Municipal Utilities Association, after which will be followed by Jack Cox from the California Water Association, who will be followed by Michael Claiborne from Leadership Council. Good morning, Mr. Young.
Good morning, Chair and board members and staff. I want to congratulate staff on this effort. I know it was a quick turnaround time, and I think you guys did a commendable job. I'm here on behalf of the California Municipal Utilities Association and also on behalf of Melissa Sparks-Kranz from the Association of California Water Agencies, who couldn't be here today. We just greatly appreciate staff's work on this issue and taking our joint comment letter and providing some updates to the handbook, as well as we think the great updates in the resolution that will increase the public process for this. And we just want to stand by and be at the ready. Our local agencies have volunteered to be helpful in whatever way they can to these administrators, and just serve as a resource going forward as as our associations and as our members. So we want to commend staff, and whatever you guys need, we're here to help. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young, and thank you for the support. Mr. Hawks, who will be followed by Michael Claiborne from Leadership Council, who will be followed by Debbie Orrs from Community Water Center.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Jack Hawks on behalf of the California Water Association. I want to echo almost verbatim everything that Jonathan just said to you and to the staff, and congratulate the staff. Very much appreciate the work the staff has done. We appreciate the revisions that have been made to the handbook. I'm especially pleased with these new additions, particularly on the delineation between the limited scope and the full scope administrator. That's going to open the universe. It's going to increase the universe, really, of potential designated water systems that can receive assistance. That'll be a good thing. We appreciate the fact that the handbook now has the minimum qualifications for the administrator in there. On the provision of technical assistance, I like that addition as well, but as we move forward, I want to add a second one to that particular C under the selection of the administrator, and that's to, this will be a lessons learned thing, I think, but we need to figure out how to handle the immediate need of financial assistance for a system, the immediate investments that need to be made. This is either in the emergency situation, and the new definition is fine, by the way. That works just fine. But the imminent, right the step below the imminent, I can think of half a dozen systems right off the top of my head that need between $50,000 and $100,000 right now just to get them off of the imminent level and back to a manageable level before the long-term provisions are included in the long-term plan and the post-administrator plan. And the technical assistance addition was very careful not to include financial. It's legal, administrative, managerial, et cetera, but not financial. And I would like to see a second provision there that would include a discussion of who makes the assessment. Is it going to be the water board in its process of actually designating a water system, the water board staff, the DDW field staff that's going to determine what needs to be done immediately? Or is the water board going to rely on the administrator to make that initial assessment? So just a discussion on that area and a possible future addition to the handbook. I like the community accountability and engagement plan, the public records access. I actually envision administrators having a web page on the water systems website to house a lot of that information, in addition to reaching out to the community for those who don't avail themselves of websites that often. So I think a dual approach there will be pretty good. And so I like the community engagement plan. The local workforce and development, I'm actually anticipating that the administrators are going to do that automatically and as a matter of course, but it's good to have that in the handbook as well. That's good enough for right now. I'm looking forward to helping you all out on this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawks. Thank you for your incredible contributions throughout this discussion. And, as Mr. Bolhamus has said, this is certainly, it'll be iterated further on as we embark on this journey of administrators in the state. So thank you again, Mr. Hawks. Coming up, I'll call up next Michael Claiborne from Leadership Council, and last up will be Debbie Orrs from Community Water Center.
Good morning to the chair and board members. First, it's going to sound kind of like an echo in here, but want to thank staff for working with us on this handbook and addressing our comments. This is a much better document than it was a month ago. So we appreciate all staff's work on this. It's not a perfect document, but we recognize that this is an iterative process. And it's, like I said, a lot better. There's provisions in there about transparency that have been improved, conflicts of interest, about public notice of conflicts of interest. And we do like this addition of a limited scope versus full scope definition. So we're comfortable with this as a first iteration of the handbook. We look forward to working with staff to make sure that the public is included to the fullest extent in this process when administrators are appointed. And also that to see that conflicts of interest are taken into full consideration when selecting an administrator, which is one thing that I think should be added to future handbooks. One suggestion is to include the SB 200 advisory committee in updating the handbook and in implementation of this new authority. And then I just wanted to notify the board that both Community Water Center Leadership Council and actually Self-Help Enterprises as well are holding community meetings at the end of the month and early next month to try to get input from communities on how this can best work with communities, especially focused on things like workforce development. So we'll provide that input as well at our earliest opportunity and look forward to continuing to work with staff. Thank you.
You as well. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and Board. I'm just going to reiterate, I'm not even going to reiterate everything that my colleague Michael Claiborne just said. We feel the same way. We want to thank staff tremendously for all the work they've done. This really is a much better document. It is going to protect communities, provide protections for communities that weren't there in the first place, with the conflict of interest, with the limited scope, with the inclusion of TA. Those are just a few of the much improved aspects of the administrator policy. Like Mike said, this is an imperfect document. There are a few changes that we'd like to see in the coming iterations, and we are aware that this is going to be a changing document. We believe that while we greatly appreciate the inclusion of the Community Accountability and Engagement Plan, it can be strengthened to include a requirement that the administrators work with local NGOs and CBOs, not just TA providers. Not all NGO and CBOs are TA providers. And this would be a missed opportunity for including local expertise in these areas of how to best engage the community and how to create a plan that is most effective. We also believe the community task force needs to exist to oversee the implementation of the administrator and post-administrator plans. But overall, I don't want to take these changes to take away from the fact that we are quite pleased with this iteration of the handbook and are excited to continue to work with staff and really excited that there'll be quarterly workshops and an annual update on this plan. We look forward to working with all of you and staff as this moves forward. Thank you.
Yeah, just a tremendous amount of gratitude again for all the engagement from the communities, the stakeholders on making this handbook, this first iteration of the handbook, as best as we possibly can as we go through and learn a tremendous amount this next year. So thank you just for the incredible contributions. Any other thoughts or comments from fellow board members?
There we go. Thank you again. Lots of thanks to reiterate what Chair Esquivel just said. I know this is extremely tight timeline, both for certainly for the great constructive comment that we got and really from staff in really significant and helpful changes. So just really, really appreciate that. I think this, as folks have said, this is an example of how partnership with stakeholders and that ongoing feedback loop can help us be even more successful as we try to implement this ambitious goal and new tools that we have. I was excited to hear that there's efforts to get even more input from communities. I think in particular that's helpful in a lot of the implementation of this to help us think about, what would be best practices or examples for effective community engagement and accountability plans or other types of details of how all of this work is implemented. I think that all of our agencies are going to be needed to help figure out how this is successful going forward and will be different in each community. And then I know we're going to be developing more details and actions related to the advisory group for SB 200. I know in this resolution we've said that we want to have ongoing stakeholder meetings and an update as at least within the next year. And I know that those, I guess I just want confirmation that certainly with the advisory committee, input on the administrator handbook would either be combined with those stakeholder efforts or separate as necessary, but included in the advisory committee discussions.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, we just didn't bind it down in the resolution language, but the intent is to use that. But I can foresee the need to have separate, so we wanted to kind of open-ended to do both, whatever's necessary.
Yeah, and just on that point, we will be bringing a resolution specifically related to the advisory committee at the next board meeting, and we'll make sure to incorporate some of the suggestions about how to meld these two things together in that document.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts or comments? Great. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to adopt.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, and
Wait,
our
if
first.
I can, just we're going to be
there are
crystal
change
clear.
sheets. I forgot about the change
Yes,
sheets.
we're moving
Yes.
to adopt the
With the
resolution, including the
change
change
sheets 1 and
sheets
2.
for the administrator handbook.
Thank you.
Yes. Just for confirmation, then, all in favor of the item with the change sheets?
Aye.
It carries. The administrator manual is doubly adopted, and thank you again, all staff, for your great work on this. We will, at this point, we indicate that we will not hear items 7 through 10 on the agenda until 11 o'clock. So appropriately, we will adjourn until 11 o'clock. Yeah, we have a nice 30-minute break. Don't get used to it. All right, thank you, everyone. We'll reconvene here at 11 for items number 7. Hello, everyone. Good morning still. It's 10:59, but we'll go ahead and start. I think we're all assembled. Thank you for joining us back here. We're moving on to item number 7 and 8, which we will be taking up as a single item insofar as the staff presentations and oral public comment. So with that, I'd like to hand it off to Division of Water Rights staff, Mr. Buckman.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Michael Buckman. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Division of Water Rights. With me today on my far left is Jane Farwell-Jensen, environmental scientist, Diane Riddle, our branch chief, and Lily Weaver, our attorney. And we are here to present agenda items number 7 and 8, which are about proposed changes to the water right requirements for the Kachuma project. So there's 3 main changes, 3 categories of changes under consideration today. Changes to the place of use, changes to the purposes of use, inclusion of the requirements to protect downstream water rights, and inclusion of requirements to protect public trust resources. But first we want to talk a little bit about the Kachuma project. The Kachuma project, the dam, Bradbury Dam, is owned and operated by Reclamation. It provides about 25,000 acre feet of supplies to the South Coast communities, which we will show you in the next slide. Bradbury Dam was constructed in 1953. It's a rather tall dam. It has a height of 279 feet, and it stores about 187,000 acre feet in the reservoir. So here's an image of the San Ynez watershed. As you can see right in the middle is Kachuma Lake. Upstream of the reservoir, there are two additional dams, Gibraltar and Jameson. The Kachuma Reservoir water supplies are used for, generally speaking, the South Coast communities, which you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, and those are the areas of Goleta, Santa Barbara, Montecito, Carpinteria. And also I'd like to point out the downstream areas below Bradbury Dam, such as Lompoc, Buellton, Solvang, San Ynez. Those are generally the areas that we're going to be talking about that need to be protected from injury as a result of building the dam. They're the senior water right holders. The folks in the South Coast, those are the areas that may experience water supply impacts associated with changes to the operations of the reservoir. Oh, and before we move on, I think one other thing I'd like to point out is that you'll notice that Bradbury Dam, one of the impacts that it had was when they built the dam was to, one, potentially block the water flowing down to those downstream water right holders, potentially causing injury to them both in quantity and quality, as well as providing a barrier to any migrating fish going upstream of the dam. And that will be important for our conversation later. One last thing before we move on. So as I talked about, the dam was built in 1953, which is quite a bit of time ago. And ever since then, the board has been trying to determine what the requirements are that are necessary to protect both those downstream water right holders and the public trust resources. And it's done that through a number of previous board orders that have basically brought us here today to talk about additional requirements that are necessary to protect both those downstream water right holders and the public trust resources. Okay, so item number 7 is consideration of a resolution certifying the final environmental impact report. We're going to spend a few minutes just discussing the timeline and why we're talking about the FEIR first. So anytime we're considering changes to reclamations, permits, changes to the consumer project, the board needs to know what the potential environmental implications are of making those changes. So our CEQA timeline really begins back in 1998 for this project when a negative declaration was prepared for changes to the place of use and the purposes of use. And then in 2003, the board released a draft environmental impact report, and that was to analyze the impacts of making changes to protect the downstream water right holders and public trust uses. And then we released it for public comment, and it went through a series of revisions, revised drafts in 2007, 2011, and finally in December 2011, the board released the final environmental impact report. Following that release, the board held a hearing on March 29th and 30th of 2012 to determine whether to allow the administrative record into the hearing. Hearing Officer Dodek made that ruling on April 5th, 2012, admitted the FEIR into the hearing record and closed it. So the State Water Board must consider and certify the FEIR prior to adoption of any order making changes to the Kachuma project. Staff recommends that the State Water Board adopt the resolution certifying the EIR, which includes a supplemental response to comments, the change sheet making corrections to Table 4-25A of the FEIR, which corrected a simple mathematical error resulting in an appearance of greater water supply impacts compared to baseline. And also, we'd like to make minor conforming changes to the FEIR text, correcting those areas where the 4-25A changes were made. And if it would please the board, we can bring up the table and kind of walk through those changes right now, or we can leave that to later in the presentation.
Let's go ahead and just cover it now.
Right. So moving on to item number 8. So item 8 is the consideration of the proposed order amending reclamations. Oh, did you? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's go ahead and cover it now. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry. My confusion. Could you bring up one of the It's the last one, table 4-25A corrected. That's perfect, thank you. So we're going to start over. This is table 4-25A. As you notice, staff has grayed out alternative 3B, 4B, and 5B as they are no longer relevant alternatives. So starting in the furthest left-hand column, you have the different scenarios that we're going to run through for the various columns. So starting with alternative 2, scroll down to the first red circle, you can see that there's an error in that table. And this error is a simple mathematical subtraction error, taking lines 3 and subtracting lines 4. So line 3 is 120,775 acre-feet. Subtract that from 137,028 acre-feet, and the correct result should be 16,253 acre-feet. That error is then used in column 6 because each one of the corresponding columns to the right show the difference between the impact of those alternatives and under baseline conditions. For example, in alternative 3C's column, the surplus, in this case it's a shortage of 16,044 acre-feet, is subtracted from the shortage in alternative 2, which is 16,253 acre-feet, and that is actually a surplus, which is shown in row 6 of 209 acre-feet, which is 1%. And that same calculation is then done under alternative 5C. So that simple math error in alternative 2 resulted in those additional errors in the other alternatives when compared to baseline.
Thank you. I appreciate you covering that now.
Yes. Item 8, great. Proposed order. Sorry about that. So item number 8 is consideration of the proposed order, which would amend reclamations permits for the Kachumer project. So we have 4 main categories of changes that we're looking at in the order. The first would grant the change petition, which was to change reclamation's change petition to change the authorized place of use and consolidate the purposes of use. The second is changes to protect downstream water right holders. The third is to increase protection of public trust resources. And the fourth, which we haven't really mentioned yet, is to require monitoring and studies to further evaluate the measures needed to protect public trust resources. So a little bit longer about the change petition. It was filed in 1983 and amended a couple times thereafter. Reclamation has 2 permits. Each permit has generally non-overlapping purposes of use. This change petition would consolidate those places of use and make them consistent under both permits. It would also enlarge the place of use by about 70,506 acres to bring the total to 205,376 acres. As we discussed earlier under the FER, there is no environmental impact associated with this change. These changes really are to bring it, the permit current to correspond to current service areas and the current uses under existing conditions. So moving on to the protection of downstream water rights. So one really important thing that the order does is to incorporate technical amendments that were agreed upon in a 2002 settlement agreement between the users of the Kachumer project water and those senior downstream water right holders. It was a very important agreement. It resolved years of conflict over what those protections needed to be. It is a very ideal situation to have the parties work out their differences and come to resolution, and our order incorporates those changes that the board has been asked to make in reclamations permits, which will make that settlement effective upon the board's adoption of this order. So the next really important thing that the order would do would increase public trust protections. So one of the main reasons why we're making changes to the order is a result of the San Ynez steelhead population. Historically, the San Ynez River population has had 20 to 30,000 adults. It has significantly declined since the building of Bradbury Dam. It has a population size of less than 100 adults today. It was listed as in danger of extinction in 1997. We have Fish and Game Code Section 5937, which is a legislative expression of protections for public trust resources. That section requires that dam owners keep fish below the dam in good condition. Good condition is not defined within the Fish and Game Code. However, our order has developed 3 different criteria to look at good condition. The three areas are individual, population, and community. Steelhead are currently not a good condition at the population and community levels. And it is believed that one of the main limiting factors is a reduced amount of rearing habitat for juveniles that is resulting in the significantly reduced number of steelhead. So there are really only 2 relevant alternatives left. The biological opinion, which is termed within the FEIR Alternative 3C. It is the current operating criteria since 2000, and it really focuses on measures needed to just avoid jeopardy, prevent the species from going extinct. Alternative 5C is an alternative that would require the biological opinion in all years, with the exception of requiring slightly higher flows in wetter years, and that is measured by inflow into Lake Cachuma. So when you have inflow greater than 33,707 acre feet, that would be considered an above normal year, and these additional higher flows would be required. And the intent is to provide additional rearing habitat to help the very, very diminished condition of these steelhead. One other point I'd like to make is that when the board was first evaluating whether to consider additional alternatives, it was presented with these wetter flows in all years, and in order to minimize the water supply impacts, it chose to look at an alternative that only required these additional flows in wet and above normal years in order to minimize those water supply effects. So since the biological opinion has been in effect since 2000, the conditions for the steelhead have improved. However, they are still at very critical levels. The number of adults captured since 2005, the maximum amount was 16 adults, and current flow conditions are really insufficient to restore and keep steelhead in good condition as required by our public trust obligations. So the other alternative, which is to require slightly higher flows, is the option that was selected within the draft order. It would provide the greatest benefit to rearing habitat amongst the alternatives considered. It increases spawning habitat by as much as 25% and rearing habitat by as much as 14%. It more closely resembles the natural flow conditions and will be more protective of the native fish. Unfortunately, there are water supply impacts associated with Alternative 5C. However, there are no appreciable effects on water supplies during wet or above normal years. The only time that there are shortages associated with these increased flow releases is under critically dry periods. And so the FER looked at the shortage amount when compared to 2020, 2030 demands. And in that most critical dry period, which was 1951, it would have a shortage of 1,511 acre feet when compared to the biological opinion. And under the 3-year critical drought period, the most critical 3 years in the period of record, it would reduce the water supply of a little under 4,000 acre feet. So these shortages could require new sources of water, and they could potentially result in significant impacts. So one of the things that the order requires is for a study of Table 2 flows to be completed by reclamation. We have what we think will result in improvements to the quality and quantity of the habitat. We think it will result in better conditions for the fish, but it's really important for us to make sure that that actually happens. We have modeled results, but we want to make sure that that's actually happens. So we're requiring reclamation to study the effects of the higher flows, to study whether we actually see those improvements in quantity and quality. We want to know if there's other issues that arise as a result of requiring the flows that we didn't anticipate. And we also want reclamation to look if there's potentially other flow schedules that might be more beneficial and have other beneficial effects to maximize the uses of water. And that study is due following the 5th year of implementation of the higher flows. So a year after that 5th year, what above normal conditions, we'd like to see, we're requiring that study to be submitted to us. Not going to spend a whole lot of time on the monitoring and reporting requirements. Reclamation submit a plan requiring the, showing how they're going to comply with the flow requirements. We did some changes requested under comments to post the data that they're receiving on the flow records. We want reclamation to continue the monitoring program that they've been doing under the biological opinion to ensure that data moving forward is comparable to data in the past. We want them to submit annual reports. We'd like them to confer with the memory units on whether they need to reevaluate safe yield. And we're requiring the reclamation to require the memory units to implement their urban water management plans and submit annual status reports on new and conserved water supplies so that when we would have to revisit Kachuma, which will happen, we'll have a better idea of what the situation is, have an updated idea of the supply, the demand, and potential options in terms of bringing the steelhead back to safe condition. And so that kind of leads us into our next slide, which is the study plan and study requirements. So in addition to studying the Table 2 flows, which will help the steelhead, we're also interested in a more comprehensive idea of what it's going to take to bring them back to good condition. So the order requires 3 main areas of study at a minimum. One is to investigate passage around the dam. There is a significant number of habitat above the dam, and ultimately one of the most successful ways of bringing the steelhead back may be achieving passage around Bradbury Dam. We're also requiring reclamation to look at what the flows are that are required to bring steelhead back to good condition, and also to look at predation of non-native species. One of the areas that we talked about under good condition is where the steelhead are in relation to the community. Predation was cited as a significant cause of the community aspect of good condition not being achieved. So we're asking them to look at predation and potential options that we can potentially implement those measures to improve steelhead on a community basis. The study plan of the timing and the studies is due in 6 months, and each study has a report that's due 1 year after it's completed. And then we're requiring a final summary report, hopefully of a comprehensive plan that will bring the steelhead back to good condition 1 year after all the studies are completed. So in summary, our draft order approves the change petition to consolidate the purposes of use and place of use. It approves and implements the technical amendments from the 2002 settlement agreement to protect downstream water right holders. It improves protection of public trust resources with requiring the higher in-stream flows. And State Water Board staff recommend the State Water Board adopt the draft order with the change sheet, number 1, which includes the minor typographical corrections to our adjusted table 4-25A. But before we turn it over, we wanted to kind of just run through really quickly the timeline for the draft order. We released it in September 2016. We set a comment deadline of essentially 60 days out. We received a number of comments, and the staff did our best to make most of the changes that were within the scope of staying true to what we thought what the evidence supported we needed to do. We released that revised draft in March of 2019, had an additional comment deadline of about 60 days, and we did not receive a number of new comments. So that's why on September 6th, when we released the revised draft order for the second time, it had only minor changes made to the draft at that point. One of the requests during the second comment period was whether we should investigate implementing drought off-ramp alternatives into the draft order. And there were two that staff were directed to propose. One was an automatic that would be implemented when the conditions were met, and the other was one that had to be requested and approved by the executive director or deputy director. And the conditions were really the off-ramp would trigger when there was an additional inflow into Lake Cachuma. So rather than triggering at 33,707 acre feet, the trigger for releasing those additional flows would now be 70,000 acre feet. Staff do not recommend the drought off-ramps. It prolongs the drought conditions for the endangered steelhead. The biological opinion flows alone are not expected to result in good condition, and this would reduce the number, it would delay and potentially and stop the additional higher flows, the wetter flows from being implemented in certain years. It would definitely do that for certain months. And there are other water supply options available to the folks that would be would be impacted from the reduction in supply as a result of those additional flows. And finally, in case of an emergency, a temporary urgent change petition would be available if necessary. So with that, we're more than happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, this concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buckman. Any initial questions from fellow board members before I move on to public comment? And then I will move on to public comment and request Kevin O'Brien to join us first from the Cachuma Conservation Release Board. And I have two items here. You have both 7 and 8, so you can take combined how much time you need, Mr. O'Brien. Thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, and good morning. It's good to be back before the board. I'm Kevin O'Brien, representing the Cachuma Conservation Release Board, which, as the board is aware, is a joint powers agency consisting of Goleta Water District, the City of Santa Barbara, and Montecito Water District. Those three entities provide a significant portion of the municipal water supply to the approximately 200,000 residents of the South Coast. And this Cachuma project supply is a very important part of their overall water supply mix. Governor Newsom, in his initial State of the State address back in February, made the comment that California, in terms of water, needs to get past the old binaries. And the old binaries are farmers versus environmentalists, north versus south. And I think in this proceeding, I would add one to that, and that's cities versus fish. Because I can assure the board that the three members that make up CCRB are firmly committed to the notion of recovery of steelhead in the San Ynez River. And that's not just talk. They have spent literally millions of dollars over the last 20 years hiring some of the best fisheries biologists on the planet and developing plans and implementing projects on the ground. So I just want to make that clear. What we're here to do today is to consider an order that's been a long time in the making. And I do want to thank both the board and particularly Member Dodek, who was involved in the hearing a number of years ago now, and also Mr. Buckman and your staff, who I know have put a lot of work into this. And these are not easy problems. But I think the concern we have, just to put it in a nutshell, is that the order that's before the board today, first of all, does have some problems with it from our standpoint. And I want to call out 4 particular problems. Number 1 is the order's handling of the City of Santa Barbara's desalinization plant, which has recently come online. And I want to refer to the board specifically to a letter that was submitted in this proceeding by Rebecca Bjork, the Public Works Director of the city, dated May 29th, 2019. And I'm just going to read a brief passage from that letter. Ms. Bjork says, the facility, referring to the desalinization facility, is a critical part of Santa Barbara's diverse water supply portfolio, which also includes surface water from Gibraltar and Cachuma reservoirs, local groundwater, recycled water, imported water from the State Water Project, and a long-standing, robust conservation program. Santa Barbara manages all of these sources conjunctively to provide a safe and reliable water supply to its ratepayers. If adopted, the revised draft order will necessarily upset Santa Barbara's water supply planning efforts and result in environmental consequences that have not been properly explored. Secondly, we have a concern with the additions that were made to the order that reference the 2016 biological opinion.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. O'Brien, but just on that first point, what about the handling of the desal plant? I don't think that was very clear from the comment or the quote what was wrong with the handling of the desal
I think the concern both of the city and of CCRB is that there seems to be an assumption in the order and the environmental document that the water from the desal plant would be available essentially to mitigate water supply impacts from the order. And I think Ms. Bjork's point is this is the city of Santa Barbara's plant. It paid for the plant. That water is not available generally to mitigate water supply impacts to others involved in this proceeding, and that has not been adequately analyzed under CEQA. So the second point is that there were references added to the order to the 2016 draft biological opinion that was prepared by the National Marine Fisheries Service. That biological opinion has been withdrawn, and we submitted as part of our comments a letter that confirms that. So that opinion is not relevant to this proceeding. It really has no standing in this proceeding. There's a new Section 7 process underway. CCRB and the other local interests are actively involved in that process. We're working very actively with the Bureau of Reclamation and the National Marine Fisheries Service to try to come up with a plan that really works. And so referring to that biological opinion and bringing that into this record, I think only confuses an already complicated situation. Third, we have a concern about the delegation of authority to the executive director with respect to any future changes in the flow regime. And I know that this is an ongoing issue in terms of the board's desire to build some flexibility into its water right orders. We simply think there needs to be some process around that before the executive director simply changes the flow regime. We appreciate the fact that the board did add language to the order that requires CEQA analysis. I think that's a plus, but we think there should at least be some kind of hearing process. And finally, we have serious concerns about the order's provisions relating to the study of fish passage around Bradbury Dam. And Mr. Buckman referred to that in his presentation. I expect you'll hear from the Bureau of Reclamation about that. We don't think there's legal authority for that. We think that the Bureau of Reclamation's legal authority is quite constrained in relation to such a study, and that would create a serious legal issue with the order. So what are we asking the board to do this morning? And I'd like to have Ms. Townsend put up the timeline, if you could, just briefly. This is a timeline of the most recent phase of this proceeding, starting with the notice of hearing in 2000 up to the present. There were earlier proceedings back into the 80s and 90s that we haven't included on this timeline. But the point I'd like to focus on in particular is the fact that the board, if it takes action today, would be taking action on a final environmental impact report that's almost 8 years old. It was issued back in December of 2011, and then we had the hearings before Board Member Dodek in 2012. And the purpose of me bringing this up is not to be critical of the board in terms of how long it's taken. I think we're all aware of the fact that you had a pretty serious drought in the interim and other things. But the real point I want to make is this is an old EIR, and things have changed in that watershed significantly. We've had, frankly, a drought of record. We've had significant wildfires that have changed the geomorphology of the stream system. We've developed new tools, modeling tools for understanding the hydrology of the watershed. And we've done a lot of work on basically what it's going to take to help the steelhead and the San Ynez River survive and prosper. And CCRB has been very involved with that work, as have the other local interests. So what we are really suggesting to the board today is that rather than adopt the order, send this back for supplementation of the EIR. That will probably take a year to a year and a half to finish. We understand that. We're not generally a big fan of delay, but we think it is important to get it right and to make sure that EIR adequately analyzes the various issues that need to be analyzed. We think that would also give the other process, the Section 7 process, a chance to move forward. And it's certainly possible that out of that process there will be essentially a comprehensive solution developed. That's our goal. I'm not going to stand up here and promise you that will happen, but that's our goal, and we're working very hard to try to achieve that. So that's what we're suggesting, respectfully. Again, we appreciate the time, and I would finally, this is more of a procedural matter, but I would request that the board make a ruling on our objections to the references to the 2016 BIOP and the request by Center for Biological Diversity to include the 2016 draft BIOP in the administrative record. We submitted a letter dated September 13th, 2019 that made several objections to that, and I think just in order that the record be clear, there should ultimately be a ruling on that. Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien.
I have a few questions. So if we could focus on the authority, the delegated authority to make adjustments to the flow regime, could you talk a little bit more about your concerns on that going forward, assuming no compromise is reached locally? So maybe talk about it if there is an updated biological opinion or no updated biological opinion versus a compromise that is put forth as a result of local efforts working with state and federal agencies.
The concern, Board Member D'Adamo, is really one of process. Historically, the board has, with respect to modifications of water rights, typically conducted quasi-adjudicatory hearings, evidentiary hearings, and that's certainly what was done in this case. And our concern with the order the way it's written is it seems to give the executive director fairly broad discretion, subject to CEQA compliance, to modify the regime based on new information. We don't have a problem with that in concept, but we think there needs to be some process around that because, as the board is well aware, reasonable experts can disagree about these types of issues. And we think there ought to be an evidentiary process so that whatever evidence the executive director is proposing to rely on would be subject to cross-examination. We would have the opportunity to present our own experts to give the board a full view of the issues, and then the board could, or the executive director, if the board chose to delegate, could make the final determination. So it's a process issue.
Maybe if I could add in there the new Office of Administrative Hearings, is that something that you may have contemplated
Yes.
in your suggestions?
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Steve Torgiani from the San Ynez River Water Conservation District. Sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
Yeah, it's Steve Torgiani. I think you got it right. On behalf of the San Ynez River Water Conservation District. First of all, the parent district appreciates all the effort the board and staff have put into the draft order, and not only that, but all the CEQA process, as was indicated in the presentation. The CEQA dates back to 1998, and there's been draft EIRs, revised draft EIRs, second revised draft EIRs, final EIR. There's been a lot of CEQA involved in this process. As you may be aware, the parent district's main concern is with downstream water rights, not only senior water rights downstream that have been affected or could be impacted by the dam, but also replenishment of downstream groundwater, alluvial basins and groundwater basins, percolating groundwater basins going down to Lompoc. These issues, of course, date back to 1958. When the first the permits for the project were issued, and at that time, it set in course the studies for what is the appropriate amount of releases for downstream water rights, and that led to the Water Rights Order 7337, which included a release regime with above Narrows account and a below Narrows account. And that was amended with Water Rights Order 8918. And then subsequent to that, there were hearings in 2000, adjudicatory, quasi-adjudicatory type hearings. And then the parties, the downstream interests, and this is importantly, there were issues with the project potentially having water quality impacts and water quantity impacts, and the downstream interests and the member units and supported by Reclamation entered into 2002 settlement agreement. And that settlement agreement proposed some technical amendments, which include releasing water rights downstream, not only for downstream water rights, but conjunctively with fish releases. And then also technical amendments to mix state water project water with releases from the dam to deal with water quality impacts. And so the parent district is very appreciative that the draft order adopts those technical amendments and continues the 8918 release criteria, because the settlement agreement essentially has avoided threats of litigation and has kept peace on the river for 20 or so years. So we're very appreciative of that in the draft order and very supportive. One of the issues that we don't think is necessary that's included in the draft order is it requires studies to potentially reevaluate 8918 and the ANA and the BNA. I'm talking about paragraph 19, subparagraph 5 and 24.6 that require further studies. The downstream interests do not. I mean, we think this issue has been studied as to the appropriate releases for downstream water rights long enough, frankly. A lot of money, probably millions of dollars, have been invested in studies. And now we have an order that I think can create some kind of finality on that issue for my client and those downstream, including Lompoc and the other communities that rely upon downstream water rights releases. However, if what the board actually adopts is an order that does include studies, what we are asking for, and we asked for actually the parent district to be able to have input into the study that was in the prior draft order, which is in paragraph 19, subparagraph 5. And the board actually, the staff actually included language to allow the downstream interests or stakeholders to have input into that study. But in our latest comments, there was no similar language for the study to evaluate whether the timing of water rights releases in 8918 should be revised. And so we'd asked for similar language that interested parties be able to have input. And in particular, the parent district and its consultant, Stetson Engineers, practically have been involved in developing and working on the studies all the way dating back to 1958 to the present day. And so I think it makes eminent sense, and the studies potentially could be meaningless without their input. You know, there's the entities that actually manage the downstream water rights releases and are intimately familiar with the complex criteria in 8918 and the ANA and the BNA. So with that, again, I thank the board and staff for your time and effort in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'll call up
Chair
Mr.
Escobar?
Yes.
From our perspective, we want to make sure that we are able to thoroughly consider each comment and that we're able to respond to the questions we're hearing. From our perspective, it would be easier to do that if we can respond at the end of each speaker's time. That way we're not jotting down notes while the next person is talking.
I think that's a good point. And
Thank you.
Are there any comments you would like to make after the last commenter?
So first on the issue of the desalination plant, I think there's some confusion here to clear up. We are dealing with a closed record on this issue. So as far as we know, in the universe of facts that staff considered making the draft order, the desal plant is not operational. We did look at what the hypothetical output of the plant would be if it were operational. There's a section of the order that talks about that, and that's part of the support for a requirement in the order that right holder provide periodic updates on alternative sources of supply. But we are not making any decisions in the order about allocation of the desal plant. And in fact, the statement of overriding considerations for this order assumes that the desal plant is non-operational. So I think it's important to clear that up. In terms of the concern about the passage study, I think that we may have more to say about that when we hear comments from Reclamation, but certainly our understanding at this stage is that the Bureau is authorized by the Reclamation Act of 1902, and specifically Section 8 of that statute, codified at 43 U.S.C. Section 383, to comply with state water law, including the terms and conditions of water rights issued by the state of California. This was addressed in the case of United States versus California, 438 United States Reporter, page 645 and thereafter. So we understand that there may be some, for any of the studies that we are requiring, we understand that the Bureau may need to go to Congress and request funding. And we're certainly happy to contribute to that process, however it may be necessary. But for today, we're just setting a permit requirement for them to meet, consistent with the Reclamation Act of 1902.
So the buy-up. We included a number of informational documents that could be useful to Reclamation when preparing the studies, and the BIOP is one of them. There's no requirement to use the BIOP. There's no requirement to implement the BIOP. There's only a requirement to consider it when putting together the information on the studies. So it could be very useful to them. It could have information that would help guide the improvements that can be made in the areas to focus on the study, and that's the extent of the requirement to consider the 2016 draft BIOP.
So the BIOP is not part of the record. We did receive comments from NIMS saying that, while you were working on this, we did a BIOP and we think it's really interesting. I'm paraphrasing, but I think that's a fair paraphrase. And so we have noted in the order in a couple places that we received a comment letter indicating that there's a document. That document is not part of the record, but it's part of the universe of fisheries science that the parties could think about while they're working out the study plans that the order requires. So it's not part of the record, but it's referenced as part of our discussion of the Fish Agency's comments. On the question of delegation to the executive director, this may be one where some additional back and forth to make sure that we're talking about the same issue would be helpful. But my understanding of the draft order is that there's a process to modify Table 2 flows if NIMS, CDFW, and the right holder agree. The executive director can reject the proposed modification. That would preserve the status quo. And then in terms of process, the right holder or the fish agencies or any interested party would have the ability to request reconsideration of that decision. That would be elevated to the board, and that would provide the opportunity for hearing while the status quo has been preserved. So rather than, if there's controversy about a proposed modification to the flow schedule, you would keep the existing flow schedule that you've modified today. You're authorizing your staff, your executive director, to preserve that approved flow schedule until a public hearing can demonstrate to your satisfaction on reconsideration that a different flow schedule would be possible or advisable. In terms of the comment about the additional studies of the effects of of the fish flows on potentially making water available for downstream water right holders, I think this is a case where we agree with the stakeholders that water rights allocation in California is not a rigid binary. It's really more of a spectrum. We would like to study whether these new flows offer a benefit and make it easier to meet existing obligations to senior right holders. We think that's useful information to have, so we would, as staff, prefer that we keep that study plan.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver.
Sorry, can you respond to that, to the last point about whether interested parties are included in the study for all portions?
So there's two different studies. I think that the study that they were referring to initially, we did add that Reclamation had to discuss with stakeholders any changes to the ANA, BNA, which is the accounting mechanism for the downstream water right holders. The study that does not include consideration or input from other stakeholders other than the fishery agencies responsible for ultimately protecting the steelhead is those in-stream flows that would be studied to protect them specifically. And that study is limited to only the agencies that are responsible for those protections. And the right holder.
Thank you again. We'll move to call up Steve Anderson, the Santa Ynez River Water Conservation District ID number 1, who will be followed by Nancy Murray from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. We represent ID1, the Improvement District, and ID1's in an interesting position here because they are both a water rights holder of downstream water rights as well as a Kachuma member unit, so they receive water from the project, so we have a balance there to deal with. We very much appreciate the board's technical amendments related to the settlement agreement and the protection of downstream water rights. We are very much in support of that. We appreciate your staff's efforts in putting that language together. That's very helpful to us. With respect to the off-ramp that was discussed earlier about drought conditions, there was a distinction there about 33,700 acre-feet of storage versus 70,000 acre-feet. I would just point out to the board that To the extent that automatic drought off-ramp that was suggested in your last order was approved, it provides a lot of flexibility both for retaining water for future drought years for both steelhead releases and some flexibility in terms of water rights deliveries. So you might look at that a little bit more closely. The analysis that Stetson did on that shows that the potential impacts there's great deal of benefit potential for fish and for water deliveries, and very little chance of adverse impact associated with that. There's a whole technical study that's been provided to you. Overall, ID1 is not in favor of delay on this project and on this order. We appreciate all the work that's been done. We realize it's taken 20 years to get to this point, and we certainly appreciate all the comments from our fellow stakeholders, but there's got to be a point in time where we get to the end of this process, and we think we're probably there now. So again, thank you very much for the hard work of you and your staff. We appreciate it.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
So I appreciate your comments regarding a drought off-ramp. What I'm not quite following is how that drought off-ramp might provide flexibility for fish releases in the future. So could you, I see how it could provide water supply impact relief, but not so sure on the fishery benefits.
Sure, I'll take my lawyer stab at that, but we do have our technical consultants here who could explain it a lot better to me. But the big idea here is if you have a couple of drought years and you're compelled to release water out of the reservoir at any time there's 33,700 acre feet or so that reaches, well then all that water is not available for potential storage and release in the following year for the protection of fish should that drought continue. So that's the big notion here, is that save the water, and what we've seen is the provision of that water, that increment of water in, let's say, year one, doesn't incrementally benefit the fish that much in comparison to if you stored that water and potentially had it available for release in the following year. And then it also provides a water delivery flexibility because there is that extra water, and who knows, maybe there's not a fourth drought year in a row. So that's my view of it, although the technical folks could explain it a lot better than me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Nancy Murray from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Then I have a tranche of 4 speakers from CalTrout.
Good morning. I'm going to keep my comments short because the department has submitted numerous comment letters in a 20-year-long process. We do appreciate all the effort by Water Board staff, really a lot of time and effort into this draft proposed order, and we encourage the Water Board to adopt the order without further ado. We appreciate that the final draft order takes a step forward toward the protection of public trust resources in the San Ynez River. However, water releases in wet and above normal years is not protective of public trust resources, and we just do not want to have a precedent that says that 2 water year types would be protective. So we're not requesting changes to the order at this point, but we're just asking that and put in comment in writing that that is not what we would consider precedential for what is protective of public trust resources. And we believe at this point it's just time to get started on the studies and the monitoring, and that the fish passage study plan is a very important part of that. We agree with Water Board staff that there's ample authority for the board, for the Bureau to not only do the study, but implement the study. One final comment, beavers, we've said it before, they are not an invasive species. We commented, it's still in the study plan. We just hope that the Bureau does prioritize actual invasive species when they are doing their study plans. We believe that the order, as we understand it, gives the deputy director quite a bit of latitude to look at the study plan and to adjust it. That's how we understand the order. Sometimes it refers to the deputy director having an authority to elongate time lanes. I think the deputy director can also adjust timelines, reprioritize. It's our understanding is that we read that the deputy director can look at the study plan, and if you can count on our comment, if beavers are at the top of the list, that we think that maybe that should not be the first supposedly invasive species studied. So again, we believe that the staff has put in a lot of work toward this, appreciate it, and believe that it should be adopted without further delay. Questions?
No questions. Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. Really appreciated. Next up is Russell Marlowe from California Trout Incorporated, and who will be followed by Maggie Hall.
Good board, Chair. Thank you for your time today. Russell Marlowe, I'm Program Manager with Ventura Office at California Trout. California Trout has been a formal party to the Kachuma Project proceedings and involved in the case since 1990. Organization is represented here today by Environmental Defense Center. I'll address Cal Trout's history and role in this matter, and EDC will address our specific comments on the order. Overall, we support the order with minor revisions and urge the board to adopt to ensure the protections for endangered southern steelhead can be implemented as soon as possible. Cal Trout's a nonprofit river conservation organization with substantial interest in public trust resources, San Ynez River, including endangered southern steelhead, and the order recognizes steelhead are in dire condition in need of updated management changes to protect the species. Since the construction of Bradbury Dam, steelhead population in San Ynez River has plummeted by 99%. Our organization is focused on the protection of steelhead as a public trust resource throughout these proceedings. Specifically, during the board's 2003 Phase 2 hearing, Cal Trout submitted evidence supporting what in-stream flow requirements and other measures are necessary to protect the public trust resource, and what water conservation measures could be implemented to avoid or minimize impacts to ecosystem function and processes. We argue that in order to meet public trust objectives, the board should, 1, implement the in-stream flow schedule identified in Alternative 3A2 as modified to reduce flows during only the driest 20% of years, along with the studies to verify that these flows improve habitat complexity, availability, and steelhead populations. We also, 2, we require a study to evaluate fish passage to restore historic habitat conditions above the dam. And 3, requires certain additional studies regarding water conservation and modification to the downstream water right release schedules. In addition, we support the adaptive management approach to implementation, and the studies will support that process as well. On December 9, 2016, Cal Trout submitted comments generally supporting the draft order, but suggested certain changes. The staff incorporated many of our proposals and further revisions that bolster the goal of protecting endangered southern steelhead as a public trust resource while also ensuring adequate water supplies. Cal Trout supports the draft order approach of requiring an improved flow regime with a study to determine the effects of flows and additional studies, including a study of fish passage to further improve habitat conditions for endangered southern steelhead and passage corridor connectivity. With the revisions requested in our prior written comments and emphasized in the testimony today, we urge the board to adopt the order without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Maggie Hall, who will be followed by, Brian, and I'll practice pronouncing your last name. Ms. Hall.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Maggie Hall, staff attorney at the Environmental Defense Center, appearing today on behalf of California Trout. I'll be followed by Brian Troutwine, and then Linda Kropp, also of EDC. First, we'd like to thank staff for all of your incredible work on this very important matter for many years. And we are excited to be here today to urge the board to adopt the current draft order for the Kachuma project with minor requested revisions that we've detailed in our written comments and emphasizing in our oral testimony here today. The order is essential to protecting the critically imperiled remnant population of steelhead in the San Ynez River, both as a public trust resource and to restoring the species to good condition under the law. We support the order's fundamental approach of requiring an improved flow regime and studies to evaluate additional measures to protect steelhead, including the potential for fish passage. First, we support the order's background section with its many references to the record evidencing the dire condition of steelhead and the support for needed management changes. For example, the order highlights the importance of habitat both above the dam and below the dam. It appropriately references sources of current scientific information to be used in implementing the order, including the recovery plan for steelhead, as well as the 2016 draft biological opinion. Finally, the order importantly cites to the work of the Pacific Institute, which identified that an additional 5,000 to 7,000 acre-feet of water per year can be conserved using existing technologies. CalTrout also supports the specific conditions of the order, which provide for essential requirements to protect steelhead and ensure meaningful implementation. Specifically, we support the studies explained in Condition 24 to evaluate measures necessary to keep steelhead in good condition. The study addressing options for fish passage is especially important because passage would connect steelhead to habitat that is critical to its life cycle. Likewise, we support the in-stream flow study that includes an assessment of the timing of downstream water rights releases. However, while the fish passage study is subject to a deadline of 24 months, the in-stream flow study and the effects of predation studies are not subject to a similar deadline, and they should be. We request a deadline of no later than 3 years for those studies as well. Those are found at conditions 24B and C. In addition, we support the role that the order establishes for the expert wildlife agencies, CDFW and NIMS. For example, it only allows for a reduction in the Table 2 flows if the wildlife agencies determine that flows are likely to harm the fishery at Condition 16. We also support Condition 17, which requires annual meetings and consultation with the wildlife agencies regarding plans, studies, and reports. Finally, we support conditions in the order that provide for clear monitoring and reporting requirements, as well as the public transparency and posting online of information. And those are found at Conditions 16, 22, and 25, for example. Especially important is the requirement to post in-stream flow records online on as close to a real-time basis as feasible. All of these terms are essential to ensuring the protection of steelhead, and we urge the board to adopt the order with CalTrout's suggested revisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to call Brian Troutwain, BDF. Mr. Troutwain.
Thank you and good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm Brian Troutwine with the EDC. I'm Environmental Analyst and Watershed Program Coordinator with the EDC. First, the operation of the Kachuma project has violated the public trust doctrine and the fish and game codes for many years by reducing flows needed for steelhead and blocking access to the vast majority of the watershed, including the highest quality habitats located upstream from Kachuma in the Los Padres National Forest. The steelhead run size in the river dropped from between 13 and 25,000 fish before Bradbury Dam to less than 1% of that after dam construction. The inadequate flows in the 2000 biological opinion have not increased the steelhead run size in 19 years, so are clearly ineffective at protecting steelhead. The Bureau allowed the required Hilton Creek watering system to fail at least 13 times since 2013, resulting in mortality of over 360 resident steelhead, and has still not fixed the Hilton Creek watering system. Second, we applaud the board's efforts to establish a new flow regime to increase habitat for steelhead. This is a significant step in the right direction. However, evidence in the record supports an even stronger flow regime as necessary to keep steelhead in good condition and to protect public trust resources. Specifically, CalTrout recommended that the board consider alternative 3A2 from the 1995 Kachuma contract renewal EIR-EIS, modified to revert back to the 2000 biological opinion flows only during critical drought years. The flows recommended in the order, however, would not be as protective. They would provide the beneficial Table 2 flows in only 2 of 5 water year types, while providing the insufficient Table 1 flows in 3 of 5 water year types. Accordingly, CalTrout requested in comments on the draft order that Condition 19.4, which addresses whether benefits to steelhead can be maximized through an alternative flow schedule, should include alternative 3A2 modified. And I'll reiterate that CalTrout requests that Condition 19.4 be modified to specifically include an evaluation of alternative 3A2 modified as recommended by CalTrout. Third, CalTrout opposes the harmful drought off-ramp alternatives. They would undermine the very purpose of this order. Steelhead runs vary with rainfall. Their populations drop during droughts. The period immediately following droughts is a critical time for steelhead to rebuild their population. The new and unstudied drought off-ramp alternative is the worst case scenario for steelhead. It would essentially extend drought-like conditions for steelhead and prevent the very flows that are needed for the steelhead to rebuild their populations after the droughts. These drought off-ramp alternatives are not needed because any potential water supply impacts will be substantially mitigated by conservation measures and alternatives discussed in the revised draft order and in the final EIR. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Linda Kropp from Environmental Defense Center on behalf of CalTrout.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Linda Kropp. I'm the Chief Counsel of the Environmental Defense Center here on behalf of CalTrout. I will address 4 issues. First, Condition 34 regarding the reserved authority to amend reclamations permits if water use reductions are not adequate. Second, the drought off-ramp alternatives from a legal perspective. 3, the requested reliance on the upcoming biological opinion. And 4, the trigger for reopening the permit. First, Condition 34 requires reclamation to modify its 1996 contract with the Santa Barbara County Water Agency, if necessary, to require the member units to implement measures contained in their urban water management plans. We think it's important and we support the provision in the draft order that requires oversight of this process, including the reserved authority for the Deputy Director to amend reclamations permits. However, the way the order is worded now, it's a discretionary reservation of authority, and if the changes need to be made, if the water reductions aren't adequate, then we want to make sure that the Deputy Director has the authority, and that could be, considered by your board as well, to require changes in those contracts. This assurance is required by CEQA because mitigation measures must be both effective and enforceable. Second, the proposed drought off-ramp alternatives must be rejected, and we appreciate staff's position on this issue. Under CEQA, alternatives must avoid or substantially lessen impacts and must attain the basic project objectives. The drought off-ramp alternatives fail both of these tests. They would increase rather than decrease impacts, and they would not attain the project objective of protecting public trust resources, so they should not be considered by your board. Third, and actually on that topic, we thought it was interesting that some of the parties, some of the water agencies opine that Alternative 1, which is a discretionary process, would require CEQA review. Well, if Alternative 1 requires CEQA review, Alternative 2 does as well, because although the process is different, the impacts are the same. So if you were to adopt Alternative 2 today, you'd have to delay your action to conduct environmental review, and we would recommend that you not do that. Third, the Bureau and CCRB ask that the board rely on the upcoming biological opinion, and yet the Bureau itself withdrew from that consultation process. So there is no upcoming biological opinion. It's been more than a year since the Bureau withdrew its proposal back in June 2018, and the Bureau still has not even submitted a biological assessment to NIMS. So we don't think it makes sense to wait for that. So finally, we urge your board to adopt the order today, including our requests that, number 1, studies required pursuant to conditions 24B and C be completed within 3 years, as Ms. Hall recommended. Otherwise, there's no deadlines, and so there's no required timeline for those studies. Second, that the study required under condition 19.4 include consideration of alternative 3A2 as modified, also as Ms. Hall referenced. And then third, we request that the board schedule a hearing within 6 years of adoption of the order so that all of the studies, reports, and monitoring can be reviewed in total, and that the public will have access to a comprehensive analysis, and your board can look at whether or not any modifications are required at that point in time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Before you move forward, I wanted to ask if staff wanted to respond to any of those points, especially Ms. Kropp's first point.
So on the deadline issue, right? So for us, I think that's a policy call for you, whether or not to require them. What we drafted was intended to allow flexibility for the executive director and your staff and the parties as they implement this. But I think that we're certainly, if you'd like to go in a different direction, we're certainly open to looking at that more closely.
I believe Ms. Kropp's first point was with respect to the deputy director. Now I'm drawing a blank. Ms. Kropp, please remind me your first point. It was she thought it was discretionary upon the deputy director to exercise the authority delegated to the board. Please.
Thank you. And the staff referenced one of our other recommendations. My first request regarded condition 34, which reserves authority to require the Bureau of Reclamation to modify the contracts.
Exactly. That was the one. Yeah. My reading of that particular term was that it was a direction to the deputy director. And I believe Ms. Kropp's interpretation was that the deputy director had the flexibility of deciding whether or not to do that. Perhaps that's one thing that you can look into as we continue.
Yeah, I think the language states that the board reserves authority to require additional conditions. I don't think it's the deputy director. We can project the language if it would be helpful with any of these terms as we're considering any potential modifications. Perhaps Janine or Courtney could pull the actual order up and scroll down to the order.
So it's page 145 of the version of the draft order without tracked changes.
If I understand it correctly, I was not suggesting that there be a change made to the language. My guess is that that might be a misinterpretation or at least a different reading of the language by Ms. Kropp versus what I thought it says.
Yes, so the language says that the board reserves continuing authority to amend the permits to achieve water use reductions comparable to the member unit's water demand management measures and delegates, actually the authority is delegated to the deputy director.
That's
145?
okay. I don't think it needs to be put up. That clarifies it for me. Thank you.
So I think that the reasoning behind making the exercise of this authority the way it is so that we could be presented with any number of new facts that we're not able to anticipate based on the record, and we don't. At a staff level, we didn't want to command a particular result without the opportunity for decision makers to look at new information that might come out.
And if I can put a slightly finer point on, I completely agree with Ms. Weaver's characterization that this was designed to ensure that authority was reserved so that the board, through the deputy director, could achieve the desired reductions. I believe what Ms. Kropp was getting at is that she would actually like to have the order provide the deputy director the explicit authority to require them to amend the contracts. And I think that gets into some of the concerns that Ms. Weaver's getting at and why we want to make sure that we're taking the appropriate response when we get to that, the deadline set by condition 30 or term 34.
But it wouldn't go before the board.
As presently written, it does give the authority to that to the deputy director if necessary.
But should the deputy director exercise that delegated authority, it is then petitionable to the board for reconsideration.
That's correct. And again, I think the important thing to characterize is the specific authority being given is to achieve the water use reductions comparable to the demand management measures. And so it is a limited delegation of authority.
Any additional comment from my fellow board members or discussion on that item? Then I'd like to call up our next speaker, Michael Jackson from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. Hello, Mr. Jackson.
Morning, board. I'd request also, as Mr. O'Brien was afforded 10 minutes combining items 7 and 8, please. Thank you.
Of course.
Like to just start by saying that we did submit a letter with comments on it and hope it comes across as constructive criticism. In places, these things can be tense, and there's a lot of work we put in a lot of work. You've heard others, whether it's the environmental community or the water users, that have spent many, many hours and dollars in preparing, going through this process. And I'd like to thank the staff. I know they put a lot of work into it, and some of my comments reference that, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, including Mr. Buckman being busy, and probably others as recently as Saturday, trying to make sure the document met what the staff believes the board ought to adopt. So a couple other comments. So we got the Kachuma project back as was described earlier with Congress. We were authorized to do that back in the 50s. The fishery situation, the water supply situation was known by the state of California, by Congress, the county of Santa Barbara, and the project was done and authorized. There's monitoring going on right now. So it's not like there's no monitoring going. There are releases going in Hilton Creek right now. There are releases going from Bradbury Dam right now. We have a biological opinion, 2000, right now. That was a biological opinion that was in place when we just went through the drought of record, went through several fires, and no one's told me that there's no steelhead in that system. And so that 2000 biological opinion was durable enough to carry us through the drought of record and some serious fires. So I'll just walk through some of my comments, Reclamation's comments in the letter. And so the board at least has recognized in the document that since at least 1983, going through this process, I think we start out with a place of use concern. We do have a number of concerns, and I'll get into those now. With regard to term 24, which talks about us doing something comparable to a feasibility analysis for fish passage, contrary to where the board may be on that matter. We've submitted this comment before, that Reclamation, actually the Secretary of Interior, no bureau under the Secretary of Interior, and no person under his authority, which would be Bureau of Reclamation and me as a person under the Secretary's authority, has, excuse me, shall engage in the preparation of any feasibility study under reclamation law with respect to any water resource project unless the preparation of such feasibility report has been specifically authorized by law. So that's since 1966. So these comments are trying to avoid trouble down the road. As we sit here today, Reclamation has no intention of preparing a feasibility study based on our interpretation of the law. We tried to make that, I think we made that, that clear on what the law states, but we additionally, said that we do not have authority, it exceeds our authority. So we would be violating law if we went on with conducting a feasibility study. And it's not just feasibility for Fishback, it could be a feasibility study for any project. We must have authority for it. In addition, on the Kachuma project, that project was not authorized for fish passage, at least in terms of making structural changes to the dam. There's several other matters with regard to term 34, and while we think it's laudable that the board would be interested in our contract process and what the member units and customers of and beneficiaries of the Kachuma project are doing in terms of conservation matters, the board is not a party to the contract. The board has no direct responsibility over that contract, and they have no jurisdiction on its implementation. That is between Reclamation and the signatory to that contract, which is the Santa Barbara County Water Agency. It's not even the member units. They are not a party to that contract. So rather than suggesting that Reclamation, who must enter contracts in good faith with the parties at the negotiating table, we think that that particular term is problematic. With regard to term 35, in addition to what we believe inappropriately shifting mitigation measures from the state board to Reclamation, directs us to annually prepare a status report on the salinity plan, among the other things, that desalinization plant with the city of Santa Barbara. It tells us to look at what they find out from the water users, what they're doing for conservation measures and acquiring other water supplies. We think if the board is interested in those things, then they ought to talk directly with the parties that have intimate knowledge on that, instead of coming through Reclamation to prepare an annual report on what the member units and others are doing in terms of water conservation. Don't think that's a bad idea, just don't think it belongs in an order to Reclamation. So one of the other concerns just going through this process, it doesn't appear to us that there's much attention has been given to any of the comments we've provided. I've personally been participating in this process since December of 1997. So we've gone through through member John Brown, and Pete Silva, then on to member Dodak here, and all of you were in other capacities at that time, since that time. We're the permit holder. We're the only one that I'm aware of in this, other than the deputy director, where you're directing action to. No one else has responsibility to comply with this application. So we think our comments should be more reflected, that there was consideration given to them through the process and in the order. As I mentioned, there were last-minute changes made because the board is paying attention to the details of the order. With regard to the draft biological opinion, Reclamation withdrew its proposed action because we had a draft jeopardy opinion. What that means is they came up with another proposal to what was proposed to the National Marine Fisheries Service. So we thought there were some things in terms of saving water. There were other alternatives we could do primarily for the benefit, well, it was for the benefit of steelhead, because that's what that consultation is about. So we're just about done with revising that biological assessment, and in the upcoming months, we anticipate providing that to the National Marine Fisheries Service. And again, simply as the permit holder and water right holder, we just would hope that our comments would be given the same level of detail as others have been given. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, I have a question for you regarding, I understand what you're saying regarding your authority, but you're working on an updated biological opinion, and we heard earlier from Mr. O'Brien that there are local efforts there to restore the fishery. So I don't want to speak for you, but I would assume that that would mean that the Bureau of Reclamation is involved in those discussions. So for you to come here and say that your hands are tied and that you can't develop a feasibility study, when in order for you to move forward to protect the fishery, you're going to have to be involved in some way in studies. So could you speak to what level of commitment the Bureau has to review studies and develop studies, pay for studies? What level of commitment does the Bureau have to continue to study these issues going forward in order to provide for reasonable protection?
Thank you for the question. We can do and participate in certain studies. When it gets to feasibility, that has a special meaning in the Bureau of Reclamation. It's a very high level of competence in that study and analysis. Those things are reviewed by the Office of Management and Budget, which is an office under the White House of the President. And so that has a much higher standard in Bureau of Reclamation speak when we talk about doing a feasibility level study. Other studies, we'd have to consult with our headquarters and with our solicitor's office if we thought a study was starting to approach that level of feasibility. They're generally relatively expensive and require whatever appropriations which Congress would have to authorize and tell us we could use those monies for that purpose. But in general studies, as a general matter, we can participate in.
Can staff comment on this? Is feasibility meant the feasibility study, as we know the congressional process in order to get the authority and the appropriation, or is this a more general term in the order?
So I think that I don't, standing here today, have sufficient expertise in federal procurement law to say whether or not they would need to go to Congress for authorization. I will say that pursuant to the Reclamation Act of 1902, as codified at 43 U.S.C. Section 383, Congress has directed the Bureau to obtain water rights under state law and to comply with state law when exercising their water rights. And we're here today to look at new conditions in the Bureau's permit. That's why we're talking about actions that the Bureau is going to take and actions we want them to take instead of actions that other parties that we don't directly regulate under these permits that we're looking at here today. So I would say at a staff level, we certainly understand that folks may need to submit a proposal to Congress for funding to proceed with some of these studies. We encourage them to do that. We're happy to support them however we can. But we do, consistent with state law and consistent with the permit terms that the Bureau is obligated to comply with, it is our recommendation that we move forward today with the study plan.
Okay, and then I have another question regarding paragraphs 34 and 35. So, Mr. Jackson, you raised concerns regarding first of all, that the Bureau is not in contract with the member units, but with Santa Barbara County Water Agency. So that's one issue that you flagged. Generally speaking, I just haven't focused that much on this, and the dialogue today I find to be very helpful and at least flagging some of these issues. So generally speaking, I don't necessarily have a concern about requiring implementation of water demand management, but setting aside the concerns that you have regarding the authority of the board to require this, do you have, does the Bureau have concerns in general with water demand management measures and implementation of those measures? In other words, do you foresee a scenario in which, setting aside your other concerns, that a requirement of implementation would affect contract deliveries or, result in an unintended consequence?
I can't foresee it resulting in an unintended consequence.
Okay, so your concern is related then to the fact that the Bureau is not in contract with member units, and even if we were to limit this to the Bureau's contract with Santa Barbara County Water Agency, you would not have the ability to enforce that with respect to the member units, regardless.
That's correct. And we do have a water conservation article that we call one of our standard articles, kind of like a boilerplate article that goes in our contracts already.
What's that called again?
It's a water conservation standard article. It's like a boilerplate article. You can find them on our website, and I can get that to you, Ms. Diadama, if you would like.
All right, thank you.
So from our perspective, we're trying to achieve demand reduction. We think that conservation in the system is important given all of the different needs and all the different stressors. We are adopting permit terms for the Bureau. We are not in a position here today to go to require actions by the Bureau's contractors or subcontractors. So the order proposes that the Bureau will provide updates on contract negotiations with Santa Barbara County Water Agency, and the Bureau could bargain for Santa Barbara County Water Agency to update its contracts with its contractees to achieve these important results. The reason that we're going at this indirectly was in part in response to a comment that it was either the Bureau or the member units who raised it, to the effect that we could not require these actions directly by the member units.
Aren't the member agencies that are required to develop urban water management plans already required to implement the demand management measures in the urban water management plans by virtue of law?
That is my understanding, although the enforcement authority is with the Department of Water Resources, so they would be in a better position to advise you on specifics of implementation and enforcement efforts. But in general, there's recognition in California that conservation is important, demand management is important. We as staff think that's particularly true for this system where we have all these different stressors and all these different needs.
And I think one other piece of it is part of a desire here to sort of align the demand management plans within this particular system with an updated water rights order. And this provides an impetus to do that.
Any other, you still have 1 minute, I believe, on your clock.
I would like
Mr. Jackson, if there's any other points you'd like to make.
Thank you. I would like to do that. A lot of time has gone by, and these issues are complicated. And I hope the comments we're taking, I hear myself talking, sound like my nervous voice. I'm not trying to be nervous or anything like that, or maybe come off stronger than what my intentions are. There'll be issues coming down the road where either reclamation will need help from the board, which you did assist us during the drought, getting orders through expeditiously, and I called that former executive director, Tom Howard, personally, to thank him for whatever role he had in that and the board with getting those things done. I think here my just observation would be to be more surgical in the order. The issues are complicated, and try to resolve all the world of Kachuma problems in one order is a really big bite to take. So that would be my suggestion. If you can narrow it down and focus on things that you think are really important, you can do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments and the continued collaboration and partnership. Your comments are taken well. So, and I'm sorry if there is a sense that perhaps Reclamation's comments weren't taken as seriously by staff, but I know working with staff, that's not the case, and we really do appreciate all the comments that are provided by you. And hopefully, if we're not meeting a standard and responding directly to them, we'll try to continue to do so. So I appreciate that, Mr. Jackson.
And staff could take a minute to respond to that personally.
Of course.
We
Thank you,
definitely
Mr.
do
Wong.
value Reclamation's opinions, our comment letter. We try to respond within the order to the degree we could to all the comment letters. To the degree that Reclamation submitted a comment letter on the first draft, it was only 3 pages long. It did not have a large extent of comments. And within those 3, I think we addressed at least 2 of them and made changes to the draft order in response to them. And one was in regards to the Highway 154 monitoring requirements. We specifically altered the order in regards to that request to allow the methodology to be used in place of actual flow monitoring, as well as in the most recent draft revisions where we only made very limited changes. Specifically, one of those changes was to resolve the Reclamation's comments in regard to some confusion on our use of jeopardy. So we've done our best to try and make changes in regards to Reclamation's comments.
Appreciate it. Lastly, I'd like to call up Nick Jacobs from the City of Lompoc. And if there is anyone else out there that was intending to speak on this item and I haven't called you up, quickly get your card to Janine. But otherwise, this is our final speaker, Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Nick Jacobs and my firm represents the City of Lompoc on this matter, and we have for several decades. It is an important matter to the City of Lompoc. The Kachuma project, since its inception, has been a concern to the city. The city is downstream of the dam and reservoir and relies solely on its groundwater basin to meet the municipal water supply demand of the city. That groundwater basin's sole source of recharge is the Santa Ynez River, so this is an important matter to the city. I really just want to talk about the city's concern and with the settlement agreement that was hard fought, hard negotiated, and was a good deal. And it was predicated upon the fish releases in the 2000 biological opinion approved by NIMFS. There were statements made. The city appreciates the order incorporating many of the technical aspects of the settlement agreement. Those are important for the City of Lompoc's protection of their water rights. But there have been some statements made that the draft order incorporates the settlement, and in key respects it does not. The settlement's reliance on the water right releases or the fish releases from the 2000 biological opinion, that's alternative 3C. And that's what the parties, the contractors and Lompoc supported in this matter. The board is considering a draft order that has alternative 5C with higher fish releases. And what I'm here to say is my concern is that this settlement agreement, which involved sacrifices on the city's part and sacrifices on the part of the contractors, I am concerned that a key part of that settlement agreement is not being approved today. And that process took several decades to culminate in a settlement agreement that is workable. And I would ask the board to make sure they understand the difference between 3C and 5C and consider adopting alternative 3C. Thank you.
Any comment from staff on that?
So I think that it's a fair point in as much as it's the staff recommendation to add additional flows for the benefit of the fishery because in our judgment, the flows described in 3C are not sufficient to restore the fish to good condition, which is our mandate under the public trust doctrine in section 5937 of the Fish and Game Code. We recognize that additional efforts by the parties to plan for new conditions may be necessary, just as it is not possible for them to negotiate a settlement agreement to the effect that there would be no changes in flows from climate change or from conservation or from the reservoir silting up. It is not possible for them to negotiate a settlement agreement to the effect that there will be no changes in flows from fish conservation efforts. We're certainly, we appreciate all the work they've done to manage this river. We appreciate all the work they've done to help implement these water rights. And we look forward to working with them to help adjust to a new regulatory environment if your decision today is to move forward with adopting alternative 5C.
Any thoughts or comment from board members? Discussion?
Oh, well, as the remaining board member who was here for the hearing, but not here for the previous portion of this, which really limited the alternatives that are before us today. And I do regret that, and I now appreciate even more Mr. Lawfer's continuing admonition of not tying a future board's hands with our actions. Let me just take a moment and acknowledge all the parties who participated. I hear what you say, Mr. Jackson. The Bureau has participated, has been very, very engaged and very helpful during this entire process. And the fact that this went on for so long is certainly not your fault or anyone's fault for that matter. It's just a matter of circumstances, we'll just put it that way. And I appreciate everyone's continuing engagement. I especially appreciate the staff's hard work in drafting an order that, while may not be completely satisfactory to me, I think it is consistent with prior directions from prior boards, from prior hearing officers, and it reflects the best path forward at this time. So for those reasons, I certainly support the draft order as proposed by staff with the change sheet, with the minor correction. I am not in support of the draft off-ramp, and I would not support any additional, I could say, relaxation of what we are trying to accomplish by the increased flows in these 2-year type, which I would agree is bare minimum effort to try to accomplish the mission that we're charged with in this order. So I'm happy to move for the item, but I understand there might be other discussions, so I'll just end here. And
I appreciate that, board member.
If I can, Chair Esquivel, just before we begin the discussions, there actually are 2 items, and it would be totally at the pleasure of the board members. They obviously should take 2 separate votes with item 7 proceeding, but not knowing where the various board members may be coming out on different issues, I don't know if you want to structure your conversation so that generally there's a discussion about item 7, which is the environmental document, which is the only one that actually has a change sheet at this point in time. And then move to a discussion of item 8, or if you want to combine them together, but ultimately the motions will need to be separated at the back end.
I think let's go ahead and take up item 7 first, insofar as discussion around the report, environmental impact report, and then we can then go on to consideration item number 8. So is there any further discussion that anyone has on item 7?
Yes, for me, I just, I struggled with this one because I do have concerns on item 8. And so I just wanted to make sure that, I'm consistent in the remarks that I'll be making on item 8. But in item 8, I'm going to be talking about the drought relief term that staff had floated. It was never in an order, but staff had floated that. And I do have a number of concerns, but I think that the concerns that I have are more related to policy. And so I've decided that in reviewing the draft EIR that I'm comfortable with supporting it. But I did just want to put that on the record.
Thank you, Board Member. Yes, we'll have a further discussion here on item 8. I know that it wasn't just for the benefit of everybody that this board, contemplated and discussed at length on how to proceed, and it didn't come easy to us necessarily in this moment. So yes, on item number 7, then, if I have a motion.
I'll move for adoption of item 7 with the change sheet.
And then with one additional, I believe you heard from Mr. Buckman that the change sheet, actually the numbers in it are cross-referenced in a couple of related paragraphs that follow it. Just if the motion can include directions to conform those following paragraphs just so they reflect the numbers from the table that was changed by change sheet 1.
So included.
I just want to add that I appreciate the comments from Mr. O'Brien with regard to the age of the final EIR and of course the complexity just in dealing with the drought, and that there were a lot of unanticipated factors that led into the amount of time that it took from the 2011 finalization of that document to today. And so I am sensitive to that, and certainly that gave me great pause as to whether or not to proceed today. But in light of the circumstances and the testimony that we've heard about the AR, I am comfortable proceeding with it. And thus I will second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
It carries, and so item number 7 passes. We will move to item number 8 now, which is consideration of the actual order. And just for clarification for folks at home, that was us passing the final environmental impact report.
Okay.
Board Member Dodek, do you want to chat a bit about your concerns?
Diadamo.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Sorry.
It's not often that the two of us are.
No, I don't often toss around your names.
Well, we definitely
that
don't
way.
agree on this one, so I want to make sure that...
I confuse you so much on this item.
Yeah. Okay, so I would like to focus on the lack of a drought relief term in the order. So the draft order actually has some language in it saying that alternative 5C could exacerbate water supply shortages during critically dry years. And there's also, I was looking for it in the order, just came back from vacation, and so scrambling a little bit here, but we had some information that this order was projected in critically dry years to increase impacts on water supply by 4%. And I really was confused by that and thought, well, gee, if it's just 4%, I don't know that I really need to be concerned about drought off-ramp. And so I spent a lot of time with staff going through, probably too much time, going through these charts. As a result, I think that one error was uncovered where it showed a 94 in a certain year type, a 94% impact. So I just couldn't square that with the 4%. So after a lot of digging, I think I better understand what the water supply reductions are. And Janine, do you have, Ms. Townsend, do you have, I've got a few slides that I want to show. And so this is one slide on, it's table 417 that's in the FEIR, and on line 6 there all the way to the right, 18%. And so under 5C, we have an 18% increase in water supply reductions to the member units. And that's looking at not the most recent drought, but as this was developed, the critically dry year on record, 1951. And then if we go down further, looking at so that's based on a 2010 demand. But if we go down further to line 9, we see a 12% impact. And so I was kind of confused by that as well, because I thought, well, why is it less of an impact in the out years? And staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that in the out years, we're going to see a reduction across the board. So this is a comparative figure here to baseline. So anyway, those are two figures to put in mind. And then next slide. So looking at a 3-year period, and this is the chart where some changes were made, and that's why they're circled, not for the points that I'm making here. But on line 6, looking at the 3-year dry period of record, 1949 to 1951, again, not looking at the most recent drought of record, a 23% impact on water supply. And then if you look in 2020 to 2030 demand over on line 9, all the way to the right at the bottom on 5C, a 13% impact. So I'm not a numbers person, but those numbers, and I wouldn't be able to justify them or argue or be able to compare them to other charts and other numbers, because there's a lot of charts in the FEIR. But it's enough for me to cause me to be concerned on the impact that this will have on the member units. It's my understanding that these model figures do not account for local actions to achieve greater water supply certainty. So that's why the discussion today about potential mitigation through conservation and integrated water management. But now this gets back to the discussion earlier about why support the FEIR. I mean, at some point you can't always have a document that's the most fresh. But from a policy perspective, not looking at necessarily the adequacy of the document, there are some serious policy considerations here. It does not account for the most recent drought, and that is the driest period in recorded history. And some of us were here, I guess just 2 of us were here during that period. But our board was very focused on that. We were very concerned about what was going on with Lake Cachuma and the watershed. An emergency pumping barge had to be installed in order to access the distribution system. The Drought Task Force went down to Santa Barbara and met with local officials. We asked our staff to include Lake Cachuma in every update on water supply. We didn't initially have that reservoir included. And we also wanted to be able to track the area's water conservation efforts, and they were exemplary. But it's something that, we wanted to make sure that pressure was put on the area, because we were very concerned about the reservoir levels. Recognizing that we also were concerned that maybe they didn't start on conservation as soon as they should have. So that was, an issue for us as well. And then, while the water supplies rebounded for much of the state once the drought was over, drought conditions actually persisted. And now if you could just quickly, Ms. Townsend, go through the slides, just to refresh our memory here. Okay, so I don't have a pointer, but just looking at the little curve down there in the southern part of the state, we see that in this region, drought really persists. So if you could go forward to the next slide. So where it's extreme in the Santa Barbara region, it may not necessarily be so in the rest of the state. And then going forward, we see that it persists in the Santa Barbara region. And then currently, I think it's the last slide. Here we go. So this is an area that has a challenge and will continue to have a challenge. And then after the drought, we know, and there was some testimony here today about wildfire impacts, water quality, impacts on water supply as a result. And then also, I was on a tour in the region, and the extreme sedimentation that occurred as a result of the wildfires also impacting not just Cachuma, but other reservoirs. Even though the model doesn't account for conservation and integrated water supply management, actions that can be taken in the future, it does account for groundwater supplies. So the model accounts for 21,000 acre-feet of other water supplies that the member units have access to, including 13,500 acre-feet of local groundwater supplies. And we really can't say that the region is going to be able to rely on those groundwater supplies in the future. There are 3 subbasins that are in the process of putting together groundwater sustainability plans. We don't have it in the record. I don't have any personal knowledge, but I know enough about SGMA to know that those that are taking this seriously, they certainly are not going to see additional groundwater supplies. If anything, they're going to see a reduction in groundwater supplies in order to meet the goals of sustainability. And of course, again, this gets back to the issue of updating, whether or not we need to wait to update or have a supplemental. But just from a policy perspective, something else to consider is that it does not account for an updated Bay Delta water quality plan, which could definitely have impacts on water supply, and then also an updated biological opinion that we heard a little bit about today as well. And I actually do support much of what's in the order. I have a few concerns that we talked about here today regarding delegated authority, but other than that, I'd be comfortable and would be in support of the order, but for the sort of the experience that I went through and that we as a board went through during the drought. And I do appreciate that the draft order, as Ms. Dodick pointed out, has limited the implementation of the flows to minimize water supply impacts and focusing just on normal and above normal and wet water year types. But I think what's really missing in the order is a more complete understanding that the region already has inherent challenges of providing reliable water supplies just because of its location, hydrology, and some of the physical constraints. And we know that with climate change, we are going to be seeing more frequent droughts, longer lasting droughts. And so we should expect, as a board, and staff indicated, that there is an opportunity for the Bureau to file a temporary urgency change petition going forward. But having sat through those discussions and being involved, at that time, our board talked about in the future having a different system rather than sort of the ad hoc on the fly decision making. And so I think one of the things that I really appreciate about the drought relief, and it's really not, it's an opportunity to provide the community to rebound from a drought, because it doesn't provide any additional relief in critically dry years, because the order already doesn't apply to that. But it would provide for an opportunity for a rebound and refill of Kachuma post-drought. And so I just think that having a more clear set of guidelines so that water suppliers and communities understand sort of the rules of the road, and in order to assist them in more comprehensive, more thoughtful planning, I think that this is a significant public policy issue that should actually be addressed in this order. We shouldn't just punt it to let's wait and see. And utilize the authorities that we have with temporary urgency change petitions. So when the order was released, I think it was in March, it included, not in the order, but a cover sheet that outlined 2 options. And I know we're all aware of this, but just saying it for the record. But option 1 would have allowed the executive director to authorize a higher threshold for triggering the Table 2 flows when certain conditions are met. And then option 2 would have provided an automatic trigger for relief when certain conditions are met. In other words, no executive director approval would be needed. I actually support either option, but for purposes of today and just time, just want to focus on option number 1. So in option 1, the Bureau may request the Executive Director to temporarily modify the inflow levels for the trigger for Table 2E flows from an above normal water year trigger with minimum annual inflows of 33,000 acre feet to 70,000 acre feet, but only under a narrowly tailored set of circumstances. Number 1, the year type is above normal and has been preceded by any sequential combination of dry or critically dry. Number 2, the total volume of water stored in Lake Cachuma is under 30,000 acre feet. Why 30,000 acre feet? Because of the emergency barge and the access to provide deliveries. Number 3, the request is supported by substantial evidence that absent the change and in light of all water supplies available to the member units, including conservation, member units will be unable to ensure a reliable and adequate supply of water for human consumption at all times that is pure, wholesome, potable, and does not endanger the health of consumers. Number 4, the Executive Director may act on the request after notice and opportunity for comment, and may include conditions of approval necessary to protect human health, the fishery, and the environment. And number 5, any temporary adjustment would expire when the inflows exceed 70,000 acre feet. So we're talking about a very, very narrow set of circumstances. And again, from a public policy perspective, I think it's better for us to put that information out there now, have a very clear set of guidelines so that the community knows and understands that they are not going to be able to take advantage of this if they don't take conservation seriously, if they don't pursue all other options, because it is a very narrow set of circumstances that this would apply to. So without that in the order, unfortunately, I don't find myself in a position to be able to support the order, despite my appreciation for all of the work and many, many years that has gone into this. I do want to say also that I appreciate many of the commenters on other actions that are occurring outside this process. We as a board are really trying to encourage voluntary agreements, and I would hope that regardless of our action today, that with respect to an updated biological opinion and then other local efforts, that all parties will pursue measures that are more protective, focusing, of course, on some of the things that we requested today, on future studies on invasive species and other flow regimes. I don't know what all is out there because we're very restricted in what we have access to because of the limitations with the record, but really do want to encourage ongoing discussions, and hopefully we will receive something at some point in the future that accounts for things on a more comprehensive basis.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Diadamo.
Actually, that would be an honor. Thank you. No, thank you indeed. Board Member Diadamo and I actually agree more often than we disagree. But even when we do disagree, I always respect your point of view, respect your preparedness, respect your logic, and I don't disagree with what you said in terms of, I know the struggles that this region has gone through, and they will continue to go through as we have to adapt to things such as climate change and potential future droughts. And you're right, it is a policy call and a policy perspective, and I, yes, do approach it from a different point of view than you do. And I, too, just returned from vacation, and I went to the Galapagos and saw the tremendous effort that has been going on there to preserve, to protect, and to bring back species on the brink of extinction, species that don't exist anywhere else in the world. And I have been so impressed and so re-energized and so appreciative of the commitment and the ingenuity that human beings can bring to an effort in order to support and help a species survive. And it's in context of that I don't want to send a message of already signaling that we believe this issue might be something that cannot be addressed by a coalition of entities working together to bring back the steelhead in this particular watershed. I would rather we send the signal of here are the flows that we would like to add to the river to try to help this species, and to motivate and encourage and do the best that we can to help everyone do that and perhaps do even more in order to help this species survive. I believe in everyone's ability to do this. I believe in everyone's commitment and desire to do this. Nobody wants to deliberately extinguish a species. We all want to do the right thing to help things, improved in this watershed. And so I continue to be concerned about including a drought off-ramp and perhaps signaling that we don't believe in these efforts, in everyone's effort to together work to try to help this species. There is option to go back and do through the temporary urgency change process, as well as other mechanism we have, should there reach a crisis point, and we have demonstrated, as some of the speakers noted today, Mr. Jackson in particular, how quickly we could respond to such a temporary urgency change petition should the need arise. But let's not start off this effort with this order by signaling this idea that, oh, we think you're going to fail, and therefore we have an off-ramp for you. Instead, I just want to, if I can, share some of my excitement, some of my renewed energy and enthusiasm at what human beings can do together to try to protect and help and reintroduce and help species nourish. That is our responsibility, not just as the board, but as just individual human beings in charge of protecting this very precious planet and all the lives on it for future generations to come. I believe we can do this, and I believe we have the mechanism through various process to address any unforeseen circumstances should it arise. But let's put our best foot forward and at least try our best to help this species survive.
Thank you, board member.
Could staff provide a little more context to the numbers? I just, I think
Yes, by all means, Ms. Reynolds.
D'Adamo identified that it was a 23% reduction in supplies. That's not actually the case. I think Michael can speak more to what that represents. It's a smaller reduction than that.
So just to clarify, Ms. D'Adamo made a valid point. I'm not going to actually argue with the 23% at all. 23% is the amount of 5C difference between 5C and baseline when compared as a percentage to baseline. I think it's important to put that amount in context, and that's where the 1511 and the 3,811 come in. Those numbers are the water supply impacts over 3 years and 1 year, respectively. And those acre feet amounts of shortage don't change. In the order we compared them to overall supply, and overall supply in a 3 year is 117,000 acre feet. And so you're looking at a very small percentage of additional supply shortage that's going to be incurred in the worst 3-year drought period on record as a result of implementing these flows. And in a 1 year, it's a 1511 difference compared to alternative 3C with a total supply of 35,000 acre feet of water. And those are, when you look at the total amount of additional flow for a species that is on the edge of extinction and just a little bit additional water, I think in terms of planning, we required reclamation and the member units to consider looking at safe yield. I think that that's going to be a necessity moving forward. I think that the general planning needs, needs to be to looked at in terms of doing things different, whether that's through increased conservation, looking at additional sources. It's just it's the amount of water that we're talking about requiring additionally for the alternative 5C is a very small percentage of their total supply, and we do believe that there are valid alternatives for achieving those reductions, which is why we actually included a hypothetical on desal, because just running the desal facility for 1 year would more than cover the impacts of this limited amount of additional flow in wetter years. And we fully acknowledge that that water is the city of Santa Barbara's. We're not allocating it to anyone else other than the city of Santa Barbara. The table is just cumulatively what the total supplies are of all of the member units, and that's shown in this table. Those are broken down individually by the actual cities, but in this case, we're just looking at the total supply of water available for all of them. So
I want to echo and underscore, I think that these are very valid concerns. I started here in 2015. I lived through the drought as well. One of my first assignments as a staff attorney was working on the emergency conservation regulations and helping make sure that project was successful. I think that whether to include a drought off-ramp and how to engage with these issues is ultimately a public policy decision for the 5 of you to make. We have done our best to minimize the impacts, to restrict the impact to a reduction in carryover storage from wet years to dry years so that the member units and the right holder can plan for that. And we've also asked that as part of these studies that we do more with implementing conservation. That was the conversation we had earlier about term 34. We've asked that as part of the study program that we do look at the safe yield and make sure that we are accounting for all of these long-term continuing challenges. So we, at a staff level, we are persuaded that the impacts that the drought off-ramp term is attempting to address can be addressed in other ways. And then ultimately, we work for you, we serve you, and we think that this is a decision for the 5 of you to make.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver.
I can comment. So I appreciate all the comments and work, and I think I share the frustration with how long this process has taken. I haven't even been here, but just looking at the amount of time that, Mr. Jackson and probably many more of you have put into this process and staff, it's really, these sorts of efforts should not be taking this amount of time. And I think, we want to make sure that going forward, we are changing that timeline. And there is a challenge when there is that timeline for around the EIR, as was discussed, and around just changes in circumstance, including that we all went through the drought. As Board Member Diadamo mentioned, I was not here during the drought. I was out there during the drought on the other side of the dais, and I think my understanding is that part of the impetus that Board Member Diadamo's that you're looking for is trying to provide more guidance and certainty around how the board might deal with drought and recovery decisions and weighing that within this permit rather than through the temporary urgency change proposals. So, and I appreciate that coming from the experience that you all went through. And I think, what I would hope that we could do, and I think this may have been directed in by previous boards, but in our priorities is to think about, especially with the creation of the Office of Administrative Hearings, I'm probably saying that wrong, but that we look at how we provide maybe more guidance or a policy around improving expectations and streamlining process and consistency around temporary urgency change proposals, because I think there isn't, I think this applies more broadly and is a more broad public policy decision for our board to think about. And certainly we know there will be more droughts. This will apply to more than just these holders. And I just don't feel like that policy around how consideration should be raised and how we should process in the face of drought, temporary urgency change proposals. I'm not ready to put that into this order. I do think that continues to be an option, and we should help to, as a board and working with staff, try to make sure that we provide more guidance and consistency and streamlining and learning from what we went through in the drought. Seems like there's a lot of lessons learned to incorporate. I do think that there's challenges, as everyone has said, and I think I heard staff acknowledge, there will be more frequent and intense droughts. There will be more wildfires, unfortunately, and also struggles in this areas and much of the state to figure out how to comply with SGMA and various other regulatory requirements. I think that's something that providing certainty around water rights helps us do planning and implementation more clearly. We can't have certainty in anything, but I think if we can around water rights, it helps us be able to move forward to implement adaptive management strategies and plan for water supply. And I think in this case, we have to weigh multiple beneficial uses. We do have public trust obligations. Ultimately, everything is a balancing. I think in this particular case, that just the species is on such a brink that we need to make sure that we're providing that baseline protection and signaling that within the priorities for this region as part of our order. But I would say that, as we consider other water rights proceedings, each proceeding is different. And so this is something I think is based on this record that we should make sure is protected, particularly in that rebound year. I think that said, I feel comfortable with the order without drought off-ramps and look forward to more conversation.
I just want to thank everyone, obviously, for all your work on this, and thank you to your Board Member Diadamo for your very thoughtful comments, and of course, Board Member Doduk and Firestone as well. I think that there are clearly, we have an important mission here, and that is to protect public trust resources and balance those beneficial uses, just as Board Member Firestone just shared. The order clearly, as it's articulated, identifies that there are needs for additional work through in-stream flow studies, and even through the fact that the biological opinion reconsultation process will happen as an ongoing process. So I'll just flag that there are still indeed questions about what the appropriate in-stream flows are, and I appreciate the contribution that these flows will have, and I think they're important, and I hope they're meaningful, and I hope the studies over the next few years help really identify the additional habitat benefits and spawning and rearing habitat that we all think and hope that these additional flows will provide. But there is still some question as to the benefits of those flows, in this particular circumstance. And I'm mindful of the fact that through the drought and through Kachuma and Santa Barbara's experiences, these were extenuating circumstances. These were times that, frankly, the communities there really did not know and had no assurance whether or not they were going to have water to get through the drought. And that's where the balancing comes in. And that's why, I do think that an off-ramp that's carefully written as the one that Board Member Diadamo shared, that does have, gives the executive director the authority to approve or deny based on the circumstances that are prevailing at that time, but yet provides specific, and clear requirements for as to when this term could be considered, could be incredibly helpful to help actually simplify the process. I fully support the ideas behind streamlining the TUCP process and different actions that the board can take during drought. In fact, we're going to be having some discussions on that soon. There will be discussion next week on the 23rd, a workshop on drought response actions under the water resilience portfolio, and I encourage you to participate in that. And I think, here, I'm all in favor of moving forward today. I think 19 years, and frankly, this has been going on for much longer than that, is too long, and given the circumstances aside. But I would support a drought off-ramp in this case, and so I just, I want to put that out there, but I'll save my final decision for the complete order pending further discussion.
It's appreciated, board member. I think as you can all tell, we take very seriously the job that the board has before us when it comes to balancing all the beneficial uses and needs in a watershed. This isn't the only watershed you all well know we have work in currently in, but this is some of the most important work. I think when we talk about the impacts climate change will have on these watersheds and our water management writ large, it's important we start to better address, identify, and protect what public trust resources there are to be had in our watersheds as they shift beneath us. So, getting back to the theme of creating certainty, it is something that I think this board takes very seriously as well, that the administration of the water rights system is not very certain oftentimes, and to the extent that we can continue to build in, again, these considerations that are not easy when we talk about, again, just the stress that our watersheds are in, both when you look at populations of naturally occurring wildlife, or even just the challenges that our communities have as we manage water through drought. The Endangered Species Act and its biological opinions are a floor in an emergency room approach to ultimately what a species needs. They're there to keep species from being extirpated. So when we talk about these flows being on top of biological opinions, or the biological opinions and a reconsultation on them being really the place where we should be having more of this discussion, we agree. And in the sense that, again, the appropriateness of the ESA is to stop species from going extinct. In this case, it's about what do we need to start to actually bring them closer to a state of reasonable chances for recovery. So for myself, when I look at the proposal, when we look at the amounts of water, the fact that they are only in 2 water year types, talking about above normal and wet years. These aren't normal years. These aren't critically dry years. These aren't dry years. The balancing, I think, that the staff and previous boards have sort of brought, insofar as the previous hearing that board member Doduk was a member of, have brought balance, have been balancing this entire time. So the question, I suppose, comes to this board now, insofar as the off-ramp discussion, is do we need further balancing in this proposal, or how do we find it? I will say that I find it hard to say there needs to be additional balancing. Again, identifying that these are just wet and above normal years that we're talking about. This isn't a full comprehensive package and approach. It's incremental, and ultimately it does want and request and identify the need for further study, both for the flows that will be a part of this agreement if we so adopt it, but then also how do we actually get to recovery? How do we actually get to what the needs are and continuing to balance those out? And it's not an easy discussion. And again, it is one that is playing out throughout the state as we speak. And I think, it's appropriate that everyone sees how much we agonize over just how we approach these things. Again, I look at the amounts of water. I look at the fact, although the order is not dictating or somehow implies that we're telling Santa Barbara what to do with their desal facility, but simply that the supplies being provided there are comparable to what the impacts here. So as a watershed, as communities, the question is, how much are we asking in this order? And again, I feel that it is, as currently provided, is balanced, provides those balances. But I'm open to further discussion or I don't know. I encourage the colloquy, the discussion amongst us around how do we.
Well, I think I'd be prepared to make a motion to include the option 1, but do we need to have a motion on the order before doing that?
It doesn't necessarily need to proceed that way under our Sturgis Rules of Parliamentary Procedure. If you wanted to make a motion to approve the draft order with an amendment to incorporate alternative 1 from the March 27, 2019 distribution of the draft order, that would be in order at this point in time. Or alternatively, if you or another member wanted to move on the draft order and then consider an amendment to the draft order to incorporate alternative 1.
I actually like the first option because then I'd be on record in support of the order with the drought relief. So I'll make a motion that we approve the order with the inclusion of option 1 that was provided with the draft order March. Do I need a date? We need to have
The
some record
document
of
from
this.
the hearing record is dated March 27, 2019 in the upper right corner, and it's styled alternative 1. I do not know if staff had an intent with respect to a specific location within the order, if you wanted it to be a specific term number. The motion could include that it would be appropriately placed within the ordering provisions of the order. And we
Okay.
can decide later actually what the best positioning is. It would appear shortly after Table 2 is my assumption.
Okay, so I'll just refer for simplicity to the inclusion of option 1, and I don't want to take everyone's time in going through it again because I already did that, but do want to just say that although I appreciate staff's perspective, we disagree. 3,672 acre feet, or in a single year, 1,300 or 1,500, whatever it is. That's significant if you're in a community of this size. We're not talking about large communities. We're used to hearing big numbers, hundreds of thousands of acre feet, but these are smaller communities, and they have limited alternative water supplies. And again, this drought relief is, I don't want to go through all the requirements again, but the one that I'm really focused on is that in light of all water supplies available to the member units, including conservation, that the member units will be unable to ensure a reliable and adequate supply of water for human consumption. We've been so focused on the human right to water, and that's what this is focusing on. So we're not talking about a large amount of water, but it depends on where you are in this state. That could be a large amount of water in Lake Cachuma.
And so just for the benefit of the audience in the room and watching on the web, what the clerk has brought up onto the screen is attachment D from the cover letter that distributed the 2 alternatives on March 27th, and that way if board members wanted to review the language. You all heard Board Member Diadamo describe it earlier in the board meeting.
I think in light of the motion that's been made, I will second the motion. And I'll just also like to add that, my understanding based on my discussions with staff is that this is a very flashy system and that there are actually very few, they look back at the historical record to see how many times would this provision actually trigger setting aside the additional approval that would be needed from the executive director to look at the instances that Board Member Diadamo just said, and it would be very limited, maybe only 1 or 2 years on the historical record. And so, this provision would not take place except for really extremely dire circumstances when we are talking about risks to water supply for human consumption. So under those understandings, I will second.
And I just want to provide one more point of clarity. You're going to get tired of my pedantic nature today. Because this could end up being a final motion on it, we do want to clarify that it would include the change sheet as circulated. Actually, no, I'm sorry. The change sheet was on the EIR. Scratch that.
There's a change sheet.
There's
a change sheet for this item as well, which is carrying forward the corrections that you approved with item 7 into the draft order.
Yes.
Can I ask a just clarification? Is there anything in the, and this may be a longer discussion, but is there anything in the process around temporary urgency change proposals that's different than what's described in alternative 1? It's just more specific. I mean, is there any difference in what's considered or?
Well, the temporary urgency change process would require, it could end up with an outcome similar to this. The difference is this provides a little bit more boundary. With the temporary urgency change process, the petitioner would essentially be coming to the board demonstrating at that particular point in time there is an urgent need, and then the board would go through its process and need to ensure that it doesn't unreasonably affect fish and wildlife, or that it doesn't cause injury to legal users of water. With this alternative, essentially the bounds are being put in place, and I think Board Member Diadamo talked about it, kind of setting the lay of the land for the water users within this watershed moving forward. I do want to make one important point, and for this I'm going to need to, and I hate to put them on the spot with respect to the staff, but my understanding as you look at how this drought off-ramp would work under Alternative 1, the types of impacts and analysis are covered within the range of alternatives that were in the EIR that you all certified under your prior action. So the types of impacts we would see from this type of alternative are covered specifically by the environmental analysis that is in the certified EIR.
That's our understanding. So this is between the two bookends of 3C and 5C.
Would it be appropriate to ask for a roll call vote?
Absolutely.
Any further discussion from the board? Well, then I'll call for a vote. And we're gonna do roll call. So how do we proceed on our roll call vote? You call it. Okay. Well, we're ready, Janine, by all means.
No.
No.
Vice Chair Diadamo? Yes. Board Member McGuire?
Yes.
Chair SWRCB?
No.
At this point, I'll move for adoption of the draft order with change sheet.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
The item carries, and it is adopted.
Thank you all. And at
Yeah.
this time, I desperately request a break.
Yes. Well, with that, the item carries, and we will recess for 45 minutes in order to have a lunch before we come back to our last two items. So we will reconvene at 2:15. Thank you, everyone.
Bless you.
Everyone, good afternoon and welcome back. It is now 2:15 and we will bring this meeting back to order. We'll start, our last two items of the day are items number 9 and 10, and we'll start off with item 9, which is a consideration of proposed order issuing a cease and desist order and imposing administrative civil liability against G. Scott Fahey and Sugar Pine Spring Water LP for the alleged unauthorized diversion of water from springs in Tuolumne County.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Mara Irby. I'm an environmental scientist in the Division of Water Rights Hearings Unit. With me today, to my left, are Michael Buckman, Chief of the Hearings Unit, and to my left, Lily Weaver of the Office of Chief Counsel, and also Diane Riddle of the Division of Water Rights. Agenda item number 9 is consideration of a September 6, 2019 revised draft order, which issues a cease and desist order and imposes administrative civil liability against G. Scott Fahey and Sugar Pine Springwater LP, collectively Fahey, for alleged unauthorized diversion of water from 4 springs in Tuolumne County, tributary to the Tuolumne River. Enforcement action which first...
I just wanted to also, I apologize, at the start of the item, I did want to just make a quick note and to let folks know that parties of the proceeding have up to 10 minutes to make oral comments after, and to just make sure you get your blue speaker cards over to Ms. Townsend. Sorry, go on.
No problem, thank you. The enforcement action which first raised these allegations originated from determinations of water unavailability in 2014 and 2015. In those years, staff sent more than 18,000 notices to affected water right holders, including Fahey. They informed them that staff projected insufficient water supply to meet their priorities of right. Fahey's PODs are located in the San Joaquin River Basin, shown here in purple. The board determined that this basin did not have available water to meet all claims of right during most days from late April and May through early November in 2014 and 2015. Additionally, more than 30 years ago, the board determined that the basin did not have supply for new water rights from June 16th through August 31st each year. In other words, through a proceeding, the board determined the basin was fully appropriated from June 16th through August 31st. Fahey diverts from 4 springs in the Tuolumne River watershed, located roughly here. In 1961, the board determined this watershed to be fully appropriated upstream of New Don Pedro Reservoir from July 31st through October 30, July 1st through October 31st. This means Fahey's water source is fully appropriated from June 16th through October 31st each year. This slide shows a detailed view of the Tuolumne River watershed, upstream of LaGrange Dam, which is in the lower left-hand corner of the slide. Fahey diverts from 4 springs located roughly here, largely on U.S. Forest Service land. Fahey has 2 water right permits with 1991 and 2004 priority dates. Fahey sells spring water to water bottling companies such as Arrowhead and Calistoga. They retrieve water with bulk water hauling trucks from a transfer station located on Fahey's private property. In order to clear objections to his 1991 water right application and to have the potential to divert during the fully appropriated stream period, or FAS period, Fahey entered into a water exchange agreement. The agreement was executed in December 1992 between Fahey and the Modesto and Turlock irrigation districts, or MID and TID. The agreement requires Fahey to provide same-year replacement water for his FAS period diversions to New Don Pedro Reservoir, or NDPR, which is located here on the Tuolumne River. It is operated by MID and TID. Fahey's water right permits incorporate this agreement. The districts may request additional replacement water from Fahey if their water supplies have been actually or potentially impacted by Fahey's diversions from November 1st through June 15th, designated in the order as the non-fully appropriated stream period, or non-FAS period. The other major water right holder upstream of NDPR is the City and County of San Francisco, or CCSF. They have a water accounting agreement at NDPR with the irrigation districts. CCSF may also request replacement water from Fahey if their water supplies have been actually or potentially impacted by Fahey's diversions. The initial enforcement action against Fahey for his alleged unauthorized diversions occurred on September 1st, 2015. In response, Fahey requested a hearing, which was held on January 25th and 26th, 2016. 5 parties participated, including the Division of Water Rights Prosecution Team, Fahey, MID, TID, and CCSF. A draft order based on the evidence was released for public comment on February 8th, 2019. The board received comment letters from Fahey and one jointly from MID, TID, and CCSF by the March 11th, 2019 deadline. Shortly after staff released a revised draft order on March 28th, 2019, MID and TID requested additional time to more fully consider the meaning of Fahey's permit terms, which Fahey and the prosecution team supported. In response to a briefing prompt from staff, the board received supplemental briefs from Fahey, the prosecution team, and jointly from MID, TID, and CCSF by the April 10th, 2019 deadline. Staff made additional revisions to the draft order in response to the parties' supplemental briefs. These revisions were publicly released on September 6th, 2019. The major findings of the draft order are that Fahey unlawfully diverted 25.33 acre-feet over 178 days during the FAS periods in 2014 and 2015 in violation of his permit terms. Fahey failed to take sufficient measures to demonstrate compliance with his bypass flow obligations in response to an information order, and he violated other terms of his permits and water exchange agreement. As a result of these findings, a cease and desist order is warranted to require Fahey to take corrective actions. In addition, administrative civil liability is appropriate in response to the unlawful diversion. The maximum administrative civil liability calculated in the draft order for Fahey's unlawful FAS period diversions is $241,325. Fahey's violation of other permit and agreement terms were not included in the calculated maximum penalty amount. However, they were considered along with relevant circumstances in setting the proposed penalty within that maximum amount. The draft order considers required factors, including the extent of harm caused by the violation, the nature and persistence of the violation, the length of time over which the violation occurs, and the corrective actions, if any, taken by the violator. This slide lists significant aggravating and mitigating circumstances considered in the draft order. Among the aggravating circumstances, in addition to the violations themselves, are the economic benefit Fahey obtained from his unlawful diversion and the cost incurred by enforcement staff in investigating and prosecuting the case, which are estimated at $181,000 and $25,000 respectively. Consideration of the economic benefit obtained by unlawful diversion is critical to discouraging unlawful diversion generally. Significant mitigating circumstances that are considered in the draft order are Fahey's genuine belief that he was in compliance, given his difficulty administering the water exchange agreement with MID and TID, and the time it took enforcement staff to reply to Fahey's claimed defense. Given consideration of all of these circumstances, the draft order proposes administrative civil liability in the amount of $215,000. Of this amount, $50,000 would be due immediately. The remaining $165,000 would be indefinitely suspended upon Fahey's compliance with the cease and desist order, including successful completion of the required corrective actions. The cease and desist order proposed in the draft order would require Fahey to immediately cease and desist continued and threatened unauthorized diversion, and to file annual reports demonstrating his compliance with bypass flow obligations and detailing water diversions and deliveries to the division. Fahey must also file reports showing his diversion amounts and replacement water deliveries to MID and TID. In addition, by June 30th, 2020, Fahey would be required to provide restitution to MID and TID for his unlawful FAS period diversions during 2014 and 2015, and to submit a draft curtailment operations plan. By June 30th, 2021, Fahey must submit a final curtailment operations plan. The curtailment operations plan would describe measures to ensure that Fahey complies with his water exchange agreement with MID and TID, and that he does not divert adverse to downstream senior water right holders during the FAS period or any future drought. If Fahey complies with the restitution and draft plan requirements, $50,000 of the proposed penalty would be indefinitely suspended. If Fahey submits a final curtailment operations plan by June 30th, 2021, and it is accepted by the Deputy Director with no more than one revision, the remaining $115,000 of the ACL would be suspended. Staff made a number of revisions to the February 8th, 2019 draft order in response to comments from the parties. Subsequently, staff revised the March 28th, 2019 draft order in response to the parties' supplemental briefs. The most recent revisions are shown in the draft order released on September 6th, 2019. These revisions include a new subsection addressing the topics covered in the parties' supplemental briefs. First, the subsection emphasizes, as all the parties agree, that Fahey does not have a right to store water in NDPR. Instead, Fahey receives a credit for his replacement water deliveries to the reservoir. Second, the subsection further explains the finding that in the proposed order that Fahey may carry over non-FAS replacement water year to year. The prosecution team and MID, TID, and CCSF argued in their supplemental briefs that this is not the case because Fahey's permits do not explicitly allow for it. In addition, they argued that Fahey's permits direct that Fahey's obligations to provide replacement water should take into consideration Fahey's obligations to provide replacement water under the water exchange agreement. The agreement does explicitly forbid year-to-year carryover. Staff instead identified the intent of this permit language to be to prevent Fahey from needing to provide replacement water twice for the same diversion. Fahey's permits state that replacement water may be provided in advance and credited to future replacement water requirements. The proposed order finds that when the text of an agreement clearly identifies a time range, it need not identify every constituent within that category for it to be included within the scope of the agreement. Therefore, future includes subsequent years. The proposed order finds the language of Fahey's permits and the December 19th, 1994 protest settlement agreement they implement to be unambiguous. Lastly, the new subsection also explains that Fahey may divert when water is unavailable to his priority of right if he offsets the potential injury through an established and lawful process, and that Fahey bears the evidentiary burden to demonstrate his economic benefit is below an established reasonable estimate or upper limit. The draft order also includes revisions to reflect the findings that Fahey took insufficient measures to demonstrate his compliance with bypass flows in response to the prosecution team's information order, and that he may have violated his bypass flow obligations. And that Fahey's failure to report his diversions to MID and TID under the water exchange agreement does not rise to the level of a Water Code Section 1052 violation. In addition, the revised order directs Fahey to comply with the reporting requirements of his permits and the water exchange agreement. It postpones the ordering section's compliance deadline by 6 months due to the length of time since the first draft order was released, and includes other minor revisions. Staff recommend adoption of the revised draft order dated September 6, 2019. We are available to answer any questions.
Okay, I see our chair stepped out for a moment. Board members, anyone with questions? All right, I guess we'll proceed to public comment. And as indicated, we are providing 10 minutes of public comment. If that clock. Okay, starting to the parties. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, starting with Bill Paris, representing Modesto Irrigation District.
Of course. Instead, unless that's Robert Dunlin you're talking to.
Hi, Bill Paris, P-A-R-I-S, on behalf of Modesto Irrigation District. If I might suggest a reordering of the blue cards, I think the prosecution team is going to make some comments that will either obviate some of the things that I'm going to say or introduce some of the things I'm going to say and give it proper context. So with your indulgence, if we could have the prosecution team go before MID, I would appreciate it.
I think that works.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Then we'll first call up Ken Petruzzelli. Mr. Petruzzelli.
Hi, my name is Ken Petruzzelli. I am with the Office of Enforcement and represent the prosecution team. We support many of the conclusions and findings in the revised draft order, but there are 2 points where we would like clarification. First, and Janine, could you put up the item? So first, for section 1G2 of the order section, on page 124, enforcement staff have requested some clear language in this part of the order so that the order's requirements are clear for both them and Mr. Fahey. Mr. Fahey's option to comply through other measures that he and downstream senior right holders agree on raises significant implementation concerns, especially for diversions during the FAS period. So on this issue, they're looking for a clarification that irrespective of what's in this order, the FAS orders would still dictate everything that this order does. And then further, to the extent that Mr. Fahey may comply by developing what we understand as a drought curtailment model for the entire San Joaquin River watershed, downstream of his diversion, we are uncertain whether something like this is feasible for him. To address these concerns and provide clearly understood direction, we have specific language suggested for section 1G2, which is shown on the screen in a red line, that was developed in cooperation with enforcement staff. Second, for the proposed civil liability, we would like clarification as to whether it intends to recover Mr. Fahey's economic benefit. According to the revised draft order in each of its prior iterations, all else equal, a civil penalty for unlawful diversion should at minimum recover enforcement costs and disgorge the economic benefit obtained from the violation. That is on page 101. The revised draft order reiterates this principle on page 119, stating all else equal, a civil penalty for unlawful diversion should at minimum recover the economic benefit obtained from the violation. And the revised draft order emphasizes that this is especially important in drought periods when the economic and business incentive to divert unlawfully is stronger than ever. So we support this principle, and it is one that the board has recognized and consistently applied for many years. However, we are concerned that even though Mr. Fahey's economic benefit was at least $181,000, should he complete the required compliance actions, he will only have to pay $50,000. This could inadequately deter Mr. Fahey or others from future violation and be unfair to all those who exercise the care and due diligence and incur the costs of complying with water right law. Given the premise stated in the revised draft order and the board's prior practice, this is an important issue to clarify. And with respect to Mr. Paris's comment and request, I believe the districts were going to ask to have certain language regarding the non-FAS period stricken from the order or deemed non-precedential. So I think our view is that the FAS violations and the non-FAS violations seem pretty separate. Essentially, the FAS period violations could occur independent of the non-FAS violations. And the liability the civil liability that the order would impose are solely for violations during the FAS period. So we don't believe that if, as we understand it, the districts would ask to have the non-FAS, I have to be careful because it's a little tricky, the non-FAS portion stricken or deemed non-precedential, we don't believe that it would substantially change the outcome of the order because it's only ordering liability for the FAS period violations and for the amount of water diverted during the FAS period violation. And the penalty is largely dependent on the economic benefit and money he made for unauthorized diversion. So in this case, this is what's really driving the penalty amount. And that's consistent with what's stated in the order at least twice, that a penalty should recover no less than the economic benefit. So I can take any questions that the board has. You may have further questions after the district's request for clarification. I realize there's maybe some issue with order of speakers.
So I would say on the first point, at the staff level, where it's our goal to come up with a plan of compliance that will work for all the parties and address the issues that we heard. We're certainly open to making language changes in the ordering section. I would want to hear first where the other parties are on that issue. But then that's something that we can definitely go into the back room and talk about how best to proceed with if that's your direction. On the question of the penalty and disgorgement, I think we actually think at a staff level it's debatable how to quantify the economic benefit of the violation. There's an argument that the economic benefit of the violation was gross receipts, and there's an argument that it was the avoided cost of compliance, which would have been the avoided cost of providing transfer water. There is a discussion, or replacement water rather, there's a discussion in the draft order of, we know what the replacement water costs were during wet years. We don't know what they are during dry years or severely dry years like 2015. And the approach we ended up with was to describe the range and then to require restitution of the water in order to get at that issue. And then The other point I want to make is we do say in the order that all else equal, disgorgement should happen, paraphrasing the team that wrote that. But as you saw on the earlier slide, looking at the mitigating and aggravating circumstances, the fact that there's an economic benefit from this violation was not the only issue we considered. This is a situation where there was, I think, genuine misunderstanding about what was required, and there were issues that had potentially been proceeding for a very long time prior to us independently discovering them during our drought enforcement. And our goal was to craft an order that would communicate a message, recover enforcement costs, address these many important principles about how we do enforcement, and then also result in folks having clear rules of the road for how to proceed in the future so that we're not back here again. I would say, so hopefully that's responsive to the concerns or the confusion or the misunderstanding about what's being proposed. We can certainly look at changes to more expressly articulate that in the draft order if that's your direction today. On the question of making additional sections non-precedential, my initial thought is that we want all of these parties to come out of here with an understanding of what they need to do to comply so that we don't come back here again and go through this ordeal again. If we're declining to engage with this question of when is there a defense to unlawful diversion in the future, when is providing replacement water good enough, then that may not be completely consistent with our goal of parties coming out of here knowing what they need to do to get right with the law.
I need to better understand where you are requesting changes. So you put this slide up while you were talking about issue number 1, and so I
Yes.
thought it was related to issue number 1, but
It is
it's
related
issue
to
number
issue
2.
number 1. Issue number 1 is a request specifically from enforcement staff for some clearer language in this part of the order. This is on page 124 of the clean version. The pagination is slightly different.
Do you know
between the
what it
clean
is on the marked up version? What page? That's what I have in my hand, so that's 130?
We can get that for you.
And
Okay.
It's page 130.
Board Member McGuire found it. Okay, so yeah,
and
130. All right.
and it's number 1, Roman 1, G2.
Okay, and could you explain?
So
why
I think
this is better
there's
than
two
what
things
staff
going
has?
on here. One, staff wants some clarity as to how this order operates in conjunction with the fully appropriated stream determinations. So, and to have that clarity, their preference would be to have it clearly stated in the order that any of these agreements that Fahey makes are subject to the fully appropriated stream determinations. The other part is that in this third sentence, and it's the third sentence that's in strikeout, it says where Fahey may satisfy the obligation for claims in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta downstream of the confluence of the San Joaquin River and Middle River by identifying a cumulative estimate of lawful diversion demand in the Delta in situations when water is not available for the most senior right upstream of the confluence of the San Joaquin River and Middle River. Enforcement staff looked at that and said, wow, that sounds really complicated for Mr. Fahey to do. We aren't sure he can even do that. And I was here during the BBID hearing. That kind of thing is very difficult and very technically difficult to support. So I think that summarizes staff concerns. And these concerns came directly from enforcement staff, and the enforcement staff who will be primarily responsible for implementing and seeing through the enforcement of this order. And they really like the numbering, the numbers in the list, like may include the following, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, and then on the civil penalty, you referenced a couple of different pages, and again, I was trying to find them because I've got a different version. So what page number are you referencing, pages, and
so in the
what
clean
language?
version, so in the clean version, it is stated, first on page 101, quote, all else equal, a civil penalty for unlawful diversion should at minimum recover enforcement costs and disgorge the economic benefit obtained from the violation.
Okay, 1 second. So, has anyone found that on the marked up version? What section?
I think it's page 106 of the marked up version. I usually have to use my laptop to find things in this order. It's so long.
Okay, yeah, 106, third line. So disgorgement is, go ahead, continue with what you were.
All else
Jesse.
equal, a civil penalty for unlawful diversion should, at minimum, recover enforcement costs and disgorge the economic benefit obtained from the violation. Disgorgement is particularly important during a critically dry year where scarce water is especially valuable, and hence when incentives for unlawful diversion are especially strong. And then that statement is substantially repeated on page 119 of the clean version.
And top of 120, or bottom of 124, top of 125 on the red line.
Thank you, Michael. And it reads, all else equal, a civil penalty for unlawful diversion should, at minimum, recover the economic benefit obtained from the violation. And on page 105 of the clean version, which is probably which is 110 of the marked up version, states, and this is important, there is no evidence that Fahey's economic benefit for unauthorized diversion was less than $181,000. And usually in enforcement, when we talk about minimum liability considerations and the concept that a penalty should recover no less than the economic benefit, if the economic benefit amount is $181,000, then the violator should have to pay $181,000. And bear in mind, that's just the cost of doing business. There's actually no deterrent amount on top of that. And what's discussed in evidence burdens was that the way evidence burdens would work in a hearing was that we, the prosecution team, would first have the burden to present what is described as a reasonable approximation of the economic benefit amount. Just has to be reasonable.
What are you suggesting specifically? I mean, because the order does have 180,
yes.
181, but then you're saying this other language is not clear. So I'm just looking for your specific recommendation.
So I think what we are looking for, clarification on is, does this order, with its proposed manner of recovering, with its proposed civil liability, would that civil liability recover the economic benefit of the violation?
Okay, and then on the third point regarding the non-FAS period.
Right.
Do you have a specific recommendation on that?
So I think there's to some degree a question about order of presentation, but I think the question that will come up, or the request that will come up, is to treat the non-FAS portion as precedential or to strike that portion. And our position as a prosecution team is that we are neutral as to that because we don't believe it would change the results of the order, because the order is seems premised solely upon violations during the FAS period and imposes civil liability solely on violations that occurred during the FAS period. So I'm prepared to respond to further questions after Mr. Paris and the districts come up that may, further clarify exactly what they're asking for.
Thank you. We'll move on to further public comment. Next, we'll call up Bill Paris from Modesto Irrigation District, and he's being joined by Robert Donlin and Art Godwin. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members, and again, thank you for the indulgence on the ordering. Could I ask that Ms. Irby's presentation, slide number 9, be brought up? I'd like to refer to that, please. And again, I'm Bill Paris, P-A-R-I-S, on behalf of Modesto Irrigation District. While that's being brought up, we are largely in agreement with the draft order as proposed. We think that it accurately describes the relationship between Mr. Fahey and the districts in San Francisco during the FAS period. We don't have any comment on the fines or disgorgement or any of the other things, but in terms of defining and understanding, setting forth the relationship between the district, San Francisco, and Mr. Fahey, understanding his permits during the FAS period, we think that the draft proposed order largely gets it right. Where we have a disagreement here is with the second bullet here. Thank you for bringing that up, by the way, here on slide 9 from Ms. Irby's presentation. And it's this ability to carry credit over for water that's pre-positioned for non-FAS replacement. And so a little bit of background, I think, is in order here. During the fully appropriated stream period, there's no water available to be diverted. So the only way that Mr. Fahey can divert water is to provide replacement 1-for-1 to the districts in San Francisco. During the non-FAS period, it's a question of injury. Has his diversions caused the districts of San Francisco injury? So it's not cut and dried that in each and every circumstance, his diversions are going to cause us injury. And so his permits have two separate terms dealing with these two separate periods, one for the FAS period and one for the non-FAS period. And he has two permits for two different water sources, and both of them have substantially the same language dealing with these two periods. In the non-FAS period, let me start back in the FAS period. In the FAS period, he reached an agreement with the districts to allow him to divert water and replace it during the FAS period. And that language of that agreement, which is incorporated into both of his permits, says that he is allowed to provide a small surplus in advance of the FAS period, provided that if he does not exhaust that surplus during the FAS period, meaning he puts more in than he takes out during the FAS period, that extra amount does not carry over to his benefit after December 31 of that year. He would lose it, okay? And it's very clear, and the order recognizes that, the draft proposed order. For the non-FAS period, the language isn't quite as clear. So in a separate provision, it says that he may pre-position water to credit for future diversions. Now, what the proposed order suggests is that there's a contract, and that the contract between presumably Fahey and San Francisco, or Fahey and the districts, it's really never clear, establishes that that language gives him the ability to carry that water over past December 31, differently than he can for FAS period prepositioning. So we don't think that there's a contract, first of all. We're talking about the permit terms of his water rights. We do, however, agree that using contract interpretation rules, rules of interpreting any written document are important here. Where we differ is the outcome of that analysis with what the state team has done, because the districts in San Francisco do not believe and did not intend to have Mr. Fahey have the ability to carry credit for water over year to year to year to year, as he's claiming in this case. So right off the bat, when you look at it, the language does not authorize this. The plain language, the sentence that Ms. Irby accurately read earlier and is quoted in the proposed order does not say he can carry it over. It says he can put it in advance of diversions. Well, you don't read an agreement or a document or a permit one sentence or one word at a time. You have to read the whole thing. And so what we have here are two permit provisions, both dealing with avoidance of injury from Mr. Fahey's diversions. And when you read those together, you have to understand he doesn't get to carry over credit. To read, as the proposed order suggests, that he has the ability to carry over credit gets you to an absurd result where non-carryover is allowed for FAS diversions, but carryover is allowed for non-FAS diversions. What's interesting there is it's not the time of diversion that Mr. Fahey does that triggers some sort of different result. The reason that non-carryover is so important is because the districts in San Francisco since 1966 have had a very, very complicated water banking scheme that is calculated on a daily basis. And so we need to know every single day how much water is in there. To have Fahey carry over credit really disrupts that. So we don't see that when you read the permit terms together as being susceptible to a reasonable interpretation that he would be allowed to carry credit over for some diversions but not for others. I referenced the fourth agreement that the districts have with San Francisco. It's a water banking account. It's in the record. And it has terms and conditions you might expect with a water banking arrangement. So it says things like, what is the maximum amount that San Francisco can put in and obtain credit for? It's 570,000 acre feet. It says things like, how do we treat evaporation? It says things like, what is the compensation that San Francisco provided to the districts in exchange for the ability to have water credited in Don Pedro? And in fact, that compensation was substantial, as San Francisco paid 51% of the construction costs of Don Pedro Reservoir. So it was not, consideration in this case is not a peppercorn. Here we have none of these things in the permit terms or any of the discussion in the record leading up to these permit terms, simply because this was never supposed to be a water banking arrangement. At the end of the year, if he had pre-positioned water and it wasn't used, it was lost to him. So we tried through the scheme that we came up with, San Francisco and the districts, to make compliance by Mr. Fahey easy. Sometimes we'd be able to tell him in advance that his diversions that had already occurred are going to cause a water supply impact, so he would have time to address those. We allowed him for the FAS period to pre-position water. He would know, for example, in the summer he wants to pump 20 acre feet. In April, if he could get 20 acre feet from Tuolumne Utility District, he could put that in. We also said that once he was notified by us that there was an impact, he would have a year to provide that makeup water. So we have a system and a plan in place to make his compliance easy, but it does not include carryover. And so what you have here, what the proposed order is suggesting here, is that water that he put in 2011, somehow he is still being credited for. We didn't know that, by the way, because he didn't tell us. And in fact, he testified at the hearing that he doesn't have to tell us. The only time he has to tell us what depositions he's made and when and how much is when we contact him to tell him that there might be a problem. That's not like any banking arrangement that I'm familiar with. So the districts feel pretty strongly that there's an error here, and that the proper interpretation of his permit terms taken as a whole should not be allowed to have this dual result where some of his diversions can be carried over, credit for some of his diversions, and some cannot. So we would ask that the order be amended to more accurately reflect what we believe the permit terms require, which is he does not have the ability to carry over water for either FAS or non-FAS pre-deposition of water. With that, I'm going to stop and answer any questions. I know I covered a lot of material and used a lot of acronyms.
Questions from fellow board members? We're good. Thank you, Mr.
very
Paris.
much. I appreciate your time.
Does
Wait.
under staff want to comment?
We would, if that's okay. So these are all arguments that we've considered in the supplemental briefing that the parties had the opportunity to file this spring. We have extensively looked at this issue, and we do not agree with the intervener's attorneys on the interpretation of this language. I would say that if you're advertising a Labor Day sale and you have 20% off for Labor Day weekend, that doesn't specifically say that if you go in at 2:12 in the afternoon on Labor Day, you will get the 20% off, because it doesn't need to. The discount applies within the time range that's referenced in the whole agreement, and it isn't necessary to describe each individual instance that it applies. And so here, replacement water is may be provided and credited towards the future, period. And we think that replacement water from 1 year is provided in advance of replacement water in another year. The parties had the opportunity to present arguments based on the history of written instruments negotiating this language. This is all discussed in section 5.1.4.3 of the order. I can walk you through it, depending on whether Ms. Townsend will indulge me in putting a series of exhibits on the screen. But we have extensively considered these arguments, and we're just not able to agree.
Okay, I think we'll hold further discussion in case we go to closed session then.
Sorry, and I don't know if staff wanted to also discuss some of the previous points made by the first speaker. I think particularly on full recovery of the economic benefit.
So I think the point that the prosecution and the interveners have now made, it's essentially an argument about whether we're punishing Mr. Fahey sufficiently in light of all the factors, and I think that at a staff level, we think that the recommendation gets a just outcome. So either he will pay $50,000, which is a lot of money, and make various efforts that we think are necessary to prevent a violation in the future, or he will pay $215,000, which is also a lot of money. So we believe that we're achieving the disgorgement of the benefit of noncompliance by through the alternative compliance plan, through requiring restitution, through requiring an operations plan to prevent this issue from coming up again. That is another way of quantifying the violation and what's needed to address it.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver. Any other questions from board members? Hearing none, call up Robert Donlin from representing the City and County of San Francisco. Change of order. Instead, we will have Art Godwin from Turlock Irrigation District, who will be followed by Mr. Donlin.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Godwin, thank you.
Mr. Chairman. First of all, I have to take some exceptions to Ms. Weaver's characterization of the supplemental briefing, although one of the questions was, does Mr. Fahey have the right to carry over credits from year to year? That was one of the issues in the supplemental briefing. We were only limited to 5 pages. And this whole notion of analyzing it as a contract never came up throughout the entire February 11 draft order, the March 28 revised draft order. None of the supplemental briefings by the district, San Francisco, Fahey, or the prosecution team covered this particular aspect. And so what we're looking at is either striking that language from the order itself or requesting an opportunity for us to comment further on the new portions of the draft order that talk about this as a contract. The order right now creates a whole new legal basis for finding that Fahey has a carryover right or a carryover credit in New Don Pedro from year to year. And the issue that we have is this is not like a Labor Day sale. This is, we need specifics on this contract. And earlier, Ms. Weaver talked about having certainty so that the parties know where they stand with one another. We don't know where we stand now because Mr. Fahey has a right to carry over credit in New Don Pedro. We don't know how much he can carry over from year to year. We don't know what happens when there's a spill. There's no, we haven't addressed compensation at all for the use of that credit space in Don Pedro. And we could go on and on. There's a whole lot of other things that you would include in a contract if you actually had a contract to allow for some type of credit arrangement within Don Pedro. And a good example is the 92 agreement. There we had an agreement, laid out the specifics of what Mr. Fahey can do and not do. So this whole issue of carryover credit is not new, and I recognize that, but what's really new here is the portions of the order that are new and create this new additional legal basis for Mr. Fahey. And it's been 3.5 years now since the evidentiary hearing took place, and this is the first time this argument has been presented to us. And so we think it's only fair that we be allowed some additional time at this time to address that issue and deal with it appropriately.
So I would say that the dispute about should we be looking at contract law to understand what these words in the permit mean. I would say that if we're looking for cases to cite for principles on the interpretation of words, the main places to go would be statutory interpretation and contract interpretation. So in this case, we were presented with a situation in which one party indicated that they would withdraw their protest if another party agreed to have certain terms added to his permits. In my judgment, the cases on what do contracts mean were more persuasive than the cases on what do statutes mean for the purposes of figuring out what do these words in the permit mean and require. And I'm just an attorney one, so if there was a more comprehensive way to communicate that that we were looking at this as persuasive authority, then I apologize for my mistake. The draft order requires Mr. Fahey to report to the interveners on his deliveries to the reservoir in the future. It would be enforceable as a CDO violation if he fails to do that, and that would be a higher penalty maximum. And there's this other question of how long do the credits for water he's delivered to the reservoir in 1 year remain there? Because of some issues with evidence and discovery, we did not have evidence in the record of whether or not there was a spill between the time that Mr. Fahey delivered this water and the time that he called on the credit for delivering it. But in the future, if the reservoir spills, I think that for me personally, under the principle of last in, first out, that would be informative. We did not have occasion to decide that issue in this order, but I think that it is clearly flagged as something to resolve and to think about in the future in, I believe it's section 5.1.4.4. And we are fairly confident that we've communicated how folks can resolve this to have clear rules of the road.
From our position, though, this sort of sets us up for future litigation, because the first time that Mr. Fahey releases water and wants his credit carried over to the next year, and we say, no, what happens now? We don't have any clear rules of the road. We don't have an agreement with Mr. Fahey. We have an order that he'll hold up and say, well, the order says I have carryover credit. And we go, well, how's that binding on the districts? We're not even a permittee.
So I think that this gets at the issue of how the State Water Board would proceed with a future complaint about unlawful diversion against this right holder. So this would probably be, this is something that would be raised as a defense in a future hearing if there were in fact an issue. One other point I meant to make before, the parties, to the extent that the interveners may want to have additional matters considered, they do have the before proceeding with litigation, if that is honestly their intent over these, I think it's 8-9 acre feet of water. They have the ability to petition for reconsideration, and we can address it that way. It isn't necessary to reopen the hearing for another round of supplemental briefing on this issue in staff's judgment.
Okay, we'll leave it at that for now. Next, I'll call Robert Donlin from the City and County of San Francisco.
Good afternoon, board members. Robert Donlin, D-O-N-L-A-N, for the City and County in San Francisco and the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. I won't go over the same ground that Bill and Art just went over. I will point you to, however, your own regulations, Title 23, Section 777, and actually that whole Article 13 deals specifically with rights of access. And we can call it storage or we can call it a credit in New Don Pedro, but basically what Mr. Fahey is claiming is a right of access in New Don Pedro that he has not paid for. Section 777 specifically says the board will not undertake to determine title to land or the right to occupy or use land or other property. And that's a good policy. That makes sense. The board should not be in the position and perhaps doesn't have authority to get into the issues that are at the core of this particular dispute. But what I'm here to ask you to do is to consider perhaps an errata or an amendment to the revised draft order that's been presented by staff that would eliminate this issue. We think there's other bases to avoid a determination of Mr. Fahey's rights to carry over storage in New Don Pedro. The draft order itself says that there's insufficient evidence to make finding of harm to the City and County of San Francisco and to the districts. We think that's because there was no information provided from Mr. Fahey to the reservoir owners. But in any case, there was never a claim for replacement water made, and on that basis, it would be sufficient for the State Board to find that there's no basis to levy a fine, find injury to City and County of San Francisco and Modesto and Turlock, or to find that there was a violation of the curtailment order. And we have prepared an errata that would eliminate the sections that attempt to resolve this carryover storage issue. I'd like to present that to, I guess, the clerk, Janine. If you decide not to resolve this issue today and to allow more time to comment, we think you could limit the opportunity for comment to this narrow issue, the new information. This is not insignificant errata. We're talking about 25 plus pages of new text that was added, mostly around this contract interpretation issue. So we think it would be fair to allow the parties an opportunity and a limited amount of time to comment narrowly on that new analysis. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donlin. Last, do you have a question from a fellow board member?
Do we get a copy of what was just submitted? Or no?
So what might be most helpful is what Mr. Donlin has provided is a red line of a few key pages and then a proposal to strike all of the newly added sections. Mr. Donlin, I don't know if you can come up and just briefly, and I don't suppose you have an electronic version so that you could at least put it up on, have Ms. Townsend put it up on the screen and you could quickly explain to all the parties and any stakeholders that are listening exactly what the suite of changes proposed by the errata include. And then contemporaneously with that, we could provide it to the board members.
Don't. I'm sorry. We put this together early this morning.
So what I can do, I can email you photographs of the paper, and then perhaps you'd be able to project those from your email.
I could probably email it to you, Michael, if that will help. And in the meantime, I can attempt to walk through it.
Basically, it comes down to it'd be helpful, I think, for people following along to know the suite of changes being proposed by the errata, and I think having it up on the screen will be helpful for that. So if you want to take a 1 or 2 minute pause here while the technology catches up. You're the technology here, Rob.
Board Member Firestone, do you have a process question?
A process question. So if we have, we have the opportunity to go into closed session, ask questions and discuss, and then come back. Can we ask more questions and continue the hearing after that as well? Just making sure I understand the process.
Correct. And just to be clear, actually, even this proceeding at this point in time is not a hearing. We're not taking new evidence. And just to be clear for the record, you can ask questions before the board can decide whether it needs to go into closed session. And then from there, the board can come back out and engage with the parties and interested persons as it sees fit.
Michael, I will have it emailed to me just to make sure I get the right document. Would you like me to high-level walk through the proposed changes?
I think it'd be helpful if
we can
the chair is
see
willing
it.
to indulge. Yeah, let's just hold and play catch up for a moment.
Janine, able to pull up the red line version, draft order?
Well, but I think what we're getting, you actually are going to send the errata sheet?
This.
Yeah.
We tried to keep it as simple. We thought the errata would.
Yeah, let's go ahead and hold off because I think that'll provide greater fidelity than we would have for the pictures that Ms. Weaver took.
Perhaps we can go to the next speaker while we wait for that?
Well, the final speaker is Mr. Fahey, so perhaps not. We'll wait a moment.
Going to need to have it sent from my assistant, so we'll need a minute.
How's this? We'll recess for 5 minutes, and so everyone, let's come back at 2:25, and we will continue then. Thank you for your patience, and see you in 5 minutes. We are almost 10 minutes past the time when we said we can reconvene, and I hope everyone had productive discussions. And so, where we last left off, Mr. Donlin was going to walk us through the proposed changes.
Yes, thank you for indulging me. And just as a concept, what we were trying to do here is eliminate, again, the section that dealt with the new analysis in the revised draft order that finds that Mr. Fahey has a right to carry over storage diverted during the non-FAS period from year to year. And most of one section was devoted to that, but there's other text throughout the draft order, which is 135 pages, that deal with this issue. So on page 4, there's a reference to replacement credit that we would propose be removed. On page 5 and 6, the bottom of page 5, rolling over to page 6, there's text that finds expressly that Mr. Fahey has a right to carry over credits diverted during the non-FAS period based on this contract interpretation. Pages 47 through 60 is section 5.1.4 of the revised draft order. And that is in large part where the analysis of this contract formation and interpretation exists. Page 76 through 77. There's a sentence on the bottom of page 76, going over to 77, that references this carryover concept. And then on page 79, section 5.3, we added some language, or proposed some language, that would form the basis for the revised order as being a lack of evidence, not a water right or a right to carry over storage. Page 80 to 90. includes extensive analysis. It looks like we would need to provide you more surgical edits than this. On page 90, we're proposing to renumber to deal with the section that was stricken. Page 110 to 111. There's language that expands on the finding that Mr. Fahey has carryover right. Likewise on page 112 and 114. And we would also recommend conforming changes to the ordering paragraphs. And in particular, and we've made this request throughout this proceeding, we would request that the order direct Mr. Fahey to work with the districts in San Francisco to obtain an agreement that deals with whether, when, how replacement water is provided during the non-FAS period. And that is something that we've requested throughout.
Thank you, Mr. Donlin. Are there any questions on the proposed language from board members currently? And/or any questions from staff? Okay, thank you, Mr. Donlin. Oh,
I just have a
board member.
question. Sorry. So my understanding was that the prosecutorial team, is this what you're saying? You didn't have a position on one way or the other? These.
So I haven't seen or had an opportunity to thoroughly review these things.
Yeah.
However, in a general sense, to the extent they can be wholly separated from the FAS period violations and the liability that's ordered solely for the FAS period violations, we aren't taking a position on it. We don't support or oppose it.
Thank you. We'll call up our last public speaker, Mr. G. Scott Fahey.
Board Chairman Escobar, Hearing Officer D'Amato, good to see you again, and Vice Chair. I'd like to speak initially about two things that have been brought up that don't pertain to my statement here. I'd like to clear those up right now. With regards to the City and County of San Francisco, and how that portion of the permits were constructed. The interveners aren't bunkhouse buddies. They aren't they aren't tight. When I was directed to enter a water exchange agreement, I entered the water exchange agreement with the districts. The districts didn't pick up the phone and say, hey, San Francisco, you need to get over here. We got an issue with an upstream diverter in Don Pedro. They negotiated and entered the water exchange agreement without any input from the City and County of San Francisco. And then the permit was allowed, or the application, notice of the application was allowed to be issued. That's when the City and County of San Francisco threw a wrench in the gears and said, wait a minute. We're not a part of that exchange agreement, and we have issues with our water bank that go way beyond the FAS period. So Chris Christine Hayashi with the City and County of San Francisco, and Yoko Mooring with the State Water Resource Control Board, and I worked together for about a year and a half to put together what would satisfy Christine Hayashi, the City and County of San Francisco. And we even made a field trip, all three of us, with a few others, to get this all sorted out. Eventually, Christine Hayashi with the City and County wrote a letter and sent it to Yoko and said if I would accept those terms, she would remove her protest. Yoko wrote a letter that essentially was the same thing, but it had to be worded for permit purposes. But if you try to find the difference between the two letters, it's all, you can't, at least I couldn't do it back then when I tried it. So it's almost identical. So the promise was, you accept these terms, I'll withdraw my protest. So that's a promise for a promise, basic contract. Now, maybe it's not, it doesn't meet all the standards that were described, you know, ad infinitum in some letters I've seen, but that was the agreement. That's how we move forward. Now regarding spill. Everybody is, what do we do with spill? I've always been under the impression, and I would agree, I would be willing to agree, that when the dam spills, when it physically raises up to the emergency spillway and physically goes out the emergency spillway, or they have to raise the spillway gates to keep it from breaching over the spillway, then the dam is spilling and I've lost my water. As I understand, last in, first out, if I put water in years ago and then water came in later after that, that water would spill and mine still be there. That's not correct, because at least that's my understanding. I'm not sure if that definition is correct. But I believe mine spills, and I'll verify this later in my statement, because they don't account for my water. My water is so insignificant in the hydrodynamic management of the Tuolumne River. Their rounding errors are vastly larger than the quantity of water that I divert. And I understand that. They can't be, you know, doing that. It's just not practical. So and I said this during the hearing, that my surplus water floats on the reservoir. So the first time it spills, my water spills. If it were to go all the way down to minimum pool, my water is the last to be used. That's just the way it is. If they wanted to account for it and commingle it with everything else, then maybe last in, first out would work. I don't know, but I just want to go on the record that say if it physically spills or they got to raise the spillway gates to avoid it from going over the emergency spillway, then I lose my water. I've never understood it any other way. Pardon me. I'd like to give my statement now if I could, and we'll hopefully get this on the road. My name is George Scott Fahey. I reside at 2787 Stony Fork Way, Boise, Idaho. I am the manager of Sugar Pine Spring Water's general partner, Spring Drop LLC, an Idaho limited liability company. The 2014-2015 notice of curtailments informed everyone with post-1914 water rights in the San Joaquin River Basin that no jurisdictional water was available for diversion within the watershed. The draft decision currently before the board establishes the fact that each of my permits allow me to divert pre-1914 water by contract if need be. Santa Clara County Superior Court Judge Walsh, in the California Water Curtailment's final decision, succinctly explained the board does not have jurisdiction to enforce trespass pursuant to Section 1052 of the Water Code when a diversion of pre-1914 water is in accordance with Division 2 of the Water Code because the water being diverted is not subject to Division 2. That is the case here. I am authorized by Division 2 to divert water not subject to Division 2 when water would otherwise not be available under my priority of right every year during the FAS period. I looked at all the hydrologic charts in the FERC agreement from I believe it's 1977 to 2008. Less than 10%, I think it's like 8% of the time, the Tuolumne River runs at greater than 2,350 CFS during the FAS period. So over 90% of the time, when the Tuolumne River is running under that rate of flow, that is pre-1914 water as described in the Raker Act. The Raker Act calls out that any flow below that belongs to MID and TID. Nevertheless, the board should explain why it believes it does have jurisdiction, not avoid the subject by saying it would be untimely to do so at this point. Jurisdiction is always a ripe issue, which is evidenced by its priority 1 status in the writ of mandate process. Additionally, Judge Walsh precisely explained the board's curtailment enforcement process lacks the constitutional right of due process. A board emergency notice requires a hearing to be held prior to ordering that a diversion must stop, and only thereafter, if not stopped, fines shall ensue. Look at the ACL-CDO. It is based on the very same water ability analysis that lacked due process in the California water curtailment cases. As I testified under oath, a board engineer was to inform me if he became aware my curtailment diversions were considered unlawful by his superiors, but he didn't. Instead, he participated in the initial breach of my right of due process by his covert collection of evidence to be used against me. Prior to the issuance of an ACL-CDO, I should have been informed in writing the board considered my diversions during curtailment to be unlawful, been provided an opportunity to stop diverting and request a hearing. And now I'm being hit with civil penalties during the very time when the board staff said nothing for over a year after I correctly provided additional information explaining the basis on which my diversions during each curtailment period were legally authorized. The first thing I received in writing from the board regarding this matter was the ACL-CDO complaint fining me $225,000. That violated my right of due process. The evidence here in the documents, documents that during the curtailment periods, from the start of the curtailment periods to the end of the curtailment periods in both years, I divert 33 acre-feet was diverted, while 34 acre-feet of replacement water credit existed in New Don Pedro. Yet the fact the system was not affected by those curtailment diversions because of the effect of those credits is not included in the decision, nor is the finding of fact that the curtailment diversions were lawful because the system remained unchanged and in balance. More importantly, this is a key factor here. Both curtailment periods started before and ended after each annual FAS period. The establishment of replacement water credit was for use when a water shortage is above and beyond the typical FAS shortage, like the curtailment periods. A curtailment emergency does not end when a curtailment emergency does not end when a FAS period begins. By what authority would that not be true? As long as there is credit available, it mitigates a diversion during curtailment. If either curtailment had ended prior to if either curtailment period had ended prior to that year's FAS period, then the decision would be correct. But in 2014, 2015, that was not the case. The FAS periods ended after, the curtailment periods ended after the FAS period ended. The decision is not correct, and my diversions during both curtailment periods were lawful. The board should amend its decision because my 2014, 2015 curtailment diversions were lawful. Since the hearing, my attorney and I met with TID in October of 2017 to discuss the metrics used to establish if New Don Pedro Reservoir is being operated in anticipation of spill. I asked how TID accounted for my foreign water and diversions, and was informed they don't because those volumes are hydrologically insignificant. Nevertheless, last April, I provided the board a record of the foreign water released into the Tuolumne River system and the FAS period water diverted from it to document that since the hearing, all FAS diversions have been replaced with foreign water, and a 40 acre-foot replacement water credit now exists in New Don Pedro Reservoir. The CDO should be set aside because I do not pose a threat to unlawfully divert now or in the future. Thank you very much for considering this matter. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fahey.
Are there any questions?
Yes, thank you for your statement. If you could, in your understanding, explain how you feel that you have carryover replacement water credit in New Don Pedro.
That was the agreement with the city and county of San Francisco in order to handle their accounting problems with regards to the Raker Act. Whenever the flow in the Tuolumne River is greater than 2,350 acre feet, which I believe is the correct term in the Raker Act. It is? CFS, pardon me, CFS. Yeah. Whenever it's over that, the city and county of San Francisco, during the negotiating process, provided me a letter that showed if I divert during that time frame, it impacts them. If I provide replacement water during that time frame, it impacts them. Almost no matter what you do when the flow is over that amount, it impacts them negatively due to their water banking calculations. So they said because of that, we don't know how you affected us back here or how you could affect us up here. So you can put water in there and it can sit there, so when we make our calculations and tell you, hey, you've impacted us this much over this length of time, then you have water there to make the replacement. That was the agreement between Chris Hayashi, City and County of San Francisco, as orchestrated by Yoko Mori and myself.
And that's the information that you say was contained in the letter that was shared.
Yeah, that's how the replacement water credit for future needs got into the permit, because I think it's a 1994 letter, November 3rd or something, of 1994, from the city and county to, I believe it's Yoko.
Thank you again, Mr. Fahey. Unless there's any other questions from board members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public questions or consideration for board members before I propose we go into closed session for a discussion amongst ourselves before we come back out? Well then, we'll go to closed session. How long do we feel we would like? So we can tell people when we would. We will come back in 30. We'll come back in 30 minutes, so we'll reconvene here at 4:30. Thank you.
Determinations of water rights, and therefore left an uncertain scope of the other riparian and senior water rights downstream, and also the water deliveries and timing which might be necessary to satisfy these demands. Recently, parties and landowners who had not previously exercised the water rights are now claiming riparian water rights, expanding acreages, and planting permanent crops such as orchards, which are firming up water demands. There are also pending complaints before enforcement alleging unauthorized diversions and non-compliance with existing water rights. These are all issues which staff anticipate that a statutory adjudication could address because it offers a comprehensive determination of water rights, including their quantities and relative priorities. Following the petition by Madera Irrigation District, staff conducted outreach and met with a variety of parties, including the district, representatives of riparian landowners along the lower Fresno River below Hidden Dam, the Bureau of Reclamation, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and other agricultural interest groups. Prior to this meeting, staff also prepared an outreach package, which included a fact sheet describing the issue and the staff recommendation, and a notice of public meeting and public comment period. This outreach package was sent to all 130 known water right holders or claimants in the Fresno River watershed, as well as the parties listed above. Also, environmental justice, cooperative extension, and Hmong representative groups, as well as the Picayune Rancheria, which is located in the upper watershed near the town of Coarse Gold. During the 30-day public comment period, a total of 16 comment letters were received. These came from the South Delta Water Agency, the Madera Irrigation District, including 11 form letters from landowners in the district, a representative collective group of some riparian landowners in the lower basin, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as a complaint filed by the Irrigation District against another water user in Madera County Superior Court. Broadly, the majority of these letters were supportive of the staff recommendation, though some of them were also supportive of a full statutory adjudication of the basin. This outreach conducted by staff helped inform the recommendation that's before you today, particularly that riparian landowner representatives requested that the board explore an alternative to the adjudication, which might resolve ongoing and longstanding conflicts in the lower river basin without the need for a comprehensive adjudication, which might enjoin other users which are not affected by the operations of Hidden Dam. Accordingly, staff are recommending that the board postpone acting on the petition for 8 months, leaving it pending, and allow the parties to negotiate a settlement. This deadline could potentially be extended if good cause and progress can be shown, but if insufficient progress is demonstrated after 8 months, staff will return to the board recommending that it grant the petition and proceed with the statutory adjudication. Staff also recommends that the board explore potential funding for an independent negotiation facilitator to aid the parties in these efforts, and this effort is already underway with several potential candidates being identified. Finally, staff recommends that a desktop fact-finding investigation be conducted to look into several key water rights on the lower Fresno River main stem from Hidden Dam to the confluence with the San Joaquin River. The findings of these efforts would aid the negotiations and be released publicly. Staff recommends that the board require certain elements from a potential agreement in order to meet its needs. These include that it must contain sufficient number of water users to address the ongoing conflicts named in the petition, administration and enforcement terms for the agreement, a water right and use accounting protocol which at minimum should meet the SB 88 requirements for measurement and reporting of diversions, allocation rules for varying hydrology from wet to critically dry, protocols for changes of aspects to water rights such as points of diversion, places of use, and diversion capacities. The agreement should consider flows necessary to meet public trust and water quality standards. The agreement should identify a basin administrator that would be able to enforce the terms of the agreement, as well as the funding source for any potential individual. And finally, it should have an assurance of longevity with a process for modifying the terms of the agreement as needed in the future. Finally, staff has a list of milestones which might demonstrate progress toward achievement of a successful settlement and be used to assess progress, especially in terms of granting an extension. These include identification of a mediator or committee who would help draft the agreement, agreement on cost allocation for any administrative parties or technical assistance required, an exchange between parties of data supporting their water rights claims. This might include quantifying POD locations, their capacities, and their sources of water, as well as an agreement on the quantity of riparian land acreage along the Fresno River. It should also include a water accounting system, which might allow for available supplies, water right claims, needs, and actual diversions, a protocol by which senior water right holders might submit a call on the river, and finally, it should identify potential physical solutions which might allow for alternative delivery of replacement water in lieu of direct diversions from the Fresno River. Again, all of this is contained in the draft resolution, which we have proposed for adoption before you. And with that, I would happily take any questions the board members have.
Thank you, Mr. Jankowski. Anything from board members currently? We have one public speaker card. If there is anyone else that would like to speak on this item, please let me know. Then otherwise, I'd like to call up Julie Vance from California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
I have one question while she's coming up. Have we secured resources or identified resources to support the negotiation mediation process? Or you want to update us on where we're at with that?
Yes, we have. The board actually has 2 contracts for facilitation services. We have worked with the Office of Research Planning and Performance and identified a contract that we'll be able to use. We have reached out to the Consensus Building Institute that holds that contract, identified a pool of potential facilitators. We were actually very aggressive in that we already conducted the interviews and gave the parties an opportunity to participate in those interviews with the 2 pool facilitator groups that have been identified. And I think internally we have made a decision on who we'd like to recommend. So we've been quite aggressive on that timeline, yes.
Thank you.
Hopefully this is on. Yes. Good afternoon, board. My name is Julie Vance, and I'm with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm the regional manager out of the Central Region, headquartered in Fresno. Just for the audience's benefit, I think you know this, our purpose in participating in these hearings is to help the state board identify terms and conditions that would benefit fish and wildlife resources. We sent an August 15th letter that specified fish and wildlife resources in detail that are present in the watershed. And I won't reiterate those here, but we can sort of broadly characterize those as warm and cold water fisheries, threatened and endangered species, and riparian and wetland ecosystems. And our letter details both what's currently present as well as what was historically present. This is a degraded water body. There's currently no flow in the Fresno River dedicated to fish and wildlife, neither in the Bureau of Reclamation license for Hidden Dam, nor in Decision 1407 and Order 7313. As a result, we don't believe that fish and wildlife resources have been adequately protected to date, and we hope that these resources are considered through this adjudication process. We support the recommended 8-month period to try and allow the parties to work out a solution, but we recommend that the entire watershed, not just the lower watershed, be considered. So I know that's a little different than the staff recommendation. And lastly, the item 3 of the proposed resolution from staff directs staff to begin a desktop investigation of claims of right to divert and use water along the main stem between Hidden Dam and the San Joaquin River. But we respectfully recommend that the board direct staff to begin a desktop investigation of claims both below and above Hidden Dam, including tributaries to the main stem Fresno River, and also including all stock pond certificates issued for the watershed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Much appreciated.
Could staff address Ms. Vance's last point?
The second point, well, both of the points really. So staff did consider the entire potential scope of the adjudication, obviously. However, what we are proposing offers the best resolution to the conflicts currently being experienced in the basin, largely surrounding Hidden Dam and releases from it and the planning of them. There certainly are stock pond claims, riparian claims, and post-14 claims in the upper watershed, but staff feels that the targeted scope is the best resolution to the conflicts being experienced. However, nothing in the resolution prevents additional parties beyond those on the lower Fresno River Basin to be included in this agreement. So the scope is up to the parties in terms of how many parties be included in this agreement.
Board member.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff for your thoughtfulness on this. I know when I first heard about it, I got a little nervous, and just appreciate your measured approach and dialogue with the stakeholders and coming up with, the 8-month period and then, potentially even more. I think the idea here is to get agreement, reduce conflict, provide for greater certainty, especially with Sigma coming online here. It'll be real important for people to better understand their position. And I see a lot of stakeholders that I communicated with as well in the audience. So thank you for your willingness to engage on this, and good luck. Look forward to hearing back.
Is there a panel that's going to follow this? Okay.
Great. Let's go ahead and have the panel come up.
Yeah, and just for clarification, I believe the Madera Irrigation District would then be followed by the legal counsel representing some of the riparian landowners. So actually, we probably maybe two sets of
Groups of folks. Okay, that makes sense. I appreciate it. Great. If you want to self-organize on the on the panel. Yeah. Just and to speak into the microphone, there's a green button there at the base of the microphone. And if you could introduce yourselves, obviously, name and affiliation before you give your part. Thank you so much for participating in a panel here on this item.
Thank you. Good evening, I think, close to evening. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Thomas Gracie. I'm the General Manager of Madera Irrigation District. And with me today, I have our Assistant General Manager, Dina Nolan, our Board President, Jim Erickson, and our Legal Counsel, John Kinsey. We have a brief presentation that I'll be sharing with Ms. Nolan today, and then a follow-up closing comment by our Board President, Mr. Erickson. So,
Perhaps if we can get the presentation.
yeah, we do have a presentation, if you could cue that up. Okay, so that'll be coming up here shortly for you. I can go ahead and start, though. It'll be a brief presentation. We'll try to get through this as quickly as possible. Okay, perfect. Thank you. To start with, just a little history on the district. Over the recent years, we've been working very hard at taking a whole new approach to the overall management of the district. There's quite a bit of history with MID, as you probably are aware. But we have been working all the way from redoing our logo and a rebranding effort to taking a new approach to, even our infrastructure and how we've gone from a reactive to a proactive approach and investing for the long term. And that's been supported by our board. Through the way, we've even implemented new policies and programs, totally revamping those, including the overall management of the Fresno River, which we're here to talk about today. Through that process, we have been recognized by a variety of groups, including our dedication to improving our governance and transparency, which we take very seriously at the district. We've also received a District of Distinction from the CSDA, which is just a handful of special districts in the state of California that have met those requirements, including the Bureau of Reclamation's Regional Directors Award. So I tell you this not because I'm proud of the accomplishments as the general manager of the district, but this really shows our commitment from our board and our staff and our legal counsel to do things correctly and lawfully. And that's why we're here today working with you guys. So, as I mentioned, one of the topics we've been working on is the management of the Fresno River, and the current situation in which we're dealing with today is that MID is required to manage and operate the Fresno River, including modeling of each riparian each year. Those are under protocols which we feel are operationally impossible. There's a lot of work and improvements that need to be made to that to make it effective and work well. We bear the sole responsibility with really no authorities. So every decision we make, in general, someone's not happy with us. but yet we have no authorities to make those decisions. So we do our best to operate under the protocols which we've been provided and the license we have to operate, but they often cause disputes. We bear the sole cost to manage and operate the system, which I can tell you in my time with the district since 2012 has been significant, not only staff time, resources, but monetary and legal time. And we're required to manage in a manner which we feel is inconsistent with water rights. There's 17 plus parties currently, and more are coming to the table as we speak, and each we feel have divergent interests. And overall, it appears that really there's no parties that are satisfied with the current situation.
Hello. Again, Dina Nolan, Assistant General Manager with MID. So given the current situation, the district has been working for many years on trying to resolve these issues. This decision to file the petition was in no way taken lightly by the district. There were a lot of efforts, a lot of time and energy, resources put into this decision that MID made in October. Collectively, we probably spent thousands upon thousands of hours looking at different options and alternatives before the board decided to file the petition in October. So we just wanted to go through some of those options and alternatives that were considered by the district, and that some actually were attempted along the way too in the last few years. So we looked at annual settlements, negotiations of long-term agreements, strict adherence to the protocols, pass-through flows, bureau management of the system, modification of the FRAM, which is the modeling of the system, or the FROP, which are the protocols, a court adjudication, and a statutory adjudication process. So the board and the district really considered all of these options before making decisions. Through the scoping of those options, they were really narrowed down to two. MID did, as I mentioned, we attempted to do the first three options prior to filing the petition for various reasons. Those were ultimately unsuccessful. We then moved on to three more, looking at three different options, including the pass-through flows, bureau management, and modification. And those were either deemed operationally unfeasible or didn't meet the objectives. And really the objective of MID is for a long-term, comprehensive final solution to the Fresno River to really get away from these ongoing disputes that the district has. So that left the district with two options, essentially a court adjudication and a statutory adjudication. As you can tell, ultimately the board decided, our MID board decided on the statutory adjudication, again, to have a comprehensive final solution for the Fresno River. Throughout this process, MID did do quite a bit of outreach and resolution efforts with the parties involved. Between 2012 and 2018, there were 18 board agenda public open session items on the MID agenda related to the Fresno River. We had well over 50 one-on-one meetings with riparians to try to brainstorm, look at different types of solutions for the system. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of communications in the forms of letters, calls, emails, and such with riparians and their representatives. And then along the way, we also had numerous meetings with the State Board and Bureau of Reclamation, again, to try to identify solutions and discuss the issues. As you're aware, on October 18th of 2018, the MID board did vote to move forward with the petition. And truly the goal of MID for the filing of the petition is that the district's really looking for operations and water use that are lawful. We're a public agency. We respect that. We recognize that. We want certainty for not only MID and the Bureau, but also the landowners involved and the riparians involved. We want everybody to understand the program, the responsibilities, and the limits of those programs. We would really like to reduce the number of disputes, as Tommy alluded to earlier. There are ongoing disputes related to the operations, and that's what we're really looking for as part of the petition. And finally, we want to ensure the most beneficial use of water and really prevent the waste of water for the system. And with that, our board president, Jim Erickson, does have a few closing words.
Good afternoon. Appreciate all your time and effort working on this and in the future what we'll be doing. I am Jim Erickson. I am the second generation on this board. Much more comfortable out in the field than I am behind a microphone. My family has farmed in Madera since 1920s. We came to California in the 1870s. So we have a long time family history here. My sons farm with me. My father has since passed away. My mother still lives on the ranch. And I have grandchildren now. I really get nervous. I wanted to come up here to make sure you understood that this is important to all of us. This is not staff doing this. This is a board that believes in what we're doing, and we want to make sure we keep this for next generation. And with that, I think I'll just let it go since I'm getting really nervous. And if we can answer any questions, please.
I just want to say thank you. I so much admire and respect your courage and the decision you made and the effort you've put into this and the effort you will continue to put into it. I mean, thank you.
Yeah, we definitely understand. It's no light decision that a water rights holder or user, in particular an irrigation district, would come to the state board and say, we want you to adjudicate in this case. But this work, better figuring out how water users in a watershed are going to share the resource, knowing that there are already struggles, let alone what climate change and increased population demand, everything will have on us. So it takes a tremendous amount of leadership and courage to say we want to embrace a process. We want to get to a better place. We want in the next decades ahead to be able to preserve not just the way of life, but our communities and the ability to share this incredible resource in a watershed. So we know it's not a small it's not a small thing to come before us on this. So I want to echo Board Member Dodek's thanks that it does take a tremendous amount of courage and know that a tremendous amount of trust from your board then to this board. Just look forward to that process and that discussion and really appreciate the trust.
And I also thank you for taking the time to come here today. I do have a question. And so that is, in light of the slide that you showed that showed all the different options that you've rolled out, including agreements and different pathways forward, yes, right there. So I'm mindful of that and the investment of the thousands of hours that you've already put into the process trying to resolve these issues, and the fact that you've said strongly that you didn't come to this decision lightly to submit a petition to the state board, and I appreciate that. And so I just would like to hear from you about staff's proposal, about the suggestion to continue discussions on the settlement, and your thoughts on that approach.
Your mic may not be on.
Sorry about that. John Kinsey, I'm the district's general counsel, and thank you again for your time. We do support staff's proposal. Obviously we've been engaged in discussions with with the various landowners and stakeholders, and we're fine with doing that. Again, for the next 8 months. We do, though, want to make sure that if we're not making significant progress over that period of time, that we're able to come back before this board and seek the granting of the petition, because we do think that period of time should give everyone enough time to determine whether or not a settlement is feasible or not. Obviously, we're here because the prior efforts at that didn't work. But we do believe that we have good people who we've obviously been talking to. We've been unable so far to work that out, but we do agree with staff that that process would be helpful. But obviously, we're here for a reason, and we do have a little bit of concern that this is just going to go on for much longer. I think ultimately it's for the benefit of everybody on this watershed to get to a resolution.
Yeah, Board Member Firestone.
So again, thank you so much, and echo all of the comments already said. I think this is, appreciate the trust and investment and sort of hard work that you all have and will continue to put into making this successful. I think the region depends on it, and we hope to be part of that in a constructive manner, an efficient manner. And so 2 questions. One is the staff recommendation was to just look at the lower part of the river. Does the irrigation district have strong feelings as to whether that's adequate or should look at the full river.
For this first 8-month period, we agree with staff's recommendation. That's really where we've heard the conflicts. We're not aware of any conflicts above hidden. And so if there is going to be something that facilitates those discussions, it really is the survey of the lower river.
And then I think it's, I think we would all like to see a voluntary agreement developed that, and we need to make sure that there's really a time limit on that. But I also want to make sure that I think this is one of the first times where we've been able to utilize tools of providing some mediation assistance, or it's not mediation, but facilitation assistance. And I'm interested in what if you feel like that's helpful, if that's something I think as, I'm interested in your thoughts now, and then certainly as we go forward, would want to hear what your thoughts are in terms of lessons learned on that particular tool. Because I think, we want to put everything, we want to be all in and trying to get to an agreement, and then we need to be clear on deadlines to make sure that that's an effective use of time. But do you have thoughts on that resource in particular right now, and how that process has gone so far?
I think that we appreciate the board providing facilitation services. I think that MID feels that will be useful in this 8-month period. We did actually we were able to participate in the interviews last Friday. We appreciate the state board allowing us to do that. As part of that, though, the question keeps arising that, are we going to have all parties around the table, all relevant parties around the table for these discussions and these facilitation services? And, that's a difficult question to answer as we sit here today. And so I think we're going to probably continue to grapple with that, discussion and that point as we move through this facilitation. But the fact that we have a facilitator involved, I think MID, we definitely appreciate that, and that opportunity has been given.
Great. Thanks.
And I would hope that if we adopt here in this moment, that the message sent certainly to the parties is the clock is running and the time is now. We're going to want to see something in 8 months. And so, we have plenty of decadal initiatives sometimes here at the board, but I think that we're looking to put the resources. I think certainly staff acquiring the facilitator, really appreciate staff's, handling and discussion around this so far. But it continues to show that we want to provide an opportunity for folks to self-organize around this. A full statutory adjudication is not a small effort. It will take an amount of time, but it should be seen as one of many options ultimately, as you've identified, that communities have to address these issues. And sometimes it just simply takes a body like the state board to be able to set the table, to be able to bring folks in, and won't do so absent that. But we're definitely looking to demonstrate that there is this 8-month period, bring the resources insofar as a facilitator to help people come to that, and if not, we'll be prepared to discuss at that point. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Any other questions from fellow board members for this panel before we move to our next panel? Great. Thank you again. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, the microphone, just need a...
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be before the board today. My name is Scott Cuney. I am counsel for the Triangle T Ranch, one of the riparian owners along the Fresno River. And we were fortunate enough to join together with a number of the landowners, and we submitted to you on August 15th a joint letter providing our unconditional support for the board staff's recommendation and the draft resolution. I'd start off by saying that you have a wonderful staff, and that this is actually a very creative and innovative approach to a difficult problem, recognized a long-standing problem with multiple parties, but we think it's an appropriate effort, and there's a lot of interest in trying to dedicate resources to work through the tough issues. I will say these issues will be difficult whether it's in a voluntary process or in an adjudication process. There's the same issues that need to be worked through methodically. But we appreciate the opportunity to give that first effort in a voluntary process, hopefully to gain some success in resolving these issues. And we're pleased that having the support of both the petitioner and the state Department of Fish and Wildlife is also supporting the effort and willingness to participate in the process. And Friday, as was mentioned, we took that very first step, had the opportunity to meet extremely well-qualified facilitators identified by the board staff, not a bad choice in either one, and we're very pleased to be able to have those services. Your question earlier about whether that would be helpful, I think absolutely it will be. But it will be, of course, upon the parties to address the issues, talk through the issues, and trying to find an overall comprehensive resolution. And I think the framework that has been provided by the board staff with the milestones and the criterion and the time frames are all appropriate. They frame a process, they motivate the parties to participate, and then hopefully we will be able to report to you with substantial progress. And I would say that even if these tough issues are not completely resolved, I'm highly confident that we will have resolved many of those such that if there has to be a second step, we've narrowed it, we've accelerated it, and we'll get to a conclusion more quickly, more efficiently. And so we were firmly in support of the staff recommendation and hope that this board would find itself to approve the resolution. If you have any questions of me, I'd be happy to answer them. And then there are other, of course, panelists here to answer any questions for the board.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Jensen. I represent Costa View Farms. That's a riparian landowner and also the holder of a license on the Fresno River. And thank you very much for your time. And again, I echo what Mr. Cuny said with regard to staff. They have been innovative and helping us go forward, especially with this mediation process. So my client's in favor of the staff recommendation, and I have spoken with Mr. Dick Schaefer, who's an engineer for the Menifee family, who are claimants on the river, and he's indicated that they're also in favor of the staff recommendation. So again, thank you. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Ramos. I'm with Barkwitz, Chronic and Shanahan in Sacramento. I represent the Adobe Ranch, holder of riparian rights on the Fresno River. I join in Mr. Cuny's comments. Thank you for considering this option for us. I want to commend to your staff for conveying to us that this is a creative option, but it's one that will require us to make progress, to hit milestones if we're going to be allowed to continue, and they should really be commended for that. And thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for that. Really appreciate the praise. I really also feel as well that staff have really found a creative approach in this petition and in this watershed. And although it is, the Fresno River, a smaller tributary to the San Joaquin compared to some others, I'm hopeful can help be something continued of a model. When we talk about the sort of work that we will be engaging here, whether on the voluntary side in this watershed, similar to many others, or on the statutory side, it's work that we'll continue to be doing throughout the state. And so to the extent that we can continue to find models, both in relationship, but also in our data or the ways in which, when it comes to the tabletop exercise, I've encouraged staff to accelerate that so it can help benefit this period of discussion that and be the basis, informational basis from which everyone can kind of build trust and continue in this process. But again, it's going to be very similar to, again, the discussions we're having throughout the state. So look forward to these opportunities in a very place-based way to find out how we do that work better, do it more quickly, knowing that time is not on our side here when it comes to the criticality of the challenges. So appreciate the comments and the support, and particularly the support of staff, who I also am very appreciative of in this and their creativity. Any questions from board members to this panel?
Question for staff.
Okay, then thank you. And I think there's just a question for staff from Board Member Dodick. Thank you so much.
I want to follow up on the request made by the Department of Fish and Wildlife with respect to the entirety of the watershed. I appreciate and agree that the discussions within the negotiations within the next 8 months should, rightly so, be focused on the lower Fresno, because I think that's a tremendous task as is. But with respect to the staff investigation, I'm just wondering, by limiting the desk investigation to just the lower Fresno, might you be precluding the production of information that might help in the discussion? And should the discussion move into the upper watershed, will that gap in the desk investigation then require additional time and additional effort?
I will say that we are developing a process. It's important to have an established procedure for doing this. And it is more likely, from what I've seen, that the rights in the lower Fresno are more complex, will require more time to do these sets of extensive investigations, especially when it comes to pre-1914 or riparian claims of right. But I think that process is very valuable should more information be needed, because it helps us streamline future investigations if we have to go into the upper watershed. From what I've looked at, the upper watershed comprises a larger portion of the rights and a larger portion of the users that were mailed this outreach package. But those tend to be smaller rights. They tend to be more stock pond registrations. They tend to be more small statements. Typically less than 10 acre feet is a large portion of their face values. And so all of this information, much of it is available. The investigation does not include any confidential data or private data. This is information the division has on ERIMs. This is landowner records, things of that nature. So it certainly helps us refine this procedure and does not preclude us extending that toward additional rights. And especially, as the chair suggested, if we can expedite the lower basin, we can start to move on to be more comprehensive, if that pleases the board.
Okay. So the door is not closed at this point, and that flexibility is available should the need arises. Next question, and congratulations, good job on getting the facilitation contract and getting someone identified for this very important effort. I'm very well aware of the scarcity of resources that we have for a variety of things, including facilitation. And a couple of questions there. While I certainly support our providing facilitation, is there an opportunity for us to recover some of that facilitation cost, especially if things do not become as productive as we would hope in the next 8 months? Though I hope it will be.
So there is, and I think this came up in Jesse's presentation, if the board were to grant the petition for a statutory adjudication, then there are cost recovery terms in the statute. And at that point, we could, and in fact are instructed by the statute to recover costs from the parties on an equitable basis. Prior to that time, and particularly if the negotiations are successful, there isn't a statutory provision for cost recovery. So this is somewhat of an investment. If it's successful,
I'm more than happy to.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
All right.
But I don't think, the way I read the statute, I wouldn't see this as a reach back provision where we would, look backwards and recover those costs that have been invested in advance. Once the petition is granted, then the parties are on notice that they're on the hook, so to
Well,
speak.
let's wish everyone luck, and let's see what happens in 8 months. We all wish for a successful facilitation and negotiation process, and hopefully that will be what we will hear in 8 months. And I look forward to hearing back from staff and all the parties. Otherwise, I would be concerned about our continuing to provide facilitation and this effort if it does not prove to be somewhat successful or productive in the next 8 months.
Any further questions or comments from board members? Well, with that, I will entertain a motion.
Move adoption of, I lost my sheet, of the resolution on item 10.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries, and we're setting off on an 8-month adventure with our facilitator and our friends. In all seriousness, thank you again, both to the petitioners and staff and all the stakeholders in this particular discussion. I look forward to good things from it. So thank you, and we'll check in 8 months on this item. Well, thank you. And with that, we will circle back now to item number 9, which we left open, and where we last left off in the adventure. Actually, Board Member Diodomo, do you want to give a brief intro as we come back to the item?
Well, I would suggest, I've been trying to stay in communication with the staff on that, and I think they are still finishing up with some of the written. We do have 2 additional informational items that the board could take up, and there is 1 personnel item. And yes, I'm filibustering for time for the staff, but I think that would be an efficient use of their time and the board's time to proceed with the next items.
Okay, no, I appreciate that then. Well, then I will hold off, and we will not move to item number 9, but we will reach into item number 14, and from that, pull out board member reports.
Are we allowed to do that since it's actually on the agenda for tomorrow?
Oh, that's a good point. No.
Yeah, I was actually just noticing that, so I would suggest we go into...
I caught the lawyer? Oh my goodness.
I'm so used to us closing out an item with that. So, and while there are no action items noticed, and as a matter of Bagley-Keene, we could probably proceed. I think it's more prudent to go ahead and have our personnel closed session now, and then I do not expect that it will take long, and during that time, we'll try to get an update from staff in terms of when we'll finish up. So hopefully if we can take about a 15-minute recess for closed session at this point in time. The only item the board will be meeting on in this closed session is the personnel item.
Yes, closed session, and I will give us 10 minutes instead of 15 to keep us timely, because it is 5:30. And be respectful of everyone's time. So, all right, we will reconvene here at 5:30. Okay, thank you, everyone. Apologies, because although I did try to expedite us and say we'd be back at 5:30, here we are at 5:50. So I appreciate it, and I will actually hand it off to Vice Chair Diadamo to bring us back to the item.
Okay, so we had our closed session, and I'm just reporting that it was a productive discussion, and we appreciate the comments that were raised today. But we also, as a board, needed to just kind of work through these issues. Haven't had an opportunity to meet in closed session on this issue for quite some time. And so we directed staff to provide for some changes considering the errata sheet, but then using that sort of as a base, but then had some additional requests of staff as well. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Weaver at this point.
Okay, so before, in case I forget later, but I will endeavor not to, we're also going to ask for, in the resolution, the ability to conform the rest of the order to reflect these changes, because we're deleting some footnotes and renumbering some things, and we were trying to find every last internal cross-reference, but we probably missed one, realistically. So I'll remind you, but in case I forget, I just wanted to flag that issue. So the changes to page 4 and page 5 are the same as what the interveners proposed in their version. Mr. Lawfer, do I need to read them each individually in full, or is projecting it sufficient?
Now, projecting it should be sufficient, although I think it's good to describe that on the edits on page 4 and 5, consistent with what we heard from Mr. Donlin in the printed errata sheet, as well as the errata sheet up above on the screen. The basic theme here is to be...
Can we clarify whether this is the clean version or the or the track changes version?
That's really helpful. So this is amending the clean version of the draft order, not the track changes version.
Correct. So in that respect, it's tracking exactly the errata sheet that Mr. Donlin had put up. So the page references that you see on pages 4 or 5, and then later on are all to the clean. And just thematically on options 4 and 5, or on pages 4 and 5, these are removing references to the non-fast period in early portions of the order.
That's right. And then if we could scroll down. Do I need to ask you each time, or is there a clicker that works? Okay, no problem. Thank you. If we could scroll all the way down to where it says pages 47, 48. So we, rather than striking section 5.1.4 in its entirety as the interveners propose, we recommend retaining the history of the supplemental briefing, and then we would add text explaining that we did not resolve those issues, but it did historically happen. So we would strike out all of the paragraphs discussing the I'm trying to think of the best way to present this. The effect of this is to memorialize the fact that the interveners filed, and Fahey and the prosecution team, the parties filed supplemental briefs, and then today, at your direction, we resolved the issue on alternative grounds, and that mooted this other question. One of the reasons that we propose this change instead is if there is some zombie reference that we miss, and that it's clear what happened, and there'll be nothing in the text that can be pointed to as somehow still resolving this issue, because we say here clearly that it's been mooted. And then we would strike sections 5.1.4.2, which dealt with storage, because that's moot. We would strike section 5.1.4.3, which dealt with interpreting the language of Fahey's permits based on the history and principles of interpretation, because that's moot. And then we would strike section 5.1.4.4, which dealt with flagging the issue that spills aren't resolved by the previous analysis because that issue is moot. For 5.1.4.5, we would strike the first 3 paragraphs which deal with, let me find it. Oh, thank you. So we would strike the first 3 paragraphs which deal with the analysis that was mooted. And we would retain the description of where some of in this section we had previously incorporated arguments that the prosecution team submitted about disgorgement. We want to retain this discussion of the history of how they got into the order, just in case it's relevant or useful. But we have amended it to remove discussion of the other issue, which was about non-FAS credit, which would be mooted. If we could scroll down, please. So this change to pages 76 and 77 is copied verbatim from the draft proposal from the parties. And this this is just to be consistent with the reasoning of the approach we're taking. So that is in that's section 5.2.3.2, which deals with whether there was, which deals with whether there's a permit violation. And then again, this is a change that came from your proposal. The next proposed change, so this is where we tried to achieve the same result as what was in the draft proposal from the interveners, but we structured it differently. So this has the effect of getting rid of we get rid of in its entirety the section that calculates the amount of water that Fahey had delivered to New Don Pedro between 2009 and 2011 because it's no longer relevant to the outcome of the case. We then renumber the following section as 5.3.1.1. So this section deals with both in the version that we discussed previously, this section applied the finding about the amount of water to conclude that there was a defense, and we instead strike discussion of the of credits in the reservoir. We replace it with the text that the interveners had proposed resolving the issue, which we modified slightly, and I'll talk about that next. And then we retain the general discussion of who are the senior parties on the river and when are Fahey's diversions adverse to them. We recommend retaining that because it's relevant to the curtailment operations plan, because it's relevant to some of our discussion about fast period violations. And then in general, we cite this table a number of times throughout the order, and it was we did an analysis of its, it was easier to retain it than strike out each reference to it and calculate the consequences of that. And we thought that because this doesn't deal with carryover credit or the issue that was raised as being concerning, we thought it would be harmless. We're certainly open to hearing comment on that once we get from the end, because we want to make sure that our understanding of the consequences of retaining this table are consistent with other folks. And we would need to renumber Table 5 as Table 3 and make conforming changes throughout the order. Can we scroll down so that it says 8990? Okay, so this is our proposed version of what the language that the interveners suggested resolving the issue. So this would go at the last paragraph of the section that is section 5.3.1.2 in the draft that went out with the agenda, but it would be renumbered. We would strike in the last paragraph the discussion of, let's see, I'm looking at the wrong page, that's why. So we would strike everything after the first two sentences. We would retain the sentence that says, the board determined that water was not available during portions of the non-pass period which are referenced. And we would retain the section that says Fahey diverted water during portions of the non-pass period when it was not available. And then we would swap in the new proposed resolution and of the issue. And then our text differs from the interveners in that it's consolidated into one paragraph. There's an internal cross-reference back to the new section 5.1.4.1 where the board directed these changes just so that just for consistency and so it's clear where this came from. And then there was a segment in which the interveners had proposed describing the 2014 and 2015 curtailment notices as orders. Those were not orders. The position that this board has consistently taken here and in other proceedings is that those were informational notices. And so we recommend, that's why we are recommending a modification to what was proposed. And I believe those are the only changes. I'm going to give it a quick read just to make sure that I'm correct. And Mr. Lawfer has called to my attention that I only got one of the references to orders that were not orders. So I'm going to actually go edit it if that's okay. Okay. So then moving on, this change to page 90, we're renumbering it consistent with what they proposed, but it's a different renumbering because of the other section that we retained. And then we're striking out a reference to other provisions interpreting the permit terms related to non-FAS carryover credit, consistent with the decision to do that. The interveners proposed changes to pages 110, 111, and 112 that staff recommend not making to the order. Our analysis was that these provisions dealt with other issues, so the change they proposed to pages 110 and 111 was part of the discussion of what Fahey's understanding of his obligations were. We recommend retaining that to support the conclusion that this mitigating circumstance existed. And then for the change they proposed to page 112, it was not, so they proposed deleting a description of just the fact that a protest settlement agreement was negotiated, and CISA, the City and County of San Francisco, agreed to dismiss its protest in exchange for adding these terms. Those are both, there are letters in the record with exhibit numbers that say that these things happened, and we didn't see a reason to strike them out. I think we're open to hearing more about if there's a reason to strike these out, we're open to hearing it when folks comment. And then we propose making the change that they proposed to page 114, which again is just striking out this decision about the conclusion about water in the reservoir, since that issue is mooted under the change that's being proposed. We also are, if we could scroll down to where it says page 124. So this, this change is to address the comments from the prosecution team about simplifying the requirements of the curtailment operations plan. We used, I think that our wording ended up being a little different, but
the changes we made exclude, the language proposed by the prosecution team seemed to be exclusive to the FAS period in certain areas, so we removed those because it should apply to both the FAS period and periods when water is unavailable to Fahey's priority of right. And then since the prosecution team was requesting clarity, we just sought to provide as much detail as we could so that it's clear when these terms would apply and what we would expect to see. And would be open to any questions from the prosecution team.
Can we scroll down to the next page? Thank you. So this is the rest of what we changed. We added, as the prosecution team requested, we added an explicit requirement that these things be consistent with FAS. We noted that the FAS orders may be amended, but these are the current fully appropriated stream determination orders. And then we added a requirement that Fahey provide copies of transfer and exchange agreements to the Division of Water Rights. And then the last change, we are proposing to add a new section to the ordering section which would just indicate that we're encouraging the parties to work together to address this issue about what to do with interpreting these terms related to non-fast period replacement water. But we are encouraging it because we don't, once you start settlement negotiations or any kind of negotiations, you sort of go into a black box, and we don't want to be prescriptive about what goes on in a black box.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver. Any questions regarding the changes by any of the board members? Well, great. Do I have a motion then at this point, or do we want any further discussion or any questions, I guess, from any of the parties as well, or the prosecution team? It looks like.
This is Ken Petrozelli for the prosecution team. Can we scroll back up and see the upper page again? We're still trying to kind of digest all of this.
Sure.
Where at, Ken? The numbers 2 and 3. Yeah, the numbers 2 and 3. Yeah. Oh, too far. Yeah. So I think the upper part of 1G2. So if we can see.
So if we could put where it says page 124 at the top.
Yeah. Yes, that's the part we wanted to see. Okay. Okay, oh, wait. Okay. Do you feel like it's where it says, I think it's in the first sentence and in the first added text, during the FAS period and when water is unavailable to serve Fahey's priority of right. Is this clear that the condition would be only during the FAS period and when water is unavailable for his priority of right? Or would it apply in either circumstance? So
Both have to be true. It should be either.
Okay.
Right now, it reads like both have to be true.
Yeah, I feel like it reads as if like both would have to be true at the same time. Or maybe I'm assuming I'm reading it.
So if we
correctly.
change this to just say when water is unavailable to serve Fahey's priority of right, does that address your issue? Because I think that we haven't defined FAS period in the ordering section, so we would.
Well, we talk about considering the FAS orders as they may be amended.
Right.
So the orders dictate the FAS period. So if the orders change the FAS period, then it would be reflected in the amended orders. So what if we say during the FAS period, comma, when water is unavailable for Fahey's priority of right, comma, or when during the FAS period and when water is also unavailable to serve Fahey's priority of right. So make it clear, like with, commas.
So I may.
Any one of those, or when both are occurring together.
Okay.
I feel like that's the clearest way to communicate what we're trying to communicate.
I think I may have misheard you because what you said sounded like A, comma, B, comma, and parentheses A and B, and I don't think that's what you were saying.
A, comma, B, comma, A plus B.
So A or B, inclusive or.
I don't understand.
I'm sorry. So during the fast period or when water is unavailable to serve phase priority of right.
Or
when both conditions are satisfied.
yes.
So, okay, so
Yes.
the, but or means the, okay.
And
So,
it
so
took-
N slash
It took the chief
or.
counsel to figure that one out.
Okay,
yeah.
so let's say N slash or because,
Oh, we don't want to say and slash or. That's,
well, but
Brian
or
Garner
means
says you can
N
never do
slash
that.
or unless, yeah. So there's or and there's either or, and if you say N slash or, that makes or mean by itself mean either or.
Right, yeah, that causes interpretation problems.
I'm using
and
my
litigation.
philosophy degree.
I went to Brian Garner's legal writing training, and he said to never ever do that. He said,
Yeah.
so I think Michael's recommendation is probably more in line
Okay.
with sound legal drafting. So,
That works.
oh, do you want to use the microphone? Yeah.
Yeah, use the microphone if you're going to make a comment. But Mr. Fahey.
Thank you. During the FAS period, when water, during the FAS period, so that's one frame of time, when water is unavailable to serve Fahey's priority of right, that's the non-FAS period during curtailment, or both. That's the curtailment period. Because the curtailment period is when water is unavailable for priority of right, and it envelops the FAS period. So both is the 2014-2015 curtailment period. Is that correct? You know, let's use a real case scenario to match that language. And so I understand the FAS period. I've done that every year since then.
So
Comma, when water is unavailable to serve Fahey's priority of right. San Francisco's never informed me that I've impacted them since the hearing to meet that condition. Or both would be the 2014-2015 curtailment, because that curtailment period enveloped time when San Francisco and others that were being protected by the curtailment order, or pardon me, notice, that's when those people needed to be protected. And the need to protect them went into the FAS period and through the FAS period. So those people had to be protected during the entire time frame, the both time frame.
So I think that we're trying to cover a number of different situations with this term. I would start by suggesting that we add, so where it says when water is unavailable to serve Fahey's priority of right, I would suggest adding when water is otherwise unavailable. Just to put that up there for consideration, because I think that we're trying to cover the normal fast period and the exchange agreement with MID and TID. We're trying to cover a situation like 2015 when there was a forecast that water wasn't available during portions of the non-fast period. And the goal is to have a curtailment operations plan in place that addresses that situation so that your operations continue moving along. And then I think we're also trying to anticipate a hypothetical situation where there's a drought worse than 2015, and and we know for a fact there isn't water available for anyone with, I don't actually know what the most senior right on the Sacramento San Joaquin system is. So let's say a priority date of 1830. Whoever that entity is, we would want to have something in place to address that kind of hypothetical situation.
Well, if MID, TID, and the city and county of San Francisco can't divert, then I can't divert. If their diversions are curtailed, I can't divert because those are the parties I have an exchange agreement with. You know, when I was going through this process, Banna-Carbona Irrigation District made a protest, but they said the amount of water is so insignificant, and he's making an effort to keep things balanced above New Don Pedro. They withdrew their protest. I can't go all the way down to the Delta and make exchange agreements with everybody. I have no control to send them water. That water is controlled by the dam at MID, the dam that MID, TID, and the city and county of San Francisco owns. I can't do anything downstream from that dam. The memo from the chief engineer in 1962 makes that clear. Okay, this is another thing. You have this FAS and non-FAS, and we had a curtailment. This wasn't a non-FAS. You've turned it into that. We had a curtailment notice. You need to stop unless you have legal authorization, other information that provides us that you have other legal authorization. I'm dealing with a curtailment period, and I am using water that can be used outside of FAS. The water that can be behind the dam sitting there as replacement water credit can be used for non-FAS requirements, like a curtailment. That is both of these. It's both. It's the FAS period and it's the non-FAS period. And those interests, City and County of San Francisco, and the other unknown interests that have to be protected by this curtailment order, the water that's in there as a replacement credit is allowed to protect those people. And those people had to be protected during the entire curtailment period. And the replacement water credit I had there did that. I don't understand why we are so hung up on this FAS, non-FAS. The only way you can get to make my diversion unlawful is disregard my water replacement credit that I had there by permit, that I was allowed to use to protect all the parties that were being protected during curtailment. And you're not allowing me to do that.
So
I had 88 acre feet there at one time. You took away from me as much of it as you could by respecting the FAS periods in 2009, 2010, and 2011. So I have 34 acre feet left, and I covered the 33 acre feet I diverted during both curtailment periods. I mean, I am ready to just tear out what little hair I have. I did everything in good faith here, and this is ruining me. And you guys just, I guess, make a decision, and I'll have to live with it, and I'll have to take whatever appropriate steps are available to me after that. Thank you very much for trying to sort this out. It's not easy.
So we tried to structure this in a way that that he would potentially be able to continue his operations in the event of a very severe drought to the point where there's no water available for any of the rights at NDPR or LaGrange. He would certainly have the ability to comply with that by not diverting, but we're, I think as staff, open to hearing a proposed compliance plan that would figure out who the next most senior person is and come up with a plan to make them whole. and we tried to structure this in a way that's also consistent with the restrictions in the permits. So, for example, for diversions under the water exchange agreement with Modesto and Turlock, it expressly states that water can't be carried over from year to year. And then for diversions subject to the other agreement, we've now, the proposal is to not resolve the question of whether there's carryover credit, but we tried to develop something that would allow for the development of a plan that lets this business keep operating in the event of a drought as bad as 2015 or in the event of a worse drought.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver. And Mr. Fahey.
Okay, I'm just going to note that the section that we're dealing with here, ceasing diversion. Okay, that, and I'm looking at page 130 because I don't have the same version that you all are looking at, but that section hadn't been changed. And so I thought that the focus was not whether or not this this plan should be prepared, but just referencing what period of time are we talking about during the fast period and when water is otherwise unavailable, as opposed to reopening whether or not this whole section should even be included. It provides flexibility, as I read it.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
So there's two issues here.
Right.
Whether or not that flexibility should be provided, and what we started with was what time frame are we trying to reference here? I kind of got lost, and so I'm
Right.
going back to where we got started, and that is the time period that we're looking at.
Right. So I think that the yeah, can you?
So the curtailment operations plan is meant to operate at any time when Fahey cannot divert simply under his permits. When water is available to his priority of right and he can, divert in a very straightforward manner. The curtailment operations plan covers those periods where he needs other agreements, such as the fast period or in another drought when water would be unavailable to his priority.
Yes. So it seems, this correction seems to address the confusion. Are you comfortable with it, Mr. Loeffler? Okay.
Any further clarification or discussion for the board? Mr. Donlin?
I won't belabor this. Thank you. Thank you very much for hearing our concerns and making the changes that you've made. We appreciate it.
With that, I think I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion, and first of all, just want to apologize to my colleagues that I didn't expect, I don't think any of us did, in going forward with this creative approach in making this non-fast period not precedential. I don't think that we anticipated that we would be wordsmithing language in these late hours. So just thank you for your indulgence. I think that the discussion was helpful. It allowed us to get to a place where the intent of the order remains intact, and that is during dry periods, we need to be able to enforce our water rights. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the order with the errata sheet that is has been provided with the one change. Was it just the one change?
There were actually two changes. Ms. Weaver typed in one to deal with
Oh,
the
that's right.
2014 and 2015 curtailment orders, and then the or both.
Yes. Okay.
Since we were in disagreement on a previous item, let me please have the privilege and honor and pleasure of seconding that motion.
And the motion includes the ability and direction to staff to conform the order in case there are cross-references that were not properly captured.
Give us 2 minutes. We may have identified an issue. There's a footnote we might want to keep. There's a footnote we need to get rid of, actually, so we're going to find it and put it in there too. But it's another instance where it references the decision about water credits that we're now mooting.
So it would be to conform with the direction that the board has given you and the action that we're taking right now.
So we'd also like to strike footnote 30 on page 89. I can just go enter it. Oh. False alarm. So we're asking that you adopt the order with the changes in the errata sheet as modified at the board meeting, and that staff be given the authority to make conforming changes throughout the order to update cross-references and similar things.
I believe that was the motion, and that was my second.
All in? By all means, Mr. Fahey.
By approving this, are you removing from my permit the term that says water replacement position for future, for future use? Is that being removed from my permit? Term 20 and term 34 in each respective permit, are those being taken out of my permits?
So those two terms would be retained, and then we're not, the order does not decide or take a position on the specifics of what those terms mean with respect to the carryover of credit from year to year. The board is requesting that you work with the interveners on reaching a mutual understanding of what that means and how to implement that. And then based on what you've said today and what they've said today, it sounds like you all agree about credit in the same year. So if you put water in January and then they call for water based on your March diversions, my understanding is that would be covered under everyone's understanding of how those terms work. So we're keeping the term unchanged. We're not deciding this issue of water carrying over from one year to the next, and we're asking that you all work together to reach an agreement on how to,
So I can carry over water for future water replacement needs.
within the same year. And as you might, and then beyond.
So I can't use it for future water replacement needs.
If it's from one year to the next, we're not deciding that one way or the other, and we're asking that you folks work out an agreement.
Thank you very much. It's not easy. Take care. Have a good night.
Mr. Fahey, before we vote on this, I think we need to say some words to you as well. This is a very complicated matter that was made even more challenging, although rightly so, in response to the comments we heard today. I wish we could have had the time to, anyway, what I would like to do is, and I think staff will do this anyway, but let's make it very clear that, assuming that the board vote on this item, for you to please sit down with Mr. Fahey, as well as the other parties as well, and provide any requested clarification that he or others might need. A lot of changes were made at the last minute in response to direction we gave you in closed session, which not all parties were privy to. Of course, the parties were not privy to. So let's please spend some time with Mr. Fahey and with the others to answer any questions that may come up.
And while I'm very
Be necessary.
Well, I was going to say, well, I'm very supportive of that, Member Dodak. The one item I would caution is there is the availability of petitions for reconsideration, which
about
could
to bring
create
that up.
ex parte communications limitations. So I do want to remind parties, because of what Ms. Dodak indicated, if there is something that has inadvertently been crossed in here, there is the petition for reconsideration mechanism available to provide
But to the
clarity.
extent that people need clarification on what exactly the changes were made by these revisions, that would not be subject to the ex parte prohibition, I would assume. I'm playing lawyer once again.
Staff will provide the assistance they can consistent with the rules.
And can I say before we take a vote, just so my understanding in a really basic way is that nothing we're doing here today changes the permits, and all we are doing is narrowing the scope of the decision that we're making today. Is that accurate?
Correct. Narrowing the scope of the decision and the findings the board are making in support of the particular enforcement actions.
Okay. So the permit remains unchanged, and I think it is a very complicated, both set of circumstances, and then I think this whole proceeding as well. And I think for everyone involved, both staff that have been trying to scramble to react to the changes that we've directed, and also everyone involved, Mr. Fahey and the interveners, just in the prosecution team. I think it is appropriate. I appreciate the challenge of this circumstance, and I think that's when we're trying to be responsive to the comments we receive, this is the kind of thing that happens, and it is more confusing than if we make no changes, but it's part of being responsive to the process, and appreciate everyone's work and efforts to help that. Thank you.
Just want to echo everyone's thanks. It has and is a long, complicated process that you've been through, Mr. Fahey, and all the parties, and Board Member Vice Chair Diadamo, and her being hearing officer of this, I know has taken many hours, and we don't make any decision here at the board, obviously, lightly. But just appreciate, though, the time that everyone has put to this, and hopefully we've crafted as best a solution we can here, bringing some certainty. Obviously, there's an aspect of uncertainty here when it comes to the carryover year to year, and that we're asking for folks to go give better thought and hopefully find an arrangement that works. But at this time, to the clarification, we're not ruling on or removing that from your permit. So So thank you for again, that time, and echo the rest of the board members' sentiments when it comes to the thanks around, obviously, the complexity and difficulty of these tasks and the patience of us trying to get these all resolved. With that, I will then ask for the yeas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries, and thank you all again. I think with that, we are done for the day. And so, but we will be recessing
We're
essentially and reconvening tomorrow morning then at 9 o'clock, not 9:30. And thank you again, everyone. See you tomorrow.